All right, good morning, everyone. And welcome to the October 29th, 2024 meeting of the Santa Cruz County Board of Supervisors. I'd like to ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Certainly. Supervisor Koenig.
Here.
Friend.
Here.
Hernandez.
Present.
McPherson.
Here.
And Cummings.
Here. I'd like to see if there's any member of the board who would like to dedicate today's moment of silence. Seeing none, we'll just take a general moment of silence. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty, and justice for all.
I'd like to ask CAO Carlos Palacios if there's any additions or deletions to today's consent or regular agenda.
Yes, we do have one revision to the agenda. On the consent agenda, item number 27, staff requested this item be deleted. It's packet pages 541 and 542.
Okay. Are there any board members who would like to remove an item from the consent agenda to the regular agenda? Seeing none, we will then move into public comment. This is an opportunity for members of the public to address the board on items that are not on our agenda, on our consent agenda, or if you want to speak to an item on our regular agenda, just know that you will not be able to speak to that item when it's heard, and we will invite folks up. You'll have 2 minutes to speak.
Chairman, supervisors, Gary Richard Arnold. I want to talk about huge lobbies by multinationals. One is California Forward. It was founded by Leon Panetta, who gave military and policy information to an espionage agents, which you still keep the 2 plaques on the courthouse steps. Anybody can look at it. He's got citations from California, the state of Washington as an enforcer. They advocate, he co-founded California Forward, of which Bruce McPherson and Fred Keeley are members of. They advocate getting rid of 80% of local governments and replacing them with COGS. A COGS is a Council of Governments. It's no more than a Soviet. And right now, the founder of, and a couple of you people have been members of the local California League of Cities. It was founded by this man here, Keep California White, by James Palin, who was a railroad mogul. And he was also a member of the Bohemian Grove, which has been doing cremations of care of children for over 100 years, and they still do it. There isn't a county in the state that doesn't belong to CalCog. Every square inch of California is covered by one of these Soviets. They're supported by the Institute for Local Government. It was funded and founded by the Ford Foundation, McGeorge Bundy. And if you never heard of Skull and Bones, you better learn about it, because they've been running every war since the Spanish-American War. When Lincoln was assassinated, he appointed the co-founder of Skull and Bones, Alfonso Taft, to Secretary of War. His son, after the Maine blew up in the Cuban harbor, I'm sorry, did I burn up? I see 0 on that.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much for your comments.
Okay, that's...
Hello, my name is Karen Porter, and I'm the business director for SC Rising Gymnastics. When Santa Cruz Gymnastics Center, the only gymnastic facility in our county, was purchased in the summer of 2023, the new owner abandoned the 50-year legacy of competitive gymnastics. Unfortunately, this not only took away my daughter's dreams, but a whole team of ambitious young ladies wanting to compete in the highest level of USA gymnastics. Out of the ashes of broken hearts and dreams, we created the name SC Rising. We are a team that represents a community of people that want to bring back to our county the competitive sports of gymnastics, as well as introduce the dynamic challenge of Ninja Warrior training. Now, the problem lies in finding a facility in Santa Cruz County. To fit the necessary competitive training equipment, this place needs to be big. We need a minimum of 10,000 square feet The competition floor alone is 40 by 40, thus requiring at least 1,600 square feet of clear open space, which eliminates most spaces available for lease. In addition, we need a minimum of 17-foot ceiling heights, which again narrowed our search. After looking for over a year, we found the only viable option, which is the old West Marine building located on the corner of SoCal Avenue and 17th Avenue. This location is approximately 13,200 square feet and meets the requirements for open space and ceiling height. When presenting our proposed gym to the planning department, we hit a roadblock. For planning purposes, our gymnastics center falls in the category of a fitness facility. This puts us in one of the highest parking ratios, which means we are short by 75 parking spaces. Our argument is that our gym falls under the exception noted in the building code, specifically placing gymnastic centers in the office space use category. This would cut our parking requirements in half. With the new walking whale bridge, athletes carpooling, and the use of the drop-off and pickup areas, we do not feel our gym will require additional parking spaces.
Thank you so much for your comments.
Morning. My name is Christopher Pop. I am here to speak to some of the challenges behind our new gymnastics center, SC Rising Gymnastics Academy. Our goal has been to provide a safe and inspiring and accessible space where young athletes can develop not only their gymnastic skills, but also confidence, discipline, resilience, and a sense of community in a space where athletes of all backgrounds can thrive. The regulations and requirements of the planning department have proven to be the largest challenge, from the continually changing requirements to the price tag of upwards of $100,000 to get our permits through. It is by far the largest hurdle. Our space has been incorrectly classified as a gymnasium with stadium seating, which we will not have. Think of like Santa Cruz Warriors. And this is a predominant reason for the huge price tag. The department has been not only unwilling to alter their decision, but has also proven to be opposed at times to even taking a look at our documentation showing otherwise. The 50-year legacy of the USA Gymnastics track within Santa Cruz County has been broken. With this opportunity gone, our team athletes, many of whom compete at a state championship level and some of whom are state champions themselves, are left without a place to train and are now forced to travel long distances 3 to 5 days a week over the hill, which is impractical and extremely costly for families. We're trying to restore that program that has historically offered the youth of our community opportunities to rise to the levels of junior Olympics and college scholarships and taught them critical skills to use throughout their lives. We need your help and community support to fill this critical gap, not only for our young athletes, but for future generations of our community. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Danielle Pop. I am the mother of an 11-year-old competitive gymnast. I'm here to address an urgent and pressing issue, the loss of competitive gymnastics in our county. This decision, which was made by the new owner of the only gym in town, was not due to a lack of community interest or participation, but rather by her personal beliefs about who a competitive gymnast should be, how frequently they should train, and a clear unwillingness to support the passion, commitment, and path that these gymnasts have chosen. Many young athletes in our county have been left without a place to train and grow in the sport they love. Recognizing this gap in the void it leaves in our community, we have already founded a nonprofit organization dedicated to supporting our gymnasts and bringing competitive gymnastics back to the area. For nearly a year, we have been proactively working to make this vision a reality. We have done extensive research and legwork to find the only location in the county that meets the requirements. However, this journey has not been easy. We've encountered countless obstacles, from what we believe to be a misdesignation of occupancy that is not aligned with the nature of our facility to an ever-evolving list of requirements from the planning department. We need your support to move forward. The demand for a facility like this is not merely a dream, but a tangible need within our community. Our young athletes are relying on us to provide a safe, stable environment where they can grow and thrive. But timing is crucial. Every delay pushes back their progress and heightens the risk that they will be forced to seek other communities that offer what we lack here in our hometown. I urge the board to help us through these obstacles and make competitive gymnastics accessible once again. With your support, we can turn this vision into a reality and provide our community's youth with the resources they deserve. Thank you.
Hi, my name is April Mastelmany. My daughter is Kylie, and she's a freshman at SoCal High School. She's also one of the competitive gymnasts that was told she could find a new sport or new gym over the hill. I work full-time at our family business, and my husband is a teacher, and we can't afford to do that. She spent the last 12 months digging herself out of a deep depression and dealing with the fact that her identity had been taken away. It was very dark and scary at times. We've talked about this meeting and what it means to her to have this new gym. She's found a new hope. Her hope is to coach other kids, to have other girls get past the scary things in life. When she was in first grade, she had severe social anxiety. She wouldn't even practice in front of her friends. And she now was a level 5 gymnast when the gym closed. And she wants to help other people get past things and learn and grow. And that's what this gym is about. It's about kids becoming things that they never thought they would become. Please help us find this. This is for Kylie.
Good morning. My name is Ann Wheaton. As a gymnastics coach in Santa Cruz for the past 25 years and as the parent of a high-level Santa Cruz gymnast, I have the unique perspective of seeing what being part of the gymnastics community has meant to generations of Santa Cruz County children and families. When the only gymnastics training center in Santa Cruz County changed ownership last year, the team gymnasts were told to explore their options over the hill. These were the families that had invested the most into the gym, whose children had grown up there, and whose support had gotten us through a pandemic. Although the loss of a high-level gymnastics program may have been the impetus for starting a new gym, in the process, our vision grew to become even bigger and better. A vision that included the tiniest toddler to the highest level gymnast, and one that didn't leave out boys. We want to open our doors to the whole community, to provide open gyms, field trips, special needs classes, to give boys the opportunity to compete, and most of all, to give kids the chance to dream. On one of our last days in the gym, I watched as our youngest gymnast stared in awe at one of our high-level gymnasts doing a giant on bars, and thought how unbelievable it was that the next group of Santa Cruz gymnasts would never see that skill performed or know what was possible. A 50-year legacy ended. When local gymnasts were told there would no longer be an opportunity to practice high-level gymnastics in Santa Cruz, it wasn't just a program that was cut. It was a dream taken away from future generations. As a coach for 3 decades, I have seen how much the sport means to children. When a gymnast masters a skill they thought was out of reach, when they make it through a practice that they thought they couldn't finish, and when they do it with the community behind them, that's when we all win. Because there will be times in life when they think their goals are too lofty, there are falls they can't come back from, or they're too tired to try one more time. They'll know they can do anything, especially when they have people that believe in them. The Santa Cruz community deserves to have a gym that supports everyone's dreams. Please help us in making this dream a reality.
Hi, my name is Lisa Sudek. I'm a mother of a high-level gymnast that was asked to discontinue training. Last November at Santa Cruz Gymnastics, we did go over the hill, and she lost interest in the sport because of going over the hill, because things there are very different. I'm here today to read a letter on behalf of one of our former high-level gymnasts. She said, I'm proud to have been a collegiate national all-around champion, a 9-time All-American, and a member of the Cal Aggie Hall of Fame at UC Davis. However, it's not the title I value most. It's the opportunities that Santa Cruz Gymnastics provided me with and the skills that continue to benefit me today. From 1988 to 1999, I trained at Santa Cruz Gymnastics, which set the stage for my scholarship at UC Davis in gymnastics and my career as an actor, director, and theater professor. Without that facility, my journey would never have happened. I once asked my parents if I could train elsewhere when we didn't have the right coaching, but they said no. The time and costs were just too high for our family. Thankfully, a new coach joined the team, and my gymnastics career took off. This is not the case with Santa Cruz anymore. The expertise is there, but without the opportunity for these gymnasts to train and grow, many will never be given the opportunity that I once had. I hope that young athletes in the Santa Cruz area can pursue their gymnastics dreams within their own community. The expertise is available, and there is a strong desire for a new gym. not for individual gain, but for the benefit of all kids. Excellence is born from opportunity. Let's give the kids of Santa Cruz the chance to excel in this sport, to wear their Santa Cruz uniforms with pride, to return as coaches like I did, to forge lifelong friendships and to inspire others. Without this gym, I can assure you that many will miss out on the chance to reach their full potential. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Kayla Traber. I'm here representing Gray Bears, a nonprofit that's been in Santa Cruz County for over 50 years. First, I want to thank you for the opportunity to apply for core funding. It's a vital resource for local nonprofits like ours, and it allows for the chance for us to really excel and expand our services. We also appreciate the chance to appeal our determined score. Although we received notice yesterday that our appeal was partially successful, we're disappointed to learn that Gray Bears is still not recommended for funding. At the Aging Solutions Summit, which many of you attended, the county voiced strong support for nonprofits involving our seniors. Yet we find that funding is not matched in these expressed priorities. In Santa Cruz County, adults aged 55 and older now make up 33% of our population, according to the U.S. Census. And we're leading the state with an 80% increase in our senior population since 2010. We know this trend is only set to continue. For many seniors in our community, the rising cost of living means difficult choices between essentials like food and bills. Grocery prices alone have jumped 38% in the past 10 years, and half of those increases occurred in just the past 3 years. These changes especially impact populations living on fixed incomes. Gray Bears has stepped up to meet this need, providing nutritious food and essential services to our seniors, and so have many of our other nonprofit partners. However, to continue to provide the safety net of services, we need to maintain our funding sources. We respectfully urge the board to join us in supporting one of the many local nonprofits dedicated to seniors and fighting food insecurity. Thank you for your continued partnership.
Good morning, gentlemen. It's been a long time since I've been in this building. I spent many hours in that little box there years ago. My name is Guy Lanier, and I'm here to talk about the Meals on Wheels program. 4.5 years ago, when I became a volunteer driver for Meals on Wheels, we had our temperature taken every time we showed up. We wore masks, we wore gloves. The count of customers went from about 400 up to 700 within a month or two. As you know, Meals on Wheels has been, and Community Bridges since Meals on Wheels has been denied core funding, and I encourage you to allocate alternate funding for the program. As a member of the fastest growing demographic here in the county, as the lady had just expressed, seniors are in need of both food and visits. Some of my regular customers, irregular customers, and just plain odd customers, I'm the only face they see maybe all week. And so I urge you to allocate the funding so that we don't have to make cuts. There's no waiting list right now, and we'd rather not have to have a waiting list. Thank you.
Good morning, Tara Ireland, Volunteer Center Empower Aging Director. This is a really challenging time for nonprofits as we begin to grapple with how to prepare for the upcoming loss of consistent and necessary funding to help the growing numbers of local seniors remain living in their homes. The challenge for nonprofits will pale in comparison to the downstream effects on the seniors themselves and the county departments, such as APS and public health, as they will need to begin to triage the number of seniors needing their services. When low-cost prevention programs such as evidence-based falls prevention, home safety and repair, information assistance, meals, food bags, and other supportive programs pull back services due to lack of funding, the cost of hospitalizations, abuse and neglect cases, institutionalization of seniors could rise. What will be the county's answer to this crisis? We won't be able to ignore the cumulative, unavoidable community scale impacts from this massive disruption of pulling over 1 million away from basic needs services that are proven to be effective at keeping seniors in their homes. The Board of Supervisors has a really long history of making smart investments in prevention. I ask you to step back and think about the thousands of seniors who have worked hard all their lives and will now be facing limits on the services they rely on. I ask you to restore these cuts to avoid triggering a crisis in our senior services and in this community. Thank you.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Lisa Berkowitz, a current board member of the Seniors Council. A year ago, I retired from 44 years of service as an employee of Meals on Wheels. I was part of the first two core RFP funding cycles, and I thought that despite the differences about funding priorities, that the supervisors and county staff still considered it was extremely important to fund safety net services. So I was astounded to learn that the most recent core RFP had no recommended funding for so many of the essential services. No funding for Gray Bears, Meals on Wheels, Second Harvest Food Bank, Senior Network Services, Senior Citizens Legal Services, and the Volunteer Center program supporting seniors. These programs and agencies have been providing key essential safety net services for over 50 years, and they need the support of the county to meet the needs of the increasing senior population. I know and understand that it is not possible to fund all the proposals requested, but shouldn't the core process be designed to be flexible enough to respond to needed budgetary changes, yet still prioritize funding for basic safety net services? I think each of the supervisors has an obligation to openly inform your senior constituents if the county is no longer supporting safety net services that seniors depend upon. But if the county still considers funding critical for safety net services, then I urge you to make the needed changes to reflect that commitment. Literally thousands of seniors need to be able to continue to receive support from these critical services in order to be able to live their senior lives with respect and dignity. Thank you.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Dana Wagner. I am the current program director for Meals on Wheels, succeeding Lisa Berkowitz. I'm here to humbly appeal to this board to use their fiscal authority to continue to fund programs like Meals on Wheels. As you know, we were not recommended for funding in the core process, and we just received word that our appeal was denied. As has been mentioned, seniors are the fastest growing population in California and no more than in Santa Cruz County. Meals on Wheels receives between 10 and 13 applications each week. There's been a 50% increase in participants since COVID, and those numbers did not go down. Demand did not go down when the pandemic ended. And unfortunately, with inflation and loss of funding, we are just unable to meet the demand. We serve 1,700 seniors each year and provide 180,000 meals. Without funding, we will have to institute a wait list for the first time in nearly 50 years. We are one of only 30% of Meals on Wheels programs in this state that currently do not have a wait list. We are appealing for seniors and the safety net and basic needs that Meals on Wheels provides. Meals on Wheels was 1 point short of core funding. I ask that in the spirit of following the process, that we ask that discretionary funds be allocated with these scores in mind. The consequences of the loss of funding will be dire, as has been mentioned. We will have to cut nearly 300 seniors off of the program each year. I humbly appeal to your compassion, your desire to serve the community, and to serve our growing senior population. Thank you so much for your time.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Otis Cohen, and I've been a resident of Santa Cruz County since there were cows on 41st Avenue. Established in 1954, a group of concerned citizens in Philadelphia created Meals on Wheels, and this vital service has been operational in Santa Cruz County since 1976. In early 2021, my wife was diagnosed with frontal lobe dementia. And by mid 2023, she required constant 24-hour care. After running my audio-visual company in Aptos for 15 years and navigating the challenges of the pandemic, I incorporated in January 2023, but ultimately closed my business December of that same year to focus on care for my wife. The loss of income and the need to let my employees go was profoundly challenging, as I enjoyed my work and was passionate about my business, yet family comes first. Thanks to our dedicated staff at the Human Resources Service Department, in-home services, the multipurpose senior program, community bridges, and Meals on Wheels, I am able and committed to fulfill my role as Trudy's caregiver and loving husband. My daily responsibilities include dressing her, assisting her eating, helping her to the bathroom, showering, managing household chores, yard work, attending doctor appointments, and being the handyman, all while I manage the stress of being her full-time caregiver. The mental and physical toll of this situation is significant as I handle all these and strive to meet our financial obligations. Currently, I participate in 2 caregiving support groups that emphasize self-care. Meals on Wheels that significantly relieves the stress by eliminating the time-consuming task of meal planning, arranging care for Trudy while I shop and prepare meals and doing the dishes and all that is involved. So I urge the board to please fund Meals on Wheels. I've made a copy for each one of you if I can give this to somebody to hand out. Thank you.
Okay, before we move on, I just want to ask that members of the public please don't applaud. We don't want people cheering or booing. We have our own opinions, but just want to be respectful of everybody who's here today. So thank you.
Good morning, Carol Childers. I've been with Meals on Wheels for 30 years now, a little over. Otis is just one example of who we serve. We have clients such as a woman in SoCal. She's on oxygen 24 hours a day. She lives in an older mobile home with a gas stove. She can't go in her kitchen because of the open flame. She had someone move a microwave into her living room so she can cook our meals. Otherwise, she said she'd be eating, she doesn't know what. We have another woman who's in a wheelchair and she cannot reach safely across her stove to cook. Our driver, who's one of her only visitors every week, arranges her meals in the freezer so she can easily access them and reach her microwave and easily have a decent meal. Another woman, she's legally blind, and unfortunately her caregiver happens to be her daughter, who is bipolar and not dependable. So our meals are helping her have a balanced meal every day. These are just a few of who we serve. I don't want to have to be the one that says, I'm sorry, but I'm
there's a couple of different icons down at the bottom?
Yeah, I certainly hope that you understand. And I know a number of you have gone out and visited with our clients. So you know who we're serving, and we want to continue to do that. So please restore our funding. Thank you.
Good morning, supervisors. Ray Cancino, CEO, Community Bridges. There's no doubt that this board shares in the opinion that society's quality and moral character can be measured by how well its elderly population is doing in its community. And Meals on Wheels, amongst the other senior programs, is one of many that helps ensure that dignity continues. I'm here to just reiterate some of the facts. The facts being that over the last 3 years, 21% increase in meals has occurred. The fact that we are not recommended for funding, even being 1 point shy, that we would lose 125,000 meals in the next 3 years. We would cut 1,000 seniors in terms of not being able to bring them on board, and then future implications of cutting further into our current existing caseload. Those are the realities. Now, the reality is that can be changed. You do have discretionary funding. It's not on today's agenda, but it will be on the 17th. And I understand that you have the ability to also recognize and review this process. We can't be constantly asking the question, should we feed people? I think that we all agree We should be feeding people at one level, whatever level that is. It should be called a safety net. It should be a recognized token of appreciation in terms of supporting the most needy, the most acute, the most destitute. The reality is that this funding is less than 17%. So if you recommend anything less than $405,000, you are cutting a meal. I want to recognize that we're still in dire situation of having to make these difficult decisions as escalating costs of both personnel, food, operations, capital expense are all intertwined. And so I urge you to reconsider and to think about what those decisions are and to look and to not throw away this process. Also review the application scores. We had a 95. There was only 2 other applications that got better, and one of them was ours, 103 out of 105. And so just consider that your decision.
Good morning. I'm Lois Sones. I'm the program director at Community Bridges Elder Day. We were, thank you, recommended for funding. And I'm also a commissioner on the Seniors Commission. And as a member of the Seniors Commission, I'm really, really concerned about the lack of funding that's been recommended for senior programs in general. I'm not going to go over all the things that you've heard already. I don't want to be too repetitive with that. But I really am shocked that the most basic necessity food has not really been has not been recommended for funding in the core process. And I think you've heard me talk before, and I've talked individually with you. The core process, I continue to find the core process not a great process in many ways. First of all, let me say that I really appreciate how difficult this decision must be. I've sat here in the audience many times listening to every program say what their needs are, and they're all needed programs. I get that, and I get how difficult this decision is. And I appreciate the work of CORE and the spirit behind CORE. I think it's really meaningful, but I think there's got to be a safety net that's part of CORE. That needs to be there. So I'm going to urge you today, please, to consider coming up with funding for Meals on Wheels in particular this cycle. Also to really reconsider looking at the core process and see if that can be changed for safety net. Then also to work with us at the nonprofits to try to increase the funding that's available. Thank you so much.
Good morning, board, county leadership and staff, and the public gathered here today. My name is Tony Nunez. I'm the marketing and communications manager for Community Bridges. I'm here to, as many of the speakers here, to talk about Meals on Wheels as it relates to core funding. I think we all understand that when the county shifted to this current funding model and made its final decision of how to distribute funds along the tiers, that there was going to be some very difficult decisions and conversations to be had over the weeks to come. Today, I just want to thank the board for their willingness to have these very difficult conversations with all of the senior nonprofits, but then also the Meals on Wheels participants, the volunteers, and the supporters, and all of the families associated with those folks. On October 4th, we were told that Meals on Wheels was not recommended for funding through the core application process. Our proposal scored a 95 out of 105, a really good score. The score for recommendation of funding for Tier 1 of the Thriving Family Seniors portion was 96, so we missed by 1 point being recommended for funding. Since then, we've been doing a lot of education with our seniors about what this might mean for them, and we have let them know that we do have county funding through the end of this fiscal year, so all the way until July 1st, but there's no guarantee for funding after that, right? We've also let them know that we trust the board, as it has for more than 4 decades, that you will continue to support Meals on Wheels and continue to support vulnerable seniors. As you can imagine, there's still a lot of concern after this education, and so you will likely over the next few weeks continue to hear from our participants and our families And so I just want to thank you for the time to speak with those seniors and those families and continue to respond to their concerns. And we look forward to working with you to secure funding for Meals on Wheels and for vulnerable seniors across our county. Thank you.
Good morning. Clay Kemp, Executive Director of the Seniors Council Area Agency on Aging. You've heard great testimony from everybody about why these programs are important. I want to talk about what staff is bringing to you, which is really random acts of defunding senior services and other critical services. To me, we have a remarkable safety net where community programs augment county services and go far beyond them in terms of meeting the needs of our community. And the board has always endorsed and supported that. It's effective in terms of results. It's cost effective as you can get. But now we have a process that randomly every 3 years decides who's going to get cut and who's going to continue. And it has no long-term vision. It doesn't tie in with existing services. It doesn't tie in with any existing plans. It doesn't tie in with mandates. It doesn't tie in with local and state and federal funding that programs bring in. Today, we're losing programs that provide food, shelter, and protection from abuse. And it amazes me that staff continues to recommend no funding for ombudsman, which provides nursing home protection, the last line of defense, mainly using volunteers to do those connections, but no funding for that, even though it's a federally mandated service. So I really ask the board not to try to plug the hole of $1 million loss with existing funds that you guys have. I mean, that's important to do that, but we really need to look at a bigger solution. It's some sort of strategic approach to how we're providing these services, to how we let a safety net continue to exist and not randomly fund new things that come up. It's almost like a fire chief that sees a fancy new fire truck and wants to buy it and decides they will buy it, but they do that by laying off all existing staff. You have to look at existing infrastructure in order to move forward in your community strengths and weaknesses.
Good morning, Honorable Board of Supervisors, Chairman Cummings, Dave Sanford, current County Ag Commissioner for Santa Cruz County. I'm here for a celebratory reason, really. I'm here to recognize the career of a true civil servant, Ray Travers, who after serving the county diligently for decades, now heads to his retirement, well-deserved retirement, after a job well done. We appreciate your proclamation recognizing Ray's service and well wishes for his coming retirement. Now I'm going to read the first portion of that proclamation, followed by our Assistant Vector Control Manager, Amanda Polson, who will finish it off with a few words of her own about Ray. Whereas after more than 36 years of faithful and dedicated service to the County of Santa Cruz, Ray Travers is retiring from his position as Vector Control Specialist in the Mosquito Abatement and Vector Control Division. Whereas Ray has been an exemplary public servant known for his integrity, his dedication, perseverance, and compassion, often going above and beyond the call of duty to meet the needs of our county citizens. And whereas throughout his tenure, Ray has played a crucial role in the growth and development of the Mosquito Abatement and Vector Control Division, supporting the goals of the ever-expanding obligations of the division, demonstrating innovative and taking initiative, demonstrating innovation and taking initiative on all aspects of the job, maintaining and improving the division's ArcGIS capabilities, and taking countless service calls from the public. Thank you very much. I'll leave it to Amanda.
So picking up where Dave left off, whereas a true fix-it guy at heart, Ray has brought his practical and often powered tool-driven approach to his work, relying on common sense and ingenuity to resolve technical challenges and finding the joy in getting a necessary out-of-commission piece of equipment up and running again. And whereas Ray's commitment to excellence, professionalism, and the betterment of our services have earned him the respect and admiration of his colleagues and members of the public he has helped. This is signed by Chair Cummings as we wish Ray a fulfilling and joyous retirement. Thank you, Ray, for your 36 years of service to this community. I've had the honor of working with Ray for the last decade. He's always looked for ways to improve himself, our work, and our service to the public. Despite nearing the end of his career, Ray did not slow down. And frankly, he doesn't seem to know the word complacent. I have many examples of this, but I'll leave you with just this one. In the last year, Ray initiated a rodent proofing outreach campaign for mobile home parks. This effort generated hundreds of new service calls and inspections for him. These inspections involved documenting rodent attractants and access points and leaving residents with detailed and customized advice for rodent proofing. Despite the increased workload, Ray carried on with pride, patience, and satisfaction that people's homes would be safer. Although Ray is now retiring, he leaves a legacy in the lives he's touched. When it comes to vector-related issues, Ray has a way of winning people over. I've seen Ray turn a neighborhood's worst culprit into the greatest champion for change and improvement. He's even inspired a mobile home park to create a vector committee to maintain good rodent and mosquito prevention habits in their community. Ray's touch could be magic, but I think it's how deeply he cares about the individual health and safety of people that make up our community. So thank you for helping us honor him today. Thank you, Ray.
Thank you.
You don't have to say if you don't want to.
I mean, I just want to say I couldn't have done it without my team and the growth you've allowed me and go in various areas that I could find my expertise. And without the team, I wouldn't be what I am. Yeah, thank you.
Good morning, County of Santa Cruz. What is it, October 29th? Always at a loss for things to say politely to this board. I'm holding up Western States News Service issue 23. I made a recommendation after giving away over 40 copies of this because the first page, which is now the third, is really pretty daunting because it really describes a few quite evil characters that people could look into. And I'm specifically referring to Bruce McPherson, Zach Friend, and the current sheriff, Jim Hart. How easily people are beguiled by the World Homicide Organization and the New World Order. We can really thank gentlemen like Brock Chisholm, who have been following the methods of the Illuminati that were established on May 1st, 1776. Why was our Declaration of Independence written? It was to stop that style of thinking from controlling the populations. Now, I usually speak first. I was late. I got to listen to a bunch of pleadings from people asking for funding and commenting on how detrimental the change is because an athletic area was eliminated from Santa Cruz County. And here there are people pleading for funding to feed the seniors. What the hell is going on? Most of the public thinks that you guys were elected by the population, and you were, but you're controlled by city and county managers that are controlled by international organizations. What are Brock Chisholm's methods? In order to achieve world government, it is first necessary to remove from the minds of men their individuality, their family values. What else? I don't have a great memory. Okay. So anyway, it's just interesting to be an observation. I wish I saw more change. Everybody's capable of that. Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning, Cove Britton, Matson Britton Architects. This board may recall approximately a year ago with great effort, frankly, from the board, a pin pier wall was approved in Rio Del Mar at the top of the bluff, about 80 feet above the sand. It took years, tens of thousands of dollars of our client to protect homes below, 3 homes for about 1,000 cubic yards of dirt. This is a life safety issue. It's a building standard issue. It is not a coastal issue. Yet, respectfully, Coastal Commissioner Cummings and the Coastal Commission denied this pin pier wall from being installed because supposedly it was a shoreline protection structure. No, it was not. It was a protection structure to the homes below. This board also represents the Building Appeals Board, which is a conflict of interest or office for Mr. Cummings. It's important as housing issues are approached by this board and for life safety issues for this board to understand that the Coastal Act does not supersede life safety, nor does the Coastal Commission. So as these type of things come towards you, keep in mind that it is possible to tell the Coastal Commission they have violated the life safety code of this state. Just remind them. Thank you.
All right. Is there any other member of the public here in chambers who'd like to address the board at this time? Seeing none, I'll see if there's any members of the public online who would like to address the board.
Yes, Chair, we have speakers online. Krista, your microphone's now available.
Hello, my name's Krista Rogers. I'm the program manager for Save Our Shores, and I'm commenting today to reiterate Save Our Shores' support of the ordinance to ban the sale of single-use filtered cigarettes in unincorporated parts of Santa Cruz County. This ordinance will help prevent one of the main sources of toxic marine litter that Save Our Shores and its volunteers collect each year during our beach and river cleanups. On behalf of Save Our Shores, our volunteers and supporters, we would like to thank the Board of Supervisors for unanimously voting to pass this historic ordinance. We look forward to the future where cigarette filters are no longer littering our streets, rivers, beaches, and impacting the health of our communities, water, and wildlife. Thank you.
Tim, your microphone's now available.
Hello, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Cool. Yes, my name is Tim Delaney. And anyways, this is interesting hearing all this today. Everyone wants something. It's, it's remarkable. So just so you know, children, elderly, military, disabled, they're all pretty important. And, children, elderly, and military people can be disabled as well. Okay. So when I hear things like club sports are being shut down, just so you know, I'm highly supportive of kid athletics. And the thing is when programs like this get shut down, that has a long-term effect where it can contribute to more crime in your community. And also our military, by the way, they're not too happy with the state of our young people. Okay. So recruits are not very good, and we're dependent on an all volunteer military. Okay. So a little boondoggle here, things are going to get much worse for elderly people and for children going forward. All right. Iran, China, Russia, and North Korea, they're not adversaries. They're enemies, and they need to be treated as such. Okay. So that's going to harm your economics going forward. All right. So just think, if conscription happens ever in the United States of America, how harmful that will be. All right. We want a volunteer military. Okay. That's highly credible. We don't want conscription. That's awful. So the way to avoid that is to have a strong military, a strong volunteer military, and to have a healthy society overall that contributes to that. So you need to think about all that because some bad stuff is going to start coming your way. Okay? Thank you very much. You have
Call-in user 1, your microphone's now available.
Marilyn Garrett. Listening to the heartbreaking testimony of cuts that fund safety net services, it's really disturbing. I have a quote here from Martin Luther King Jr. that's appropriate. A nation that continues year after year to spend more money on war than on programs of social uplift is approaching spiritual death. Food, not bombs. Here's a quote. The money spent by the world on weapons in 1 week is enough to feed all the people on Earth for a year. When millions of people go hungry each day, how can we spend another dollar on war? More than 25,000 people die because of hunger every day. If you feel that people need food more than bombs, we invite you to call us today. The next few years could profoundly change the world for generations, and Food Not Bombs is working to make those changes positive for everyone. We are an all-volunteer movement with autonomous groups active in America, Asia, Africa, Europe, the Middle East, New Zealand, and Australia. We welcome your help. Food Not Bombs is organizing several projects in your community, including free food distribution to local people in need. Contact foodnotbombs.net or call 1-800-884-1136. So while people go hungry here, the U.S. military and Israeli are starving children and people in Palestine and now Lebanon with this ongoing genocide.
Thank you so much for your comments.
Call in user 9985. Your microphone is now available. As a reminder, it's *6 to mute or unmute yourself.
Hello, are you talking to me?
Yes.
Yes, hello. So my concern addressed to the County Board of Supervisors that when it will be possible to get response, on a serious issue when addressed to the all members or specifically to the first district. And my name is Mila and Manu Koenig. I cannot wait until the first Wednesday every month because you are aware of the issue as well as the entire Board of Supervisors that it's about the health and life. And it's ongoing and it's just outrageous that how difficult it is to get help and get it coordinated. I again contacted, our departments like Human Services Department and Mental Health Department, and nobody responds. It's like nobody is alive. Everybody hiding behind the walls. It has somehow to stop. People have to have hours like for visitations, at the office. And every time I called the Board of Supervisors, Jessica picked up the phone and every time she said, no one in at the moment. And I made 4 calls yesterday, no one at the moment. She sent also email to you and your assistant, nobody returned me my call. And if I do something like that, it means I have an emergency, and it is about health and life. So please set up hours at the office so that people know that anybody there and you can get help, to make county employees to do their job. Thank you.
We have no further speakers, Chair.
All right, with that, I'll bring it back to the board for any comments on consent items or any responses to everything that's been said. I'll start with Supervisor Koenig.
Thank you, Chair. I did want to start by just acknowledging the folks from Santa Cruz Rising Gymnastics for coming out today. I recognize that most, if not all of you, are parents and your time is extremely limited. Just want to reiterate that we are very eager to help you open up your new location and get on with youth sports programs. And someone from my office will be reaching out to you to set up a meeting, get some of the data points that are needed in order to move forward with your application. But it's absolutely, and we have had a number of conversations with planning staff. I see our director of community development infrastructure talking to some of your folks out there in the hall. But really look forward to working collaboratively to get your new space open. On item 25, the Granicus LLC contract amendment, I just want to thank the CAO's staff for working on this and reiterate how excited I am to see a new agenda management system coming forward. Hopefully it'll make our agendas a lot more searchable. And also that I think it'll be great to have all our commissions using the same platform. It's just, it'll be both supportive of the public's involvement in those commissions and the commissioners in doing their work. I want to thank the chair for item 38, the reappointment to the CSAC board. A lot of important conversations happening at the state level these days, particularly around some of the issues like care court that we'll talk about later on our agenda today. But I appreciate the confidence in representing our county on that board. And finally, on item 41, the electric vehicle charging infrastructure grant application. I want to thank the Office of Response, Recovery, and Resilience for working with our regional partners, including AMBAG, on this. It's a really exciting pair of grant applications for $20 million and $18 million, respectively, to the federal government to install 128 DC fast charging ports and 42 level 2 chargers at 15 locations along highways 1 and 101. And it would certainly be a huge benefit, including 20 DC fast chargers for the county of Santa Cruz, moving forward our electric charging infrastructure. That's it. Thank you.
Supervisor Friend.
Thank you, Chair. 2 brief items. Just first on item 30, I want to thank the Assistant County Administrative Officer, Ms. Benson, on the blockchain digital wallet application update. There's a couple exciting things, in particular with the swim passes. Hopefully that will get worked out by the beginning of the year, as well as the bike registration. It's just a reasonable, modern application in a way that people want to interact with local county government. And so excited to see as that program continues on. Also on item 35, appreciate the board's support last year. And I imagine the support again this year for lighting up this building with a green light, starting on November 4th through the 11th. And as part of Operation Greenlight, this is a very powerful national approach to recognizing veterans as they transition to civilian life. There is a lot of challenges for veterans that transition in, and just recognizing that the local government supports them is a very important thing. I also like to acknowledge there's a member of the community that has so graciously donated a couple of banners that will be explaining what the light purpose is. And this also works with our General Services Department to make these kinds of things more permanent. I recognize that there'll be something coming back to the board moving forward on just simplifying this process. We don't need to make this movement every year, but appreciate the board on that. And hopefully the community will see, and I know the local media will see that starting on November 4th in the evening, the building will be lit up for veterans that way. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Supervisor McPherson.
Yeah, I too want to thank Supervisor Friend for bringing this item to the board, Operation Greenlight, item 35. This is a very visible way to remind our community that veterans need a wide variety of support as they transition into civilian life. And this is a good time to recognize and thank our residents who have served in our country in the armed forces. So thank you very much. Item 64, I think is important to thank our public works team and our partners in Watsonville and Scotts Valley for their work on this project to date. I won't be on the board when the final report is completed, but I appreciate all the work that's being done. It's gone into this effort to reduce traffic injuries and fatalities on our local roads. So thank you very much to Watsonville and Scotts Valley and our Public Works Department for putting this road safety plan together.
Supervisor Hernandez.
2 things. Is this on? I wanted to also congratulate Supervisor Friend for working tirelessly for veterans. And it reminds me that I want to put an invitation out for folks for November 11th for Veterans Day. We have a Veterans Day parade in South County that starts at St. Patrick's Church parking lot, and a program that begins at 10 a.m. So that's November 11th. I also want to, I got the opportunity to attend the first Santa Cruz County Youth Advisory Task Force meeting, and it was great to see all the kids enthusiastic about local government. You know, we've had over 80 applicants that applied for this program. Initially, they were only going to take 15, but because of the number of applicants, they took 20 kids. So they're off to a great start. I also want to mention and just thank folks from South County and the county as well, and the tax collector. I got a nice letter, handwritten letter. Usually when I get handwritten letters, it's either about potholes or illegal dumping or roads surfacing. But it was a nice letter about the exceptional service they got with the tax auditor, and 500 Westridge as well, the new building. Folks in South County are proud to have access to local government right here and not have to cross an hour and a half to get over here in traffic. Some of the CBOs had mentioned, Meals on Wheels and some of the other CBOs about an appeal process, but I'm not sure if it's appropriate right now to ask what that appeal process is. But maybe offline, or if it is appropriate right now, to find out what that appeal process is. And a few items on consent, 36, 49, 53, and 64. I want to thank Commissioner Tom Brose for reappointing for the Paul Valley Water Management Agency Board of Directors. Our commissions and county commissions and boards are kind of our eyes and ears in the community. So I want to thank them for that. I also want to thank Viviana Rocha for, on behalf of the city of Watsonville, for taking on the role of Latino Affairs Commissioner. The other one is I want to thank our county, and I'm happy that we're moving forward to improve behavioral health for young people at Watsonville Community Hospital. That's in reference to item 49 and 53. I want to thank our chair for working diligently to make sure that we get tenant sanctuary services in our county. And last but not least, or I got a few more, I'm also really excited and happy that we've got Kimberly Horn and Associates to work on our Safe Streets and Roads for All program. We've had numerous bike collisions and e-bike fatalities. So this is an important thing that we got to do with the rising population and just, folks trying to get folks off cars and onto bikes. And lastly, I'm not sure if it's appropriate either, but I want to thank Bruce McPherson for serving as my alternate for Zone 7.
Okay, I'm wondering if there's, given the question you raised around the appeals process, if there's someone who may be able to speak to that.
Good morning, Chair Cummings on the board. So the appeals process that some members of this public spoke about earlier related to the core RFP. After the recommended awards were made to individual applicants on October 4th, there was also an appeal process that opened for 10 days. This was all according to the RFP that was published and approved by you as the board last spring. The appeals were handled by the General Services Department, and that process wrapped up just the end of last week, and all appellants were notified of the results of their appeals on Monday. Overall, the process is just as outlined in the RFP, so it's typical for as we would do with procurements.
Okay. First, I just want to thank the folks from the Gymnastics Center for coming out today and making us aware of the challenges that you're facing. And I'm hoping that we can work with you to be able to open that new center up as quickly as possible and help overcome some of the barriers. I also want to thank the nonprofits that have come to express the challenges that they've been facing with the core process. I guess we'll be having a larger conversation about this in the coming weeks, but it's helpful for us to know what you all are experiencing, especially given that we don't have access to applications or able to understand, why you're not getting funding. And so I think that, in the coming weeks, it'll be good to sit down with some of you all to understand why you weren't given funding, and, moving forward, see how we can hopefully help stabilize some of these critical services. Item number 31, this is the tentative agreement with General Representation Unit. And I just want to start by thanking the county staff for helping us negotiate a really good contract, and really want to thank our SEIU workers for coming out and really showing their support and, advocating for themselves to make sure that they get a good contract. My hope is that with the funding that we're going to be allocating, the contracts we have, we'll be able to recruit and retain and stabilize our workforce. And so just looking forward to continuing to support our workers here in the county. Item number 48, this is the expansion of the Nurse Family Partnership Services with California Home Visiting Program. And I just want to thank staff for their support and their expansion of this program as well. Item number 53, which is the amendment agreement with Tenant Sanctuary. I think when this moves forward, I'd like to make a friendly amendment to see if we can get this incorporated into the 2025-26 budget. It's proven to be, we started as a pilot a couple of years ago with support from the board, and it's proven to be very successful. And moving forward, especially given that Measure K has passed, and we know that there are a lot of folks who are supportive of these types of services and Measure K to support these services, I think it would be beneficial for us to incorporate that and have it in the budget for 2025-26 year. So I'd like to add that as a friendly amendment. And then lastly, I know Ray Travers left with the other staff from our vector abatement division, but really just want to thank and congratulate Ray on 36 years of service. It's really great when we see people who are willing to dedicate, the majority of their career to the county, and just want to appreciate all the work that he's done over the years for Santa Cruz County. And so with that, I'll conclude my comments, and then would like to ask for a motion on the consent.
And just additional comments, not on the agenda. But I think it's appropriate about the Youth Commission that we got. We went out, we're going to establish this, and the response to it was overwhelming. And we're going to have more commissioners. We have a lot of interested youth on how to look at how government operates and how they can make it operate better. But it's very encouraging. I just think that people in the public should know that when we made this move to reestablish this youth commission, it's received a great response, and I'm really encouraged by what we're going to see in the future. I'll make the motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second. So motion by Supervisor McPherson, second by Supervisor Hernandez, and I'd just like to see if the friendly amendment regarding the tenant sanctuary funding in the 2025-26 budget would be acceptable. Okay, so with that, I'll turn to the clerk for a roll call vote.
Supervisor Koenig. Friend.
Aye.
Hernandez.
Aye.
McPherson.
Aye.
And Cummings.
Aye. That passes unanimously. Let's thank you all. With that, we will move on to our regularly scheduled agenda. And we will start with item number 7, which is to consider the first annual report and presentation by the Office of the Inspector General. And so I'd like to invite up OIR, I guess, to lead us in this presentation.
Recording in progress.
We got recording. We got recording. Hear it. They heard it now.
Good morning, members of the board and Chair Cummings. Before you is our staff of the Office of Inspector General. As you may remember, you instituted the Office of Inspector General in October of 2022. We went out for an RFP based on a lot of conversations with the public beforehand. and ultimately awarded the contract to the OAR group, who are present here today, to give their first annual report of the Office of Inspector General. We did hold a community meeting last night, which was attended by about 28 people, most of them online, 8 people sitting in the room. We had a number of questions. We recorded the meeting and we'll post that on the Office of Inspector General website once we have the recording available. And I'm just going to turn it over to the team, which is Michael Janenko, Julie Rulin, and Samara Marion. Thank you.
Hello, Chair. Good morning, supervisors. It's good to see you all again on the dais. This is our first opportunity to address you in a formal capacity, although we've had opportunities to talk with you informally prior to today. It's my privilege to be here along with my colleagues Samara and Julie to present to you our first report in our role as the Inspector General for your county. Appreciate that opportunity. This is intended to be a high-level presentation to talk about sort of some of the aspects of what we found in our first year plus that we have been on board. But the report is obviously 56 pages with 21 recommendations. We're not going to go into that level of detail this morning. But as first of all, I wanted to say that we have been supported in very helpful ways by your county administration. Melody has been terrific in providing us the infrastructure and putting these meetings together. The meeting last night we thought was very important. The fact that a number of individuals showed up when there's no crisis in the county with regard to policing is also indicative of the interest in your county of law enforcement and the law enforcement public safety function performed by your sheriff's office. You won't be surprised to learn that during that 2+ hour discussion that the constituents, the attendees had opinions about policing, and we learned a lot from their perspectives as a result of that discussion. We'll talk in a little bit about other outreach we've done over the past year, but that was also indicative of the interest in our work, and we appreciate that because we can get better by hearing from individuals about ways to get better. I will talk just a little bit about context here because I think context is important, and the way in which we've been able to navigate and present this report. It wouldn't have been possible without your support, obviously, as the leadership of the county and the agreement to allow us to do this work. It wouldn't have been possible without the support of your county administration and the infrastructure, setting up our website, finding ways for us to communicate with your constituents, finding ways to communicate with your incarcerated population. That's all been extremely helpful. And then the last leg of the support we've received, and I think the reason that we're able to write a report that is an unvarnished report of what we found was the cooperation of your sheriff. Sheriff's offices and oversight is a relatively new phenomenon in the state of California. And while other constituents have attempted to get something going in other counties, and some have tried for a number of years to be successful, unfortunately, the challenges and setbacks have outnumbered the successes. And we've been part of that in some other jurisdictions, and some of the litigation and resistance, et cetera, has been difficult for us in other jurisdictions. We can say that in the year plus that we've been doing the work here as your Inspector General, that's not been our experience with your county and with your sheriff. He has been cooperative, accepting of our role, collaborative, opened up his vault of confidential information in a way so that we can actually do our work. If we don't have that information, we cannot be successful in the work you've asked us to do. And it requires that openness and collaboration in order to be successful in our view. The last piece of that is, in addition to providing documents, confidential information, and the information we need in order to do our work, he's also provided access to himself and his organization. And in our experience, a lot of what happens, or a lot of the culture of an organization, isn't written down in the same way that a police report or an investigative report is. And so that experience is important. And we've also gained from that. The last piece that we would say is the support of your advocacy community with regard to supporting and pushing the county to finally come up with some kind of oversight. And I see this sort of as a testament to the hard work that they have done ahead of us coming on scene, and applaud their work and continued support of the program. We are going to go a little bit deeper into some of the work we've been doing over the past year plus, but in order to do that, I'm going to turn this over to my colleagues, Julie and Samra.
Good morning, board members and also members of the public. I wanted to describe to you some of our community outreach that we conducted during this last year. And our goals were both to inform community members about the role of our the Inspector General's office, and also to hear about their experiences and their concerns involving the Santa Cruz County Sheriff's Office. So in June of 2023, we held two listening sessions. One of those was in person in this very building, and individuals could also on the second and the first one attend virtually. There's a Spanish interpreter was available for these meetings. After those listening sessions, we had opportunities to meet with a variety of organizations as well as individual members. Organizations included the ACLU, NAMI, the NAACP, MILPA, the Public Defender's Office, both their satellite in Watsonville, as well as locally, Monarch Services, and we met with the Justice and Gender Commission chairperson. As mentioned, the website, we were able to work with the county to have a website where individuals could contact us. They can file complaints through that website directly to us. And we also have one of our team members is bilingual, so she's available, Teresa Magula, to interact with any of the Spanish-speaking community members. It was through our talks with organizations, complainants, also, of course, with inmates, with family members of inmates, with a religious leader who provides faith services in the jail, and also civil rights attorneys, that we were able to really be informed about what are the concerns that individuals have. Many organizations spoke positively of their collaborations with the sheriffs, both present and current. And then, of course, a majority of issues that we heard from community members involved the jail itself and the conditions within the jail. There was concerns about in-custody deaths, especially those in the last several years, the quality of medical and mental health care in the jail, the use of solitary confinement, especially with individuals who are mentally ill, the repair of emergency call buttons and an intercom system, and concerns about Blaine Street. Would it remain open? Could there be visitation? So these were the kinds of issues that we welcomed from the community, and they really involved and informed our work throughout the year, and also our regular discussions with the sheriff. So we were so thankful to have that type of input. Next slide, please. I'm going to turn it over to Julie. That's going to she'll highlight other aspects of our work.
Good morning, Chair Cummings, board members. Thank you for having us here. Yeah, I'm going to just dive a little bit into some of the details of our work and some of our key recommendations. Again, kind of keeping it high level, as Mike said. I'll start with contacts we had with incarcerated persons. Hundreds of people reached out to us. Well, hundreds of contacts, often repeat contacts with different individuals and their family members. And those contacts really did help us build an understanding of some of the issues that people in custody face and how the jail operates and some of the key components of jail operations. It also helped build the collaborative working relationship that we developed with jail leadership. we would get a communication from somebody in custody or a family member and have very open access and be able to reach right out to custody leadership. And they were just incredibly responsive, and we were grateful for that, getting back to us with substantive responses to those issues, providing reports, grievance responses, body-worn camera footage when we asked for it. So I really am grateful for that opportunity to really build that working relationship very early on. Early on, I would say the bulk of the concerns that we heard from incarcerated people and their family members were about medical care and the quality and speed at which people were getting access to medical care in the jails. Again, the sheriff's team was very responsive to us on those, but it was a concern, I think, for everybody that was such a predominant issue. And I think, as you know, the county relatively recently over the summer replaced the medical provider in the jails, and I'm happy to report the number of complaints we've been hearing have plummeted. So early indication is for optimism for the new medical care provider. From the members of the public not incarcerated, we've received 11 total complaints, and those are at various stages of investigation and at different categories. We had communication with those complainants. We coordinated with the sheriff's office again to get whatever materials we needed to review the complaints, and were able to provide review and give feedback to the complainants. We also wanted to take a look, because there were a relatively small number of complaints coming directly to us, we wanted to look a little more broadly at administrative investigations into allegations of misconduct. And so we did a review of 20 cases selected sort of randomly to make sure we hit different categories. We reviewed all of the investigative materials and interacted with the internal affairs personnel. And we found, in general, the investigations were overall effective. The complaints were handled and taken seriously, and the investigations were timely and objective, and we thought that the assessments at the end of the day were fair and accurate. We did find some areas of improvement, and we made some recommendations in this area around the scope and the kind of level of detail in the documentation of the investigative reports. And then two recommendations I wanted to highlight. One was to improve the communications on the back end with the complainants who came forward with an issue, and to improve the way the results of that investigation get communicated back and the level of detail provided. We met early on with the sheriff and his team on this issue discussed this issue during one of our regular meetings, actually, with the sheriff. And he was very open to this and has said he's going to implement that right away. So seeing it in the report wasn't something new, but we wanted to, again, highlight it in the report. And then a second recommendation coming out of this was to revise the body-worn camera policy to really more clearly define for deputies when they are required to turn on their cameras, to ensure that all of the things that you would expect to be captured on video do get captured. And then we also did a sort of audit of use of force incidents. And I want to set a little context, because the numbers, the use of force numbers relative to the number of contacts that the sheriff's personnel have with individuals in the field and the jail are relatively small. The injuries that we saw were, if any, were minor. We didn't see, there were no uses of deadly force, and use of force was not among the things that we heard from the people who did contact our office with complaints or concerns. Nonetheless, it's an important piece of the exercise of police authority, and we wanted to really take a look at their processes and policies. I want to say that the sheriff has dedicated a commendable amount of resources to training in de-escalation. That is, how do you get out of incidents without needing to use force? They really have made a big commitment to training their deputies in some critical de-escalation skills. And we saw that play out in a number of the incidents we reviewed, where deputies were really using effective de-escalation tactics during the course of their interactions with members of the public. And we highlight a couple of those specific incidents in our report. Overall, our review of force incidents, it was 34, and we made a number of recommendations in this area. A lot of them are kind of get into the detail on policies. We found some room for improvement in specific policies that we looked at as a result of our review, and those were around the use of the taser, impact weapons, chemical agents, and some specific use of neck restraints. Because we saw the need in the specific policies we looked at, we saw room for improvement. We also thought it would be advisable, and we make a recommendation that that we work with the sheriff's office to do a comprehensive review of the entire use of force policy and all of the policies associated with that. And so we hope that'll be among the work we do in the coming year. And another key recommendation coming out of the use of force area was to create a more formal process for documenting some of the good work we think they're doing in reviewing their use of force, but we just didn't see evidence of it in the documentation. I'm going to turn it back to Samra for a talk about in-custody deaths.
Thank you. So another important area of our work involves the review of in-custody deaths. During August of 2023, there was an in-custody death of a 42-year-old man by suicide. And as is the protocol now with the Inspector General's office, we were immediately notified by the Sheriff's office. We were provided a detailed briefing, and then we were invited and attended an in-custody death review. And we have experienced in other jurisdictions at these kinds of incidents, in custody deaths or officer involved shootings. So we've got a range of experience how we can be welcomed or not welcomed into those kind of meetings. What we found here was a very welcoming, collaborative environment. We found that all the necessary people were at the table, so that of course the sheriff's staff were there, medical staff were there, individuals, mental health staff, and we found that the detectives provided a detailed explanation. They were responsive to our questions. And again, it was a collaborative environment that focused not only on the incident, but also was looking to any future changes that could be made to prevent these kinds of incidents. From our outreach, we know that the past in custody incidents loom large in some individuals' concerns. And we saw that those past incidents aren't part of the scope of our current review. Nonetheless, we did make an investigation that when there's some identified cases, when those cases are their litigation, both internally and civil litigation, is concluded, we're recommending that the sheriff provide some type of public report about the incident and any identified maybe performance issues or systems issues that have been identified, that the sheriff can then explain any corrective action that's been taken, so that there's more transparency. And we clearly understand there's a lot of dispute about those issues, but it's an opportunity more to set the record. So that was one of our last recommendations that we made. Thank you.
And lastly, just moving forward in the coming year, we plan to continue doing a lot of what we've been doing in terms of interacting with people who come to us with complaints and concerns. We're going to hopefully have a more active role in the Sheriff's Office Use of Force Review Committee meetings. We're going to follow up on the recommendations we made here and report back. And we also heard from the community that they want to hear from us more often than just on an annual basis. So we'll continue to make annual reports, but we will also post on our website quarterly reports that describe the work that we've done over the prior months. With that, we're
just to wrap up here. As I indicated and represented to the group last night, your first sheriff was elected in 1850 with 223 votes in the county, a whopping majority. And you've had 26 sheriffs since that time. but you have never had a public report like this before. And so this is, I think, new. And really the value for us is the fact that now your public can see what we saw when we looked under the hood of the organization and either agree with us or disagree with us, but at least it allows them to have some insight as to what we were looking at and what we were seeing and what we were finding to sort of dispel this perception that this is going on, this is going on, this is going on. And I think all those perceptions are as a result of the fact that there really hasn't been a lot of transparency with regard to public safety in the county. And that's not unique to this county, but I think now you are leaders with regard to level of transparency as a result of your creating this office. And I would say that maybe with one other exception in the 58 counties, you are probably head and shoulders above the rest of the counties with regard to providing a level of transparency to your constituency about what's going on in public safety. Again, couldn't have done that without you, couldn't have done that without the cooperation of the sheriff. The last thing I would just say is that another initiative that is unprecedented in the county, and again goes to this transparency point that I am talking about, is your incarcerated population as a result of some workup and some funding that you all have approved. Every incarcerated person has the ability to communicate with the outside world and to receive information through tablets that they have. And that's helped the grievance process. It's helped provide programming. It's helped provide education. And it's been very helpful in many different ways. But again, as part of this transparency, this report deals a lot with what's going on in the jails and some of the issues we identified in the jails and Julie and Samar have talked about. But as a result of the agreement with the sheriff, that information is also going to be available to your incarcerated person population. That is unique. That's never happened before in the state of California with regard to the jails. And again, that's a testament to, I think, a commitment to transparency. I'll end at this point, but we are certainly obviously available now and in the future for any questions you all may have. Thank you very much for your attention.
All right, thank you so much. I'd like to turn to members of the public to see if there's any members of the public who would like to speak to us on this item. We'll have 2 minutes, and I do want to remind the board that we do have a time certain item at 10:45. So hopefully we can have our comments and keep our comments and questions short. Go ahead.
My name is Lee Brokaw. I'm chairman of the Police Accountability and Transparency Committee of the local chapter of the ACLU. I represent Santa Cruz County to the California Coalition of Sheriff's Oversight. We were one of the founding county members. I'd like to start with a couple of statements. Law enforcement operate from a command and control perspective, and they have guns, and most of us don't. And we don't like either of those things. I'd like to speak to guns. AB 481 came on the books to encourage transparency of military equipment that is used by law enforcement. Our current sheriff, and I have great respect for him, Jim and I have a good relationship. He has played word games with the wording of AB 481. He is required to list his assault weapons, and he refuses to do so from a personal opinion. I'm looking forward to the OIR group to be able to look under the hood and encourage the sheriffs to follow the law. When he posts his inventory, the net result will be, we'll know what the cost of these weapons are. We'll know what the function of the weapons are, whether they're single fire, multi-fire, burst fire, or automatic, all of which are possible. We'll also know the rules of engagement, which we don't know. We'll know the protocol and who gets to say, get out your assault weapons, as opposed to the way it is now, where every cowboy deputy can choose to bring out his assault weapon or not. And that is inappropriate in a civilized society.
Yeah, hello, my name is James Ewing Whitman. I recall being in the City of Santa Cruz Council less than a year ago in the evening. And Rhonda Reyna had very contrary information to you. And she said you should be thrown out on the street. I'm kind of agreeing with her in that area that you're a lying sack of shit. And I'll say that to your eyes.
Excuse me, sir. Please refrain from using profanity.
First Amendment, free speech, hold people accountable for what they say, what they do, and what they write. So I find myself a student for the first time, full-time student for the first time since 1993. I didn't get any of the classes this semester in early childhood development, but I did get 3 criminal justice classes. I really appreciate the bickering that goes on between myself and Professor Dr. Ginger Charles. This first book of 7 textbooks that I'm currently having to read through has got some interesting descriptions of how law enforcement is basically operating without physical arms. I'm going to read this. The police, in this way, assist all citizens in their job. The dual responsibility has been overlooked by many, and the emphasis is frequently on the police as crime fighters. When crime rates are high in a community, many believe the police are not doing their job, rather than acknowledging that society has failed to some extent in their responsibilities. So in the 3 styles of policing, I think that, I'll quote him. James Q. Wilson, 1978, 1 legislative, 2 watchman, 3 service. I have 13 seconds. In a general sense, when the police take a logistical reproach to control of crime and enforcement, I'm going to go to the end. When police take a service approach to law enforcement, there may be fewer arrests, but conviction rates should be higher and the types of crime solved more serious in nature. That's where we can help.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Becky Steinbruner, and I want to thank you for having an evening meeting last night so members of the public who are working can attend. It was a very good meeting, and I was glad I was able to be there. I want to bring your attention to especially some of the recommendations that this group has made. And it is troubling as a member of the public to especially read recommendations 13 and 14 regarding use of force and violations that have happened. The finding recounts through body cam images that 2 deputies were struggling with a person on the ground trying to get the handcuffs on. A 3rd deputy arrived and without any warning tasered the victim on the ground 1 time, and again, without any warning, stuck the taser in his groin and activated it. This is unacceptable, and I want to know that the sheriff will follow up with this recommendation to change what seems to be a policy that allows broad discretion for the officers to use of force, and does not address what should happen when even this broad policy is violated. By replacing the word should with shall, it would give greater benefit of enforcement and transparency and accountability for the public. I also appreciate recommendation number 21, that although the past suicides and deaths in the jail were not evaluated, that the sheriffs do need to come forth with a fully transparent investigation for the public. This is a problem for me when Dr. Kohut was allowed to die in a cell.
Thank you. Thank you so much. All right, are there any other members of the public here in chambers who'd like to speak to us on this item? Seeing none, I don't see if there's any members of the public online who'd like to speak to us on this item.
Yes, Chair, we have speakers online. Call-in user 9985, your microphone is now available.
With me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, hello. So thank you for opportunity to speak up again. And I was not notified about that important meeting, that very important, especially for me, because the same issue is ongoing issue going on like for decades. And it is about my daughter who is autistic. And what was done by the county that my daughter inherited environmental paranoid schizophrenia. And thanks for county, for that new diagnosis, because she is neglected outrageously, and any my attempt to involve county in an appropriate way is failing because they do not want to do their job. And there is no accountability at all. I'm asking every year for accountability. And what happened, people just get retired. The previous sheriff, the previous director of behavioral health division, the previous public guardian, they all involved in human trafficking. And they just retired with a farewell letter. No one ever was kept accountable. Where is the accountability? There is about health and life, and it is not impossible to find help, impossible to find coordination, and the individuality of vulnerable people gets murdered, and they isolated and alienated from family. And this is just so inhuman that I do not have enough appropriate words to describe what is going on here. So I will try to find where to complain.
Thank you.
Call-in user 2, your microphone is now available.
I recall in previous board meetings how some of the weapons that the sheriff department has were listed, and it is a military list of assault, expensive, lethal weapons that I do not think are appropriate at all. Most recently, I heard students from UCSC who were in the tent city in support of Palestinians and opposing the genocide taking place when the encampment was taken down and people were arrested. There were, I think, sheriff deputies from this county and other military police sources in the hundreds who brutalized these unarmed students who were beat and handcuffed, and it was a horrific description of use of force. Earlier, and I gave a copy of my complaint in person to Supervisor Koenig, August of 22, after witnessing a friend who was, I witnessed it. She was trying to protect herself as she was being held down with a needle, as the needle was being thrust toward her. 6 sheriff personnel, a paramedic or 2, and Shannon Dean with mental health, all were ganged up to inject the 69-year-old.
Kathy, your microphone's now available.
Hello, my name is Kathy Lass. I live in Aptos, and I just have a short comment to say that I'm here to support the oversight of the Sheriff's Office and hopeful that the OIR group in their role as watchdog will provide that oversight. I did not attend the meeting last night, but so you can add me to the count of people who are interested in their reports and look forward to the quarterly reports. As someone who has worked in an insurance company that was subjected to regulatory audits, I saw firsthand how this oversight provided a useful and necessary tool to help us be accountable and transparent. I'm happy to hear about the collaborative spirit so far, and I urge all the parties here, the Board of Supervisors, the Sheriff's Office, and the OIR group to keep up the work together to reach these shared goals of full transparency, accountability, and the need to follow current policy, as well as the opportunity to improve policy. Thank you.
Bernie, your microphone is now available.
Yeah, good morning, Chair and Board. Bernie Gomez with Milpa. Just want to say thank you to the Inspector General's office, this OIR group, right, for their due diligence in creating its first of a kind report here in Santa Cruz County. And I just continue to encourage this group, this office, these fine folks, right, to continue to use their expertise, their access to information, and continue to push the needle for meaningful policy change. The policy change also being informed by those most impacted by the community, right? We do need to work together to just rectify a longstanding, discrepancy and disparities in this sheriff's office. It's not an attack towards the people that work there, but it is critical to realize that an unchecked department, right, with full autonomy and authority to run as they do and as they will, is we've seen the impacts of that. We've seen the rise of mass incarceration, the rise of police brutality, and I can go on. But I think Santa Cruz County, if willing, can do something different, something that will render positive outcomes for those that are being most impacted by the system. But with that, just continue on and look forward to continue working with the OIR. Thank you.
Call-in user 6757, your microphone is now available.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors and everyone. This is Rhonda Reyna, and I want to state a claim of no confidence in the OIG and Michael Giannacco, who is a proven liar. He is not transparent. He covered up the police brutality by Santa Cruz Police Department to my child, of which many people testified at the Santa Cruz City Council meeting. He has not provided the body cam footages of my child strangling by Officer Ruben Badeo and attacked by David Beatty. Socorro Luno, who regularly sits in the Board of Supervisors, buried my complaint when I was wrongfully kidnapped and put in the county jail. And she has also refused to provide me the body cam footage when I was threatened to steal my DNA before I was being released. I think this false claim of transparency is very disingenuous, and Santa Cruz County actually needs a civilian oversight committee. The OIR is simply another agency that's going to cover up crimes while giving a lot of lip service and telling lies. And anybody who's listening in need merely read the transcripts from the Santa Cruz report that he wrote. My poor 13-year-old daughter had been strangled and attacked and savagely harmed by Santa Cruz PD. And instead of doing the right thing, Michael Giannacco chose to cover it up. And now this Board of Supervisors is continuing that track. And I find it really disgusting. And as I've asked many of you for help and asked many of you to do the right thing, you've continued to choose to harm children, which really, makes me wonder if you truly worship Satan and Lucifer and Baphomet and Moloch, because Satan is a thief. He's here to steal, kill, and destroy. And that's exactly what so many law enforcement agencies here in Santa Cruz have done to me and my child, and now you're covering it up.
We have no further speakers, Chair.
All right. With that, I'll bring it back to the board to see if there's any questions, comments, or actions. Maybe I'll start with Supervisor McPherson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll try to make these a little brief. I want to thank OIR Group and the cooperative effort that the Sheriff's Office has again demonstrated. I want to thank Sheriff Hart, especially and his leadership team. He's going to be leaving soon, and all the Sheriff's personnel who have had this role in the supporting effort. One of the things I've appreciated most about the Sheriff's Office during my 12 years on the board is the department's willingness to have an ongoing dialogue and transparency. And this is another example of that ethos. And this is when the Sheriff's Office has been through a great deal of strain the last few years with the CZU fire and the loss of Sergeant Damian Gutzweiler in 2020. The department's leadership, I don't think, can be overstated in moving to a community policing model that's known throughout the state. We were one of the first to implement that, and that's at least, I think, 10 years ago. And yet there's an acknowledgement that we can always do better, and that's what we're doing today. And I want to thank everyone who has been involved in this from in the first year of this participation with the Inspector General's office. I think this is a very good thing for our community to do, and I want to thank, and especially our CAO, Carlos Palacios, and the community members who provided input. We want to have a communication and transparency on this board, and the sheriff and all of the people who have been involved from the county have provided that. So thank you very much, and I think this is an excellent report. There's some concerns, and we thought there would be, and I'm sure that this county is going to address those in the very near future.
Supervisor Hernandez.
Well, ditto what Supervisor McPherson said about thanking you guys for all your guys' work and thanking the sheriffs for their to volunteer a lot of information. I have two questions. The first one is the public comment. You mentioned that folks wanted more of the meetings, and kind of it showed up in the public comment as well. And I think you mentioned that there was one here at the county and two on Zoom. Any chance we can get a South County meeting this next time go around? Given that there was like a lot of the agencies you guys talked to, I heard like 4 or 5 of them that were from South County. So it'd probably be good to have an in-person in South County at some point. We got a new government center there that's open space. And then the other thing is, you mentioned about the 34 incidents that happened. I'm trying to get a sense of reference or a sense of ratio. I know there's 365 days in a year, but how many total, I don't know what you'd call them, but total calls of service was there to get that sense of reference?
Actually have that. Thank you, Supervisor. So there were over 75,000 calls for service during the period that we looked at. There were 336 incidents of use of force, and then so we selected 34 of those to do our in-depth review.
Thank you, and hopefully we can have a meeting in South County.
Supervisor Hernandez, you asked, and we'll do it. We'll get down to South County, and the next time that we have something to say, and find a way to communicate with the constituents on the South Side.
Thank you.
Supervisor Koenig.
Thank you, inspectors. My really big takeaway from this is a level of oversight that is working. You guys have provided some very clear recommendations, and I think it's a testament to our sheriff and the culture of the entire department that they're actually eager to receive those recommendations. I don't think any of us, without that kind of feedback and opportunity for reflection, can, achieve our best selves. And so it's clear that you're providing an important function for our sheriff's office to become better. Your recommendations are very clear, and I think I'm feel confident will be implemented. Really just tightening up policies around giving verbal warnings before using force, making sure that body cameras are turned on before engaging, and providing a higher level of detail and reports and communications overall. And making sure that our use of force policies are updated. I mean, these are very clear, very actionable, and I'm certain will make our department better when they implement them. And so I just appreciate this process, and looking forward to your report again next year and the continued improvement. Thank you.
Supervisor Friend.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A few years ago, the chair and I co-chaired the Criminal Justice Council. I was the chair of the actual Criminal Justice Council. We co-chaired a report that looked at a comparative analysis, the first in the country on police, regional police policies and procedures. The key takeaways on that focused on independent oversight. And we have members of the Sheriff's Office that serve on the Criminal Justice Council. And even during the discussion of the process, they proactively offered to bring something forward to the Board of Supervisors in regards to this, which I think is an important data point here, because I respect that there are members of the community that wanted to highlight some of the individual recommendations. I think the context is equally, if not of greater importance here, which is one that actually the recommendations are pretty minor in the scope of law enforcement operations across the country. Overall, these are pretty minor recommendations. Two, there was an open, transparent process of asking for independent oversight. And then during the entire set of cases, you repeatedly said in the report that you had full access to both information and individuals within the department. This is not standard across the country. And I've read a lot of these reports from my past life in other agencies across the country. And actually, quite frankly, this was, in my estimation, both one of the most balanced set of reports, because there really wasn't a lot to be found, and the changes that were being made are being made. It'll be interesting to actually see what the year 2 report finds, because at the end of the day, once these things are tightened up, because the culture of the department is what it is, I actually think that there'll be even a smaller set of recommendations moving forward. So I think the fact that the room isn't full of folks, I think the fact that you didn't have a room full of folks last night, I think the fact that a lot of the inquiries you received were from were repeat inquiries from similar individuals. These are a lot of data points to showing that we should be very fortunate that we have the Sheriff's Office that we have here in Santa Cruz County and the leadership that we have in Santa Cruz County. Nobody likes to hear about all the ways that you can be made better. In our profession, we hear that every single day. But in the Sheriff's Office, I think that it says a lot that they were willing to open up those doors. And I just wanted to provide that context, because that isn't common across the country. I think Jim's done a great job. I think Chris is going to continue the leading, and I think the entire leadership team is doing a great job. I also think that the findings that you made were important. I consider them minor. I understand that they may not seem minor in the scope of things, but I think in the grand scope of things they are. But they're important that will actually make this department from an exceptional department to an even more exceptional department. And so I appreciate that you're in existence, because moving forward, you never know. I mean, at the end of the day, cultures can shift, incidents can occur, and so having this operation in place is an important thing from a transparency standpoint. I will dispute one comment that I think was made, which was about it's true that there hasn't been independent oversight of the agency, but there was a claim made that there really hasn't been transparency, and I would dispute that. I think that the agency has been always open on its community policing model, the first to create the 21st century policing model, the first to work with the Obama administration. I mean, there's incident after incident after incident of creating a major incident community-based group on major uses of force or major things that happen. I mean, there's been a lot that this agency's done. So I think the definition of that matters. I think that if we're going to talk about pure independent oversight, that's correct. But I think that the agency took transparency to a different level associated with this. And I think that that's the right level of transparency for this community. But I do think that the department should be commended on its previous history of this as well. But looking forward to next year's report, even though I'll be sitting in a different capacity, and appreciate your work.
All right. Well, first, I just want to start by thanking you all for your work and for the Sheriff's Department for working with you all so closely to bring this report forward. I think I share the same comments that were expressed by my colleagues here. And then we'll just add that, I think that this is now, a good baseline for us to be able to look at, how our department has been operating and moving forward, how we're able to implement the recommendations and see how the implementation of those recommendations result in better policing. And I also do just want to highlight that I think one of the good things that's come out of this report, it's also showing us what's working, and when changes are made, what how those changes are impacting folks. And I think in particular highlighting the improvements to the healthcare that people are receiving within the jails and how that change has actually resulted in better performance and better outcomes for the people who are incarcerated. And so I just also want us to, as a community, see this as not just here's where, the sheriff office may need improvement, but also what good work that they're doing. And I think similar to what Supervisor Friend had mentioned, there's minor changes and there's obviously areas for improvement, but in the grand scheme of things, it really reflects that our sheriff's department's doing a really great job here in Santa Cruz County. So I just want to thank you all again for your ongoing work. I guess I do have one question. I'm not sure if this is for OIR, if this is for the Sheriff's Department, but I'm just wondering in terms of the implementation of the policies, what kind of timeline should we expect and when could receive an update?
Morning, Board. Jim Hart, Sheriff Corner. And I know that the Undersheriff Clark is convening an internal group already, and that group will address the 21 recommendations in this report. As you have mentioned, much of this report is around policy, and we don't disagree with that. Some of it's very nuanced. There's other changes that we can make right off the bat that will occur. But I would think that, not to speak for the future Sheriff Clark, but I would think that within 6 months, this group should have these policies tightened down and have a pretty good response back to OIR and your board.
Great. Thank you very much. And with that, I'll just conclude my comments. And so I'll look to my colleagues to...
I'll move the recommended actions.
Second.
So a motion by Supervisor Friend, second by Supervisor Hernandez to move the recommended actions. With that, I'll turn to the clerk for a roll call vote on this item.
Supervisor Koenig.
Aye.
Friend.
Aye.
Hernandez.
Aye.
McPherson.
Aye.
And Cummings.
Aye. That passes unanimously. So thank you all again.
Thank you.
With that, and I apologize that we're a little bit behind on our agenda, but we'll move over to our item regarding Zone 7, and I believe that Supervisor Friend is the chair of the Zone 7 board, and so I'll turn over to you.
Madam Clerk, do you need any time for anybody that's also attending?
See here. I believe all of our board members are required to attend in person at this time.
Okay.
Though we do have a non-voting member who's online with us.
Okay, great. All right, I'll call to order the Flood Control and Water Conservation District Zone 7 Board of Directors Zone 7 special meeting for October 29th, 2024. If we could begin with a roll call, please.
Certainly. Director Koenig.
Here.
Cummings.
Here.
Hernandez.
Present.
McPherson. Here. Culbertson. Absent. Quiros Carter. Absent. I'll do a call for Casey Clark, the alternate. Also absent.
Okay. Is there any member of the community that would like to address this on items that are not on today's agenda but within the purview of Zone 7? Seeing nobody in chambers, anybody online for that?
See no speakers online, Chair.
Director Machado, are there any changes to today's agenda?
No changes today.
All right, we'll begin with the first item on the regular agenda, which is item 3, to consider approval of an agreement with the Poplar Regional Flood Management Agency for the provision of operations and maintenance services through June 30th, 2029, and take related actions. We have the Zone 7 memo as well as the agreement with PERFMA and the maintenance services agreement. Director Machado.
Thank you, Chair and Directors. Good morning. The item before you is a maintenance agreement between PERFMA and Zone 7. Just a little background. In 2021, PERFMA was formed, and a part of their responsibilities is to do the operations and maintenance of the levee system in the creeks. And it was always anticipated that our drainage crew from Zone 7 would implement that maintenance, and that is the desire of PERFMA as well. The Zone 7 drainage crew has been doing this work since 1949, since the original project was built. And they are well qualified and well suited to do this work. PERFMA brought this maintenance agreement to their board, and
And let's see, what was the date of that? Darn, don't have it in front of me here. But about 2 weeks ago, I think
it was at the last meeting.
It was the last meeting. Thank you. And this agreement that's before you today is a 5-year agreement. So the recommended action today is to approve and authorize the district engineer to execute an agreement between the Santa Cruz County Flood Control and Water Conservation District Zone 7 and the Pajaro Regional Flood Management Agency to provide operations and maintenance services for an annual minimum compensation amount of $550,000 through June 30, 2029, and take related actions, and to adopt a resolution accepting and appropriating unanticipated revenue in the amount of $550,000 from the Pajaro Regional Management Agency for the Maintenance Services Program. And I can answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Director Machado. Any questions from any of the Zone 7 directors? Seeing none, is there any member of the community who would like to address us on this item in chambers? Seeing none, is there anybody online that would like to address us?
Yes, Chair. Call-in user 2, your microphone is now available.
I'd like to recommend people view geoengineeringwatch.org about flooding and weather manipulation that make it extremely difficult for communities to take care of weather-related problems. Geoengineeringwatch.org. I saw a 90-second thing on the floods and hurricanes in North South Carolina, the southeast of the country, and about how the weather intervention operations were related to electromagnetic pulses and fields. So I recommend that because these are extremely unusual weather patterns and disasters we're seeing. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else online?
No further speakers online, Chair.
Okay, we'll bring it back to the board for a motion of the recommended actions.
I'll move the recommended actions.
Second.
We have a motion from Director Koenig and a second from Director Hernandez. All those in favor? We need to do roll call. All those in favor?
Supervisor Koenig.
Aye.
Cummings.
Aye.
Hernandez.
Aye.
McPherson.
Aye.
And Friend.
Aye. And that passes unanimously. We'll move on to the last item, which is to consider the appointment of Bruce McPherson as an alternate board member of the Pajaro Regional Flood Management Agency Board. We've got the board memo. Excited to see you at the next meeting.
Yeah.
Another resume builder, right? Is all this is.
And we specify that's to the end of the year or the next board meeting?
No, that's until we decide that you're no longer a member. So is there any member of the community that would like to address us on this item? Is there anybody online that would like to address us?
No speakers online, Chair.
All right. We'll bring it back to the board for a motion.
I'll move the recommended actions.
Second.
A motion from Director Koenig and a second from Director Hernandez. If we get a roll call, please.
Director Koenig.
Aye.
Cummings.
Aye.
Hernandez.
Aye.
McPherson.
Aye.
And Friend.
Aye, that passes unanimously, and that will end our special meeting of Zone 7. I'll hand it back to the chair. Thank you, Director Machado.
Thank you.
All right, next item on our agenda is item number 8. Consider proposed amendments and recommendations for establishing an energy storage combining district in Chapter 13.10 of the County Code and associated general plan amendments and take related actions. This is going to be a presentation by staff from community development and infrastructure. So I'll turn it over to staff for the presentation.
Good morning, Chair Cummings and Supervisors. Stephanie Hansen, Assistant Director, Community Development and Infrastructure. This morning, we are returning to the board with a conceptual draft ordinance to establish an energy storage combining district in Chapter 1310 of the County Code as directed by the board on August 13th of this year. The purpose of the energy storage combining district would be to accommodate a battery energy storage system, also known as BESS, and other types of energy storage facilities that would serve to augment the reliability of the electrical transmission system in the county, and thereby resulting in fewer power outages during peak operations. Energy storage systems that support the electrical grid also serve to accommodate the integration of renewable energy
and reduce reliance on other more polluting forms of energy, thereby improving greenhouse gas emissions. They support the county's ability to achieve 100% clean energy by 2030 as put forward in the county's 2022 Climate and Action and Adaptation Plan, as well as state goals. Best facilities tend to be large facilities from 1 to 2 acres to more than 15 acres or larger. These operate using chemical, mechanical, and thermal processes to store energy and then release it when it is needed. These are not new facilities. There's one at Moss Landing, for instance, but the technology is changing rapidly. Facilities are also often coupled with wind or solar technology as well. There are 3 main electrical substations, transmission substations in the unincorporated county, one located at Paul Sweet Road in Soquel, one along Freedom Boulevard in Aptos, and a third at Minto Road off Green Valley Road in the Watsonville area, shown here by the PG&E logos. The proposed draft general plan and code amendments that are in today's agenda packet are on pages 79 through 85. These are draft for conceptual consideration only and subject to further refinement. The general plan amendments provide a policy basis specific to energy storage and the implementation program to create the combining district. Sections 1310, 405 through 409 would be added to the county code to delineate where these facilities could be located and what the standards are. The maximum development area would be 20 acres and the maximum height, excluding poles and lines or wires, would be 15 feet. Other standards are also included to buffer against impacts, including setbacks from property lines and agricultural soils. You'll see I've italicized the 200-foot buffer from agricultural soils because I think we may need to adjust that to in order to accommodate a facility. The standards also include fencing and a 20-foot buffer of landscaping around the perimeter of any site. To offset the impacts to agricultural lands, the remainder of a property must be protected in an agricultural easement and also at a minimum 1-to-1 ratio. So if your facility is 10 acres, but there's only 6 acres left on the site, you would have to find another 4 acres to protect. Protection of sensitive areas is required as well as meeting state safety requirements. 1310, 409 sets application requirements, review by the county's Agricultural Policy Commission for parcels on CA land, and findings that have to be made in order to approve an application. The application would be heard as a conditional use permit by the Board of Supervisors after a recommendation by the Planning Commission. The locational needs for these facilities require that they be adjacent to existing substations. On this slide and the next slide, staff has highlighted in orange the parcels that the combining district would apply to. On the left is the Paul Sweet substation and surrounding parcels. On the right is the Freedom Boulevard substation and surrounding parcels. Notice that especially on the Paul Sweet site, numerous small parcels are captured, potentially without much promise of being able to site a facility. Staff is requesting feedback from the supervisors on whether a minimum parcel size makes sense or an extension of the boundary which would capture additional small parcels. In South County, the transmission substation is located on Minto Road off Green Valley Road. This area contains mostly larger commercial ag parcels with some residential to the north and west. For all 3 sites, there are a total of 27 affected parcels currently shown in the combining district boundary for a total of 142 acres. None of the transmission substations or surrounding parcels are in the coastal zone. So our next steps would be to refine the ordinance and the affected parcels, issue an RFP for an environmental consultant, and then to conduct environmental review under the California Environmental Quality Act. We understand there's a reasonably foreseeable project proposal that could be analyzed in that CEQA document as well. As such, staff would recommend a CEQA document, likely a supplemental environmental impact report that could tier off of the EIR that was prepared for the sustainability update. In this way, impacts such as agricultural land, aesthetics, noise, and other impacts could be evaluated for both the code and for a specific proposal in a more focused manner. Staff has let the applicant know that concurrent review is possible, and so timelines is associated with state and California independent system operator approval can be achieved, although we have yet to work out any specific timeline. If there's no concurrent proposal and we're unable to kind of come to terms on the costs of the EIR, staff would return to the board with a budget amendment for an EIR document on the amendments only, likely from $50,000 to $150,000. So our recommended actions today are to improve in concept the draft amendments to the county's general plan and county code to establish the energy storage combining district in chapter 1310 of the Santa Cruz County Code, provide feedback on any changes to the draft amendments in the parcels to which the combining district would be added, and direct staff to proceed with finalizing the amendments, conducting environmental review under CEQA, obtaining the Planning Commission's recommendation on the general plan, county code, and zoning map amendments, and return to the Board of Supervisors for adoption. That's our presentation today. We're happy to answer questions.
All right, thank you very much. I'm going to turn to Supervisor McPherson who had some questions on this item.
Excuse me. I'll have some comments about the benefits of this project later, which is my office has worked for some time to bring to the board in collaboration with Supervisor Hernandez. And I want to thank, we've had plenty of discussions with Ms. Hanson on this subject, but there's some questions I have. Number one, the board already approved a code that allows discretionary uses in the commercial ag zone or CA zone if special findings were met. And that language was aimed at protecting the CA land. But the proposed ordinance specifically states that the approved code, which under 1310-314 will not apply to energy storage projects on CA parcels. When I asked about that before today's meeting, it was reported to my office that it would be impossible for large energy storage projects to meet this special finding standards that were already adopted by the board. So my opinion, or my question is this: I have an opinion. Has the staff consulted with the energy project experts to determine that your assumption here is correct?
We have talked to the consultants for a particular proposal. We understand that an agricultural viability study has been conducted for that development, but we haven't seen it. As we understand it, the soils for that particular proposal are agricultural soils, and so any conversion of ag land is an impact under CEQA. It would be very difficult to meet findings that require you to protect the agricultural land while you're doing this conversion. That's why we've worded it fairly carefully on which findings apply and which don't, so there wouldn't be a conflict.
Okay. So I still think there's some issues with that, but you are not proposing any updates to the zoning code use charts to reflect the uses allowed by the overlay then?
No, that's the purpose of the overlay. It sits on top of zoning and provides standards for a particular use. So
you don't intend to do so in the final draft then?
No. What we have added is at the top is a note that for these particular facilities, you should go to the combining districts so that it's clear.
Okay, I'll have more comments a little later. Thank you, Chair.
All right. Any other questions at this time? Good.
Sure, thanks. Just a couple quick questions. I see that we're proposing a setback of 100 feet from all roadways and property lines, but as you pointed out, there's some very small parcels, particularly in the one off of Paul Sweet Road. Why even bother, adding them to the overlay if they're clearly ineligible under the setback requirements?
Yeah, we did want to take another look at that. We welcome any feedback that the board may have. It may be that we should set a minimum parcel size so that smaller parcels aren't affected. The other option would be to expand the combining district boundary beyond adjacent parcels, capture more small parcels, and we don't think that's quite the way the board would want to proceed. So we think consideration of a minimum parcel size makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I mean, certainly whatever is going to be consistent with that setback requirement, which I assume is coming from some kind of safety standards and not arbitrary. You mentioned that that probably 200 feet would be too much of a setback, I think, from agricultural soils. Is there an alternative that you'd recommend?
Yes, I think the place we would be to match up with that 100-foot setback.
Yeah,
so as not to actually incur the conversion of even more land than is necessary.
Right. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. The 15-foot height maximum. I mean, again, kind of thinking about if that Paul Sweet site was ever going to accommodate anything. I mean, I would assume that we would want, or that whoever was investing in the energy storage would probably want some kind of denser project there within the urban area. Is there a reason for the 15-foot height limit?
The 15-foot height limit is adequate to address the proposal that may be coming forward to the board. So we wanted to keep the aesthetic impacts as low and as minimal as possible. So we're trying to strike a balance there.
Okay. I mean, it strikes me that these tend to be housed within other buildings. And so if we have one height limit for buildings in the county, why not just adopt the same for these kinds of energy storage facilities? And that could allow, basically double the density, which might be necessary to take advantage of some of these more urban sites in the future. It does strike me that a lot of the sites that we're looking at, I don't know, I haven't tried to build an energy storage facility myself, but a lot of them seem to be on slopes that may not ever be taken advantage of. But, again, all the more reason to provide opportunities for more consolidated facilities. Thank you.
All right. See no other questions or comments at this time. I'm going to open up to the public to see if there's any member of the public who would like to address us on this item. If so, please come up to the podium. You'll have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Becky Steinbrunner. You've come a long way since the August 13th very confusing discussion about this and the highly pressured recommendation of Supervisor McPherson to get it done by the end of October. Personally, I think Supervisor McPherson, you should recuse yourself from this because you do sit on the board of 3CE. And in my opinion, this is a clear favor that the county is doing to benefit 3CE. I am concerned about the issue that this could all be done, the sites selected, without any environmental review, especially regarding public safety and fire hazard, fire risk. There have been many fires at the battery storage place in Moss Landing, and some of them have created toxic clouds that affected the residents. One of these sites is near Aptos High School and a preschool, and also they are near urban areas. I note that it is interesting that the former Scotts Valley parcel has been removed. There were 4 places. I'd like to know why the Scotts Valley site was removed from consideration. Senator Laird's SB 38 requires that there be an emergency response plan laid out for these types of facilities. It is unclear and questionable whether these sites can accommodate such best practices and emergency response plan that will not, that will be compliant, and that these sites, if there is a fire, would not pose health and safety risks to the public and especially to our school populations. I'm very concerned that this flies in the face of Measure J. We need to preserve our ag lands, and I do not think this is an appropriate use of ag land. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, seeing no other member of the public who'd like to speak to us here in chambers, is there any member of the public online who'd like to speak to us on this item?
Sorry about that. Yes, Chair. Call in user 2. Your microphone is now available.
Marilyn Garrett, thank you, Becky, for your comments. That there needs to be an emergency response tells you there's a problem. I think this whole thing should be rejected outright and right now. And I also live off Freedom Boulevard, so one of these sites is very close. I do recall hearing about the extreme toxicity of battery storage facilities and fires that can't be put out. The one in Moss Landing closed the highway for a while. The fires are fast moving and lethal gas compounds, pretty deadly chemical reaction. It seems like so many policies that are adopted are utterly damaging to the environment and have long-term lethal consequences. I think this should be scrapped, and the digging for lithium install is often done by children and poor people under deplorable conditions in other countries or here, scrounging and digging toxic conditions. Environmental disasters requires often cutting of trees to do the kind of mining required. Toxic dust. I mean, it's just outrageous on the face of it. Where's common sense? Where it's the priority of health and well-being of people and the environment? Turn this down, please. I consider it outrageous and a dereliction of responsibility on your part to pass anything like this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nicholas, your microphone's now available.
Hi, this is Nicholas Diaz. I support the proposed amendments for energy storage, as I think it'll enhance climate resilience and help to achieve the county's clean energy goals. Battery storage systems are a critical tool, in my view, for improving grid reliability and reducing outages, while also supporting the generation of renewable energy, making this initiative vital for sustainable infrastructure in our county. I'm an owner of one of the prospective parcels adjacent to the Mintos substation. My site, although it's zoned for commercial agriculture, has poor soils, and we've long looked for an alternate use for the site that would be better, more beneficial to the community. I'm also interested in the issues related to setbacks and minimum parcel sizes, which have been discussed already. And I thought I'd throw out one more idea, which was that the board should consider, which is incorporating flexibility within the proposal to allow small parcels, oblong parcels, strangely sized or shaped parcels, to potentially too limited for commercial installations of batteries, to collaborate with adjacent landowners and adjacent parcels in creating plans for more efficient BESS development. By consolidating acreages and development, this approach can maximize the viability of energy storage projects while also ensuring efficient land use and maximizing acreage under agricultural conservation. The flexibility would not only encourage more participation, but also would optimize the potential available land for clean energy development. I look forward to talking to each of your offices in the coming weeks. And I hope you will consider this a strategic adaptation. Thanks.
We have no further speakers.
All right, with that, I'll bring it back to the board for any questions, comments, or actions from the board members. So, Supervisor Friend.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I mean, this one's a little bit challenging for me because although I did speak to the Farm Bureau, when the item first came up, I had some challenges because just the idea of any sort of conversion of ag land is problematic, disproportionately would impact my district. I'm not 100% sure where I'm going to go on this one. I mean, one of the parcels, and particularly next to the high school on Freedom, is concerning to me. I think there's just too many unknowns associated with the use at this point. And there will be legitimate, once it happens, I think there'll be legitimate Measure J concerns, as one of the members of the community brought up. I am interested to see, I believe Supervisor McPherson had some additional questions or additional clarification. So I'm interested to see where this goes. But right now I just have some basic concerns about what this could mean in particular. And that, I mean, there's some parcels on here that clearly are not, they might be zoned agriculture. They haven't been used that way for a long time. They're immediately adjacent, et cetera. But in particular, the one on Freedom is a bit of a concern to me. And so I just want to flag that, but I'll be interested in hearing how the conversation continues.
Supervisor McPherson.
I think, okay. My main concern with the draft language is that it does not focus on utility scale transmission storage projects, which is what our county and state need to truly build resiliency and move the needle on meeting our decarbonization goals. Assembly Bill 205 and the California Energy Commission defined a transmission scale battery system versus the smaller distribution systems as 50 megawatts at a minimum at a 10-acre size. And there's a reason for this definition, and the size matters here. The size needs to be consistent with the current technology to back up the main substation. Smaller distribution battery storage systems are useful. You can have them in your garage or wherever, but they're not going to provide the level of power we needed to have climate-related climate-related situations, weather stations or weather situations, especially in the middle and north or south county. Usually a broader, more general overlay for a particular land use purpose may be desirable, but in this case, the project approval path needs to align with the current technology if we are to make progress in a timely manner. Also, a time frame for the proposal process is not identified, which is a significant concern. There is a real-time constraint on one possible project that already has the California Independent System Operator approval, which is difficult and time-consuming to obtain. I'd like to see a six-month window to bring this item back to the board for approval. I won't be here. And when appropriate, I'd like to make a motion to approve this item today with additional direction that addresses that concern as well as others I mentioned earlier. I could make that motion now or just wait to see if there's any other board members that have a comment.
Supervisor Hernandez.
For me, I think that this is a case where our county and our state is going in a direction where they're trying to both electrify vehicles or roads. And we just had an item today on consent agenda about doing that. And so for me, I think it's important that we provide these energy systems to help the county meet its resiliency goals, clean energy goals, and provide that storage that's needed in our county. And so I some of the comments that were brought up by Supervisor Koenig, I'd like to see if there's more information that we can get on that. But I tend to agree with some of the comments made by Supervisor McPherson.
All right, I guess I'll just want to start by thanking staff for their work on this and for this coming forward. I do share some of the concerns that Supervisor Friend brought up around the conversion of ag land and proximity, especially to high schools, because these types of storage facilities, if they are to catch on fire, there's something that happens there that can be problematic. But it sounds like, with being able to develop an emergency plan, that could be a way of helping to address some of these concerns. Additionally, just knowing that there is this balance that we have to make between conversion of ag land, but however, also meeting our energy needs and having energy storage capacity as we're moving forward with trying to reduce our carbon footprint. I think it's also reality that we have to take into account. And so, I'm supportive of all this and more or less in concept, and just want to see what additional direction is going to come forward. But do share some of those concerns as well. So, Supervisor.
Yeah, clearly to address one of the issues, the safety element will be absolutely necessary in this whole oversight, or if anything happens here. And there's two things we hear about time and time again in this energy issue and the electrification of our systems, and that's resource adequacy, getting the resources in, and also the storage element. Because if we don't have the storage element, and there's a blackout or there's a storm or something, we're gonna be without power for several days, or who knows how long, but it could be for a long time. With that in mind, I think this is absolutely an issue we absolutely need to move on today, to move it ahead. Maybe not make the final decision today, but I would move the approval of the staff recommendations with the following additional direction. Work with the energy experts to determine the feasibility of complying with updates to the county code and general plan that the board has already adopted. Specifically code section 1310.314 and the general plan policies ARC 131 and 132. Secondly, revise the draft ordinance to include a minimum storage capacity of 50 megawatts and a minimum parcel size of 10 acres to ensure the ordinance will significantly focus on utility scale transmission storage projects consistent with the state's definition of projects that will efficiently meet our decarbonization goals, and return to the board on or before April 25th, 2025 with the final draft ordinance. I think this is necessary if we're going to really get a battery storage replacement system here in the county of Santa Cruz. This is what we're going to need to do.
Excuse me, we've already ended public comment. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much for your comments. We've closed public comment.
So was that the motion?
That's motion.
I will second it.
Okay, so we have a motion by Supervisor McPherson, seconded by Supervisor Hernandez, with additional direction provided by Supervisor McPherson. Supervisor Friend.
I appreciate that. I mean, let me just say, I fully agree that we need to start planning for, and in particular, because Supervisor McPherson in my district seem to be out of power every other day. It seems PG&E's a unique, we'll just leave it at that. I mean, I can't, as my mom would say, I literally have nothing nice to say, so I'll just say absolutely nothing. My concern is where these will be sited. And I just don't have enough clarity on that, including the ones currently mentioned, in particular, the change now from a parcel size. So I can't support it today. I mean, we'll see what the next supervisor does. I think that the board needs to find safer industrial type locations for this moving forward than agricultural adjacent to rural residential, adjacent to high school based places. I think that is what we need to. So I think that there's a way to do both. And by the way, it may not all occur in the unincorporated area. I mean, at the end of the day, this may end up being, we're trying to do our part, but that's the challenge that I'm just facing. So I want to just state why I'm voting no. I recognize it's going to pass, but that's what I hope the next board will consider is the best locations for siting these while meeting this need for storage moving forward. So thank you.
Any further comments, Supervisor Koenig? Nope. Supervisor Hernandez.
The safety concern too. It'd be good if we made sure that we had, I guess, a safety plan that goes above and beyond, and one that really has the best practices. for this?
The safety plan is addressed in the code. It's part of the submittal package. It has to be coordinated with the local fire department. So it's already included.
Yeah.
And it's part of the state PUC code anyway. So.
And I do have a couple more questions. I actually was going to follow up with Ms. Steinbrenner's question about the Scotts Valley site, and if there was a site identified and it was removed, and if so, why?
There is a site in Scotts Valley, that Evers substation, I think it's called. However, that's in the unincorporated area, and we do not have land use authority in the cities.
Got it. That makes sense. And then, so before we actually move forward with any of these projects, I guess what is the outreach that will be conducted in the community? Because I'm supportive of the direction, but again, I share the concerns that Supervisor Friend brought up. And, you know, if there's going to be a project that's sited near a high school, I would anticipate and hope that there be broad community outreach to actually see whether or not that's going to be compatible with the community. And so I'm just curious what type of outreach, what the outreach plan looks like.
We hadn't made an outreach plan. We would anticipate that any applicant would do community outreach for their particular facility. One can imagine that a lot of folks aren't really interested in having an electrical facility near them. But we can certainly do a community meeting or something to that effect.
Yeah, I think that would be a requirement that we should have, because again, we really want to make sure that we're going to have the safest facilities near folks in our community. So
sure, and the EIR is a public process as well. So
got it. Okay. All right. So we have a motion by Supervisor McPherson, second by Supervisor Hernandez, with additional direction provided by Supervisor McPherson. Seeing no other questions or comments, I'll turn to the clerk for a roll call vote.
Thank you, Chair. Supervisor Koenig.
Aye.
Friend.
No.
Hernandez.
Yes.
McPherson.
Aye.
And Cummings.
Aye. That passes with Supervisor McPherson, Hernandez, Cummings, and Koenig voting in favor, and Supervisor Friend voting in opposition.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we're going to try to take a break at 12:30, but we'll continue on with the next item and hopefully get through item number 9 before we take a lunch break. And so this item is to hold a public hearing to consider an ordinance of the Board of Supervisors of the County of Santa Cruz, adding a new Santa Cruz County Code Section 13.10.327 and 13.10.328, allowing 2-unit residential developments and urban lot splits in unincorporated areas of Santa Cruz County, approve California Environmental Quality Act exemption, and take related actions. And I'll turn it over to staff for the presentation on this item.
Thank you, Chair Cummings and Board of Supervisors. Mark Connolly, Principal Planner in Policy. With me to my right this morning is Jacob Lutz, Policy Planner also in CDI Policy. What we have for you this morning is something we're very excited about, bringing you forward our SB9 ordinance. This has been in the works since the state mandated ordinance went through in the beginning of 2022. So we're kind of getting to the culmination of bringing this to you here. We brought this to the Planning Commission in August 14th, actually. The Planning Commission had 3 items of clarification, which we've addressed, I think, sufficiently here. We'll go over those a little bit more in the presentation. And with that, with no further ado, I'd like to turn it over to Jacob Lutz to provide a presentation to you.
Good morning. Today, we will give a brief background and simple overview of this proposed ordinance allowing 2-unit residential developments and urban lot splits. We will go into some of the key qualifying criteria to be eligible for a 2-unit residential development or urban lot split. There are some eligibility requirements that differ between the 2 types of projects, and this can be seen in the draft ordinance for today's staff report. Expanding slightly on the topic of qualifying criteria, we will also highlight and distinguish some of the state mandated standards in this ordinance. A map of the census urban area will be provided to give an idea of where this ordinance will allow projects in the unincorporated county. We will also go over some of the scenarios and different unit configurations of what can be built through a 2-unit residential development versus an urban lot split. The 2 options have different allowances between them. Recent legislature was passed after the August 14th Planning Commission public hearing, SB 450. We will highlight what amendments have been made in the ordinance out of response to the Senate bill. A recommendation from the Planning Commission was made on August 14th to accept staff recommendation with additional considerations. To round out today's presentation, we will showcase the recommended actions for today's item. As stated previously, this is a state mandated ordinance for all jurisdictions effective January 1st, 2022. Local jurisdictions were allowed to either accept the state model ordinance or adopt their own ordinance of SB 9. The County of Santa Cruz has elected to prepare our own ordinance and amend our local coastal program, or LCP. This bill will require ministerial approval of two project types, a 2-unit residential development without using a lot split, and the second being an urban lot split. Missing middle housing types, such as duplexes and triplexes, will be promoted through the implementation of this ordinance. As mentioned above, this ordinance will require LCP amendment and therefore Coastal Commission certification. This ordinance will be bifurcated, meaning after adoption from the board, it will be in effect outside the coastal zone, but we must wait for Coastal Commission certification for this ordinance to be in effect within the coastal zone. The following requirements and parameters are the key criteria for the allowance of a 2-unit residential development or urban lot split. The first level of qualification for any 2-unit residential development or urban lot split is that it must be wholly within the census urban area. 3 maps of the census urban area across the county are provided in the staff report, and we will also display a map of the entire county in a couple of slides. The project must be within a single-family residential zoning district, such as R1, RB, RA, and RR. And it may also be allowed in special use zone district, SU for short, as long as it has a general plan residential land use classification paired with it. This qualification will occur if the parcel is located within environmentally sensitive areas or is a historic property. The project is only allowed in environmental hazard areas if mitigations can be fully met. 2-unit residential developments and urban lot splits are excluded in critical fire hazard areas as mapped by the county. However, as long as they are outside of a critical fire hazard area, they are permitted in all state response areas, such as very high, high, and moderate severity zones, as long as sufficient mitigation is met for the development. Vacation rentals are prohibited for any rental units involved in either a 2-unit residential development or urban lot split, existing or new rental units. This graphic shows some of the notable standards in the ordinance that are state mandated, which local agencies do not have authority to change. In the first column, these standards specifically apply when an applicant pursues a 2-unit residential development. Applicants are entitled to at least 800 square feet if they qualify for a project. The minimum side and rear yard setbacks are 4 feet, and a minimum of 1 parking space per unit will be required, with potential exceptions if you are within half a mile of a major transit stop, or if there's a car share vehicle location within 1 block of the parcel. The second column pertains to when an applicant pursues an urban lot split. An applicant cannot create any more than 2 new parcels from an urban lot split under SB 9. It is a one-time land division and cannot be subdivided furthermore. The maximum new parcel size is 60% of the existing parcel's gross site area, which is also consistent with state model ordinance. A local agency cannot require any right-of-way dedications or require any off-site improvements with any urban lot split SB 9 project. Lastly, when utilizing the urban lot split option, the applicant must sign an affidavit stating their intention to occupy one of the residences for a minimum of 3 years. This is a map of the census urban area in Santa Cruz County. This is a map of the entire county, but as I stated earlier, there are additional maps broken into 3 regions that can be seen in the staff report. As seen on the legend, the dashed yellow markings denote the areas which are considered the census urban areas. The grayed out areas are the 4 cities of the county, while the USL and RSL can be seen as blue and pink lines, respectively. Those are for reference to show how extensive SB 9 projects can be allowed outside of our established service lines. This map provides a general overview of where parcels may be eligible. Eligibility is subject to many other eligibility criteria, as we went over earlier, such as zoning, sensitive areas, historic, demolition, all of those. But this is the boundary of where projects could be allowed if eligibility criteria is met. And it is important to note that the parcel must be wholly within this boundary, meaning the entire parcel must be within the census urban area. This graphic represents the different ways SB 9 can be implemented for property owners. The ordinance provides for a total of 4 units. As shown in the top of this graphic, without using a lot split, one can develop 4 units on a single parcel with varying combinations of 2 primary dwelling units plus 2 ADUs or 2 JADUs or a mixture of the ADUs. Utilizing a lot split will still give you 4 units across 2 parcels. The configuration options are the exact same with an urban lot split, except that you can build 2 primary dwelling units on each lot, meaning you can build 4 primary dwelling units total, two on each lot. That is an important distinction if you choose to utilize an urban lot split. Recent legislature was signed by the governor on September 19th that has amended certain language in Senate Bill 9. We will go over quickly, but in detail, the 4 significant ways these amendments has affected our local ordinance. Staff has addressed all amendments from SB 450 and is reflected in the current draft of the ordinance. First, the bill would remove the requirement that a proposed housing development does not allow for the demolition of more than 25% of the existing exterior structural walls to be considered ministerially. This requirement has been removed in the local ordinance to address this amendment. Number 2, the objective development standard of new construction being a maximum of 1,200 square feet has been removed from the ordinance. This is because the bill would prohibit a local agency from imposing objective zoning standards, objective subdivision standards, and objective design standards that do not apply uniformly to development within the underlying zone district, but would specify that these provisions do not prohibit a local agency from adopting or imposing zoning standards, objective subdivision standards, and design standards on the development if those standards are more applicable than the underlying zone district. The bill would also remove the authorization for a local agency to deny a proposed housing development if the building official makes a written finding that the proposed housing development project would have a specific adverse impact upon the physical environment. Local agencies, however, still have the authority to deny a proposed housing project if the project would have a specific adverse impact upon public health and safety, for which there is no feasible method to satisfactorily mitigate or avoid this impact. The ordinance has reflected this removal of denial based on the impact upon the physical environment. Lastly, permit streamlining procedures and deadlines have been added to the ordinance, as this bill would require the local agency to consider and approve or deny the proposed housing development application within 60 days from the date the local agency receives the completed application and would deem the application approved after that time. The bill would require a permitting agency, if it denies an application, to provide a full set of comments to the applicant with a list of items that are defective or deficient and a description of how the application can be remedied by the applicant. On August 14th, the Planning Commission recommended the ordinance to the Board of Supervisors with a 4-1 vote with the following clarifications. 1, that code section 1310-328F, which is now 1310-328G in the current draft ordinance, precludes short-term rentals. 2, addition of provision for dwelling units to pay affordable housing fees. And 3, review 1310-328F, which is 1310-328G now, to ensure consistency with state law. Staff reviewed the first clarification and ensured short-term rentals are precluded from 2-unit residential developments and urban lot splits. Second, staff added a clarification in the ordinance that affordable housing impact fees shall apply to projects pursuant to Santa Cruz County Code Section 1710-034. And lastly, staff ensured full consistency of 1310-328G of the ordinance with state law. This brings us to the recommended actions for this item. Number 1, conduct a public hearing to consider a proposed ordinance amending the Santa Cruz County Code to allow for 2-unit residential developments and urban lot splits, and determining that the action is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA. 2, adopt the resolution making general plan and local coastal plan consistency findings and directing staff to submit the local coastal program amendments to the California Coastal Commission for certification. 3, approve the ordinance in concept. 4, direct the clerk of the board to publish and post a summary of the proposed ordinance in compliance with Government Code Section 25124. And lastly, direct the clerk of the board to schedule the second reading and final adoption of the ordinance on November 19th, 2024. That concludes our presentation, and we're welcome to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, I'll see if there's any member of the public who's here in chambers who would like to speak to us on this item. So please approach the podium. You'll have 2 minutes.
Matt Britton Architects. Well, where the rubber meets the road on these things, currently SB 9 is in effect. 450 will be in January, if I understand correctly. We are working on a project where the planner dealing with the project has determined that it's discretionary in nature. We're being asked to do things like story poles, which I haven't done in 30 years. We're also provided more parking than is required, but are being told, well, that requires a variance, which would be denied. It's clear in SB 9 and 450 that it's a ministerial process, even if it's in the coastal zone, the most densely populated area in the state. The Coastal Commission may disagree, but it's been very clear that it's been the directive to harmonize SB 9 and 450 with the Coastal Act. So if you're seeing houses built in the coastal zone, then that means you get a second house ministerially. Yes, you could be stuck in the situation that the Coastal Commission could take it up and therefore deny it. But at this level, at this local level, it is ministerial, or it defeats the whole purpose of the codes. This also goes to, if we are denied, who do we appeal to? I mean, it needs to be some spelled out process. Is it to the Board of Supervisors? Is it BAFCAP, the Building Appeals Board, or the Planning Commission? It cannot be to Mr. Machado. Under Chapter 18, that's where staff would direct it, but that's not a legal approach. So there needs to be a built-in appeals process for this. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is John Swift. It is still morning. But so I have a little detail. I believe the way the ordinance is written now, a parcel is not eligible for an SB 9 development or split if the parcel is in a sensitive habitat area. And I'm a little confused because there was an attempt, I think, to clarify that in section 1310.327E5G. It talks about you exclude and recognize the buffers between these sensitive areas, which is the way current projects are considered. You don't rule out the eligibility of a property because it has a portion of the property, maybe even a corner. I have one project where there's a small little corner with a property in a riparian area in a sensitive habitat. You do not exclude that property from eligibility for either a development or a lot split. The way this ordinance reads, and again, 1310, I'm citing these for the staff to take a look at if you have time, but 1310.327.3b, C3b, is this section that says it excludes the eligibility if it's a sensitive area. Then you go down to, sorry, it gets really confusing, these ordinances, but 1310.327E5G talks about you have to maintain the required setbacks and you respect the fact that there may be a sensitive area, but you recognize that and you you locate your development outside of that area, which is the way an ordinary project is handled currently. SB 450 says you cannot apply rules to an SB 9 project that you don't apply to a underlying zoning. I think what's happening here, the way I interpret it, you are applying a change and overriding more difficult standard than is applied to the underlying R1, RA, or SU zone district. So again, I represent a lot of different folks with these. I'm probably handling 7 or 8 of them now, and 2 or 3 of them are seriously impacted by this issue. They're ineligible based on the fact there's a small corner of the property.
Thank you. That's it. All right. Any other members of the public here in chambers who'd like to speak to us on this item? Seeing none, I'd like to see if there's any members of the public online who'd like to speak to us on this item.
Yes, Chair. Call-in user 2. Your microphone's now available.
Marilyn Garrett. I think of Ralph Nader's quote about the challenge is the structural domination of the corporate state, that corporations, including big development corporations, telecom, control and dominate and write the laws to the detriment of the well-being of the community. A similar item to this was on the Capitola City Council agenda last week, and it sounds like just being paved over everything, CEQA exemption on everything. Oh, they say we don't anticipate environmental problems when there are clearly indications of environmental destruction. How to say no to this? And then the other thing I think about is already the toxicity everywhere with additional radiation emitting, cancer-causing cell towers, Wi-Fi, etc. everywhere. These are not going to be healthy homes, habitat to live in. It reminds me of the Aptos Village project, Spencerville, Silicon Valley South, coming everywhere is going to undermine the quality of Santa Cruz County environment and health of the people. Vote no. Thank you.
Any other public comment?
Yes. Kevin, your microphone is now available.
Thank you. Members of the board, Kevin Huber. Just a couple things, and I provided these comments to staff yesterday in writing. As noted in the earlier staff report, the legislation approved the SB 9, which allows, and the terminology is at least 800 square feet, and for up to 2 primary dwelling units. Under the objective standard, development standards on page 106 of your packet, the language that's being proposed by staff says, except that no standard shall preclude the development of up to 800 square feet. And I would propose that you amend that to say at least 800 square feet, because up to sets it as a maximum, and it should be at least 800 square feet. The second thing that I pointed out is that in response to the SB 450 adoption, the language was added regarding the 60-day review. The language that staff is proposing talks about a 60-day review, approval, or notice of deficiency sent within those 60 days, and then another approval or notice of deficiency 60 days thereafter. And presumably, I don't know where that ends. You could get kind of caught into a never-ending loop of 60 days with the new deficiencies coming out each time. I would propose the language, why not just mirror the language that SB 450 has, which simply says it has to be approved or denied within that 60-day period, and it sets forth, if it is denied, the information that is to be provided to the applicant. So I would just encourage the board to follow the state law in those two specific areas. Thank you for your time.
We have no further speakers, Chair.
Okay. We open to speak on this item.
9.
Yes.
I would like to.
Please step forward.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, my name is still James Ewing Whitman. I moved in this county in 1995. Oak Ridge Road. I lived on 180 Oak Ridge Road, 1 in 5 million view as part of the scenic corridor. The time you needed, well, was 20 acre minimum. But these two parcels were purchased in 1950 and 1951, both of them under 10 acres. Once again, a 1 in 5 million view in this county. I heard from neighbors that it was a crapshoot with which inspector you got. Sometimes they just kind of drove by and passed. Sometimes they were very difficult. I learned that Santa Cruz County is not the smallest county in California, but the second. I learned that it had the largest building department in the state, being the second smallest county. I've spoken on this subject and subjects like this in the city of Santa Cruz many times. You know, at what point, they're suggesting that in Santa Cruz, R1s, which is one residence, could maybe be a R10. Where are they going to park? Recently, within the past 2 weeks, I kind of made a joke. At what point will people's residences be reduced to the size of bike lockers? So it's really interesting what's going on in here. And I certainly want to speak on number 11, but I wanted to say something about what's going on here. And I wish there was more community participation today. Thank you.
All right. With that, we'll close the public hearing. I'll bring it back to staff to see if you have any responses to some of the concerns that were raised during public comment.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to address a couple of them, and Mr. Lutz has some specific language that he can substantiate some of the other ones in case we need to go there. So first of all, I don't want to comment on the first speaker's application. I don't know the details behind what that might be. That'd be something that refer him to his planner and we can work out among staff. I will say, indeed, the SB9 legislation has specifically said that the Coastal Act is not to be superseded by the SB9 ordinance. So yes, indeed, when there's a proposal in the coastal zone, it's got to go to coastal, and whatever their process is for that particular type of project is going to be what it is, and there's nothing we can do about it. But as a board, understand that we are obligated, as the speaker was concerned, to process these ministerial on our end. So that's our commitment to it, and that's what the state law says to do. The appeals process, that is a bit of it's not very well defined what that would be, but I think it's each project as you have it goes to that review authority for that project. So if you had a lot split or a 2-unit, that's the way we have it set up right now. And, there could be changes in the future, but we can't kind of foresee what may turn as life goes on here. Talking about the appeal processes, this is something that is a bit of an issue across the board here. So the way the state is requiring us to do everything ministerially, it kind of forces our hand a little bit, right? Where, we're being told, do this in 30 days, do this in 60 days. But a lot of obligation is on applicants to provide staff with a complete application. And that's the distinction I want to make to the board here today, is that the real completeness is a differentiation between approvability and a complete application to enable staff to do their job. So if we don't get an application that has everything necessary, water clearances and all the things that we put forth to enable the ministerial action, staff can't do their job. They have to put that onus back on the applicant and give us everything we need to make a complete application to be able to process an application ministerially within these 30-day and tight timeframes. So that's what I want the board to understand there. Mr. Lutz can speak to the sensitive habitat area and the unit size standards.
Thank you. Yeah, so with the unit size standards, I believe Mr. Huber made a comment that he recommends we change the language to state, except that no standard shall preclude the development of a unit up to 800 square feet, but change it to a unit at least 800 square feet, and states that the language of saying up to treats the 800 square feet as a maximum unit size. And I just wanted to point out that the language of up to came from the Planning Commission's recommendation very early on in this process to change it to up to, and the 800 square feet in a way acts as a maximum and a minimum. A applicant has the right to build something smaller than 800 square feet if they choose to do so. You know, if they're choosing to try to build 4 units, it's possible that not all 4 of them can be at least 800 square feet or up to 800 square feet. And we felt that this language better expresses that standard that you can build below 800, and that we cannot impose any objective standards up to 800 square feet. But once you get up to 800 square feet, if your site restricts you, you may not be able to build bigger than 800 square feet, depending on how the lot layout is. And the other comment about sensitive habitat, we do have it in the eligibility requirement that if sensitive habitat is on your parcel, that you are ineligible. And the commentator pointed out some language in the objective development standards under 6G that structures shall comply with required setbacks. And one of the ones that he was pointing out was environmental sensitive habitats, and was pointing out, wondering if that was an inconsistency. And there is a difference between the two of those of how we have it proposed. And that is in reference to any offsite setbacks. So that's even, as it states later, there can be agriculture setbacks. So it's to state that all of those setbacks are still in place. So I just wanted to make that clarification.
Great. Thank you so much. And thank you for that presentation, all your hard work on this. I know it's not easy, especially when laws are getting changed as you're making progress on this. We really want to appreciate what you brought before us today. So I'll go ahead and start to my right with Supervisor Koenig.
Just a clarifying question on that last point. So you know, the speaker who mentioned the environmentally sensitive areas also pointed out this could be considered a different standard than is applied within the underlying zoning district, right? Because if you have an environmentally sensitive habitat on your property, you just avoid it, right? And here we're basically, if you have environmentally sensitive habitat on your property, you are excluded from applying this. Could that not be seen as a violation of SB 450?
It's tough because that was our recommendation from the get-go, and we haven't analyzed that in terms of SB 450's underlying zone district. This was our interpretation of the government code section that is referenced in SB 9, that development on any site that contains any of the following shall not be allowed. So this was our interpretation that was to mean the parcel in question of you can't take advantage of this ministerial process in hand.
Yeah. Okay, interesting.
We have language prepared if you're interested in going in that direction, and I thought that staff was going to bring that to the board's attention.
Yes, we do have alternate language. We're just waiting for the right time. If that was what you desired, we have received questions from analysts asking for clarification on this. If we do have the authority, and we have been in contact with county council and prepared some alternate language for you all to see if you would like to analyze it.
Okay. Yeah, I certainly would be interested in that. We'll see what my colleagues think. But I certainly agree we should not be building an environmentally sensitive habitat, but we do have quite a bit of that in our community. And so if it's possible to do one of these lot splits and the associated development while still staying out of that specific environmentally sensitive area, I think we should support that. Well, I'll just preface the rest of my comments by saying I'm really supportive of this in general. We've seen, particularly, I've seen firsthand in my district with some of the larger proposals coming in for projects 5-6 stories tall that these can really radically alter communities very quickly. And I think that this offers an alternative path forward to meeting our arena numbers, sort of gentle density, horizontal, multifamily housing that is much more incremental in nature, and that also fundamentally is being driven by the people living here. So they're going to also by nature be more sensitive to what is built and how they build it. Few questions. So the first is that units cannot be demolished if they were rented within the last 3 years. Is that and you mentioned something about a 25% amount. Does that apply to this? I mean, can you demolish a sunroom? Could you demolish a garage if it was part of a rental unit? I mean, I've been looking around at, the idea for this is exciting, but looking around and trying to find applications for this. It's tight, right? And there's a lot of cases where it might fit on that parcel if the sunroom went, right? So is that, or is it just, it's rented totally off limits, can't touch a wall?
Yeah, the way it's set up right now, it is all or nothing, because, you could define this more clearly to be certain type of structures, habitable, non-habitable, accessory structures. But right now we haven't gotten to that detail. As you know, this is the modification we just received. So nobody's gone through this in the existing format yet or applications. I suspect that might be something we see in the future. But right now it's set forth to just be, that 25% in totality on a structure. It's rented.
So could I clarify something? So there was 2 different demolition requirements in SB 9. There's the one that you still see present in the ordinance that is a requirement of SB 9, and we can't change that. That is under 1310 327 D2, and there are 3 subsections underneath that. And that we do not have any authority to change. That is a requirement of SB 9. And any provisions that are set forth there. And what SB 450 did was remove the requirement that the 25% can be done, but anything in 2 is still intact.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so if any part of the unit was rented, then it's off limits for demolition.
Yeah, in the last 3 years.
Mm-hmm. Okay, it's a pretty big restriction. The other thing I'm trying to wrap my head around is the owner occupancy requirement. It makes perfect sense in concept, but look at the financials of this. You're talking about maybe, especially if you don't already own the house, right? You're talking about acquiring a property for $1 million to $1.5 million, single family residence. Then you have to either demolish the whole thing or invest. It's like $1,000 a square foot to build these days, right? So you're talking about investing another $1 million in trying to build at least one unit. My point is, the people that are building housing in our community are not always the same people that are just trying to. If you're building housing, you don't necessarily want to build it where you live, right? You wouldn't want to buy $1.5 million house and then build in your yard for the next couple of years in the hopes that, maybe you'll recoup your investment. Is this another piece of the state requirement that we have to have the owner occupancy piece of it?
Yeah. So unfortunately, the way that SB 9 is laid out is that local jurisdiction does not have authority to change that if you do a lot split. So if you do a lot split, that is when the owner would have to live in one of the houses for at least 3 years. But if you buy a parcel and you don't do a lot split, you do not have to live in one of the dwellings.
I see. So you can still build the 4 units.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if you don't do a lot split, you don't have to live there. It's a little bit of an odd tidbit, but a local agency had authority to also adopt the same for if you don't do a lot split, but we didn't suggest that.
Mm-hmm.
We wanted to leave the option for no lot split. You don't have to live for 3 years there.
And could the owner occupancy requirement be satisfied by a general partner and an LLC?
No, it would have to be what the actual title said. Whoever was on title would have to be that person that lived there.
Be the resident. So therefore, obviously, a corporation or LLC cannot have residency. Okay. The census urban area restriction, is that also within the state law?
Yeah. So that's the state requirement that's the baseline of where you start. Anything within that.
I mean, it was interesting seeing what the census urban area actually is. It extends pretty far into the hills in many places and well outside of our urban services line. So to many parcels that are by no means urban. And in fact, just looking at this, I was like, well, some of these areas along North Rodeo Gulch or up Trout Gulch or Redwood Drive and Aptos, I mean, these are much more rural than, for example, areas along Summit Road, which have easy access to Highway 17. So this is just something we can't change because it's restricted by the state definition. I mean, this begs the question, like, can we just create our own, like, oh, it's not an SB 9 ordinance, but does a lot of the same things without the same restrictions locally? I mean, like, what makes it like, what makes it subject to these restrictions by the state?
Well, I think you're fundamentally talking about creating something different, either another zone district or something like that. I see our assistant director has something to add to that too, but I'll just complete this by saying, the answer is no, in that SB 9 is a state mandated ordinance. And as Jacob said in his presentation, jurisdictions were given the option to either take the state enabling ordinance and just adopt it. You could do that. We chose not to do that because we wanted this to fit the character of this unique community in our county. So that's why we did that. But, it does give us some opportunity and flexibility to make amendments like this and craft it in a way that kind of fits our communities a little bit better. It is difficult because it's not a one size fits all, right? The Summit Road folks are not like the Aptos folks, and the development restrictions and issues are very different, especially when it comes to services. But we think we brought forth and done enough thinking that, this is kind of the best that we can get that's going to fit this community. Stephanie has an add.
Stephanie Hansen, Assistant Director, CDI. I just want to point out that these are the criteria to gain access to this ministerial process. If you can't meet the criteria, there's other minor land divisions and other processes that are in place that provide more review and are certainly available to property owners if you can meet the standards. So that's the difference. I don't think we need to go and create yet another ministerial ordinance. We just need to be consistent with state law and recognize there's plenty of other options for those who want to do development. Thank you.
Fair enough. Yeah, thank you. Okay, just a couple more questions. Can you explain to me how this is supposed to proceed with the Greenfield site? Someone has to apply to build a single family home and then come in with, once it's permitted, they can come in with a follow-up application for a lot split or other primary dwellings. Because there was something about it has to be actually under construction at a minimum or permitted to have one single family home before doing an urban lot split.
Yeah, I think the answer to that is it does. You have to complete one before you start the other. I think that's the basis of that. And I think that was the inception, the original thought. So you didn't have sort of this gray area that could cause issues that extend beyond permitting just within our jurisdiction.
Okay. Okay. Can you finally just remind me what the affordable housing fees are, like, per square foot?
I don't think we know the exact number. There's a little fee study we're going to have to do along with this. We're not going to be able to give you an exact dollar per square foot sitting right here, but it's going to be part of the unified fee schedule, and we'll include it. I think we have one already, but we need to look at it again and make sure that it's all applicable. We can get back to you with that actual number if you want.
I'm just curious what kind of fees we're talking about tacking on here. I mean, these, again, these do not seem like easy projects to me. You're talking about a large number of restrictions, a very expensive cost of construction already. So I'm just concerned about adding on any other fees. I mean, especially when we're talking about, developing denser housing, which would be sort of affordable by design.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that we're not proposing to tack on any additional fees. This was a request out of the Planning Commission to add in the clarity to cite a code section to make sure that any units that would uniformly be subject to impact fees would still be receiving them. So, ADUs have their separate impact fees, but, most primary dwelling units would have affordable housing impact fees. And this is just a clarity. We're not adding on any additional fees. This was just a request out of the Planning Commission to make sure that, people know that any standard impact fees that are in our code already will still be intact.
Okay. That's all my questions for now. Thank you.
Supervisor Friend.
I'll just be really brief. And the changes proposed in the state mandates are pretty significant. I mean, I think that we should just recognize that. I understand actually what Supervisor Koenig is saying about the larger scale infill developments and character, but those tend to be on transit corridors. I mean, this is basically this is significantly intensifying single family neighborhoods, which I know that's going to have impacts. With that said, I mean, at least in other communities, which is why there was cleanup language of the state, SB9 actually hasn't had massive impacts yet. The question is whether or not cleanup language will actually lead to that or not, and it's unclear. But I do think that as these things, if it does lead to the kind of development that was envisioned by Senator Atkins, et cetera, then I think that there'll be a lot more people coming to future boards of supervisors meetings displeased over the state changes, because it's at the end of the day, it's the local electeds that will hear it, not the state who passes these things. But I just wanted to flag, I mean, that this is a pretty significant action, even though most of it's is outside of our hands. And if you think about areas in Live Oak or Seacliff or other areas, Rio Del Mar, it's a big change that's being envisioned in this area. And in particular, the point of Supervisor Koenig, once you cross over the highway, these are areas that really, the idea of 4 units on Redwood or 4 units has never been envisioned, and they don't have sewer systems. And I mean, they're on well water. I mean, there's going to be a lot of challenges I think, moving forward on what this will be. But I don't really see that we have a choice. I mean, we can ask questions all we want, but at the end of the day, I mean, we're mandated to do this, but I just wanted to flag that it is pretty significant shift for the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor McPherson, any comments, questions?
Yeah. First of all, how confident are you that you can turn this around in 60 days with the planning staff that you have? I mean, in general, I'm just wondering.
It's a challenge. I'll be honest. It's not an easy thing to do. The state tells you to do things quicker, more ministerially, but the public is like, hang on a second, wait a second, we have questions. And then, it's very difficult for our staff to make sure that we, really shepherd the project and sort of quarterback it properly so we get the input from all the other agencies. We've seen this time and time again where, it's out of our hands. Other, even jurisdictions, agencies have comments, and we say, here's a state mandated timeline. Yeah. And it's tough. So I understand where you're going with that, Supervisor Pearson. It's just a challenge.
Yeah. Well, I think this whole thing with the states doing to local governments and their land use process is pushing us out of our comfort zones, that's for sure. But we all know that there's a lot of housing that's needed. Specifically in the San Lorenzo Valley, there's a 1 acre minimum set for local regulations related to development. And how would this ordinance impact that in terms of property owners being able to divide lots and add units or whatever with the 1 acre minimum? How is that going to pan out?
Yeah, let me first explain to everybody where you're going, what you're bringing up there. So when it comes to environmental health, especially in the Santa Cruz Mountains, there's been a long-standing requirement, environmental health, that's come down from the state level in its inception, that 1 acre is kind of the minimum you need to develop a site with a home and a leach field, because there's separation between your leach field, and if you're going to be in a site that doesn't have services, you need a well. So you need to separate your well from your leach field, and that's at least 100 feet. So that acre goes away pretty quickly. So that is still in effect, and that is important. That's a health and safety concern. And anybody who proposes a development would have to be able to meet those environmental health standards.
Yeah.
It's just a fact of what we need to do to develop.
Less impact in some places like San Lorenzo Valley. Am my assumption right? Than other places that have been mentioned, Mid-County in particular. And how does our LAMP regulations related to sanitation system supply kind of the same in these cases?
Yeah, we don't really have an alternate means to get around this kind of thing. It's just the ordinance that we have that applies. I suspect there could be further review and maybe some changes in the future, but I think the state's gotten ahead of us here in a lot of this, enforcing these type of developments.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Hernandez.
So I share a lot of the same concerns that Supervisor Koenig had, and so I'll keep it brief, but I just wanted to reiterate about making sure that we use standard housing codes or processes, whatever you may call it, for SB 9 and 450 projects, and not add additional restrictions or criteria that we don't have in our standard housing codes for the county. We got this 14-page item here, but I want to know, can you point out the differences with this alternative than what was presented earlier?
I meant to say that, but then we moved into discussion. So yes, the only change on that packet handed to you is on pages 2 and 3. And this is our staff's proposed alternate language for sensitive habitat areas. And essentially, we're proposing to move it out of subsection C3, I believe, which is the section that deems parcels ineligible to apply for SB 9. And we are moving sensitive habitat areas out of that one and into the next subsection of 4 that is more so a parcel may be eligible if you're able to meet sufficient mitigation, setbacks, and whatnot. And a lot of that's floodways, fires, but now we've added in the sensitive habitats and meeting all the mitigations with that and all the setbacks. So that's the proposed language for not outright excluding a property from SB 9 if there's sensitive habitat on the property.
Thank you.
Yeah. And I might add too, that's staff's proposal if that is the desire of this board. Not to say that this board couldn't come up with another direction or other language, but that's as clean and as clear as we could come up with. So if that's a desire to consider, that's before you.
All right. Well, first of all, I just want to thank everybody for their time and input and for all the hard work that you all have put into bringing this forward to us today. I really do have some strong concerns with how the state is kind of mandating the production of housing in different areas where they don't understand necessarily the concerns that or not the concerns, the constraints that we have, whether it's staff being available or able to process permits on a variety of different projects, because these aren't the only things we're going to be working on, and the impacts that it can potentially have on our environment and the infrastructure that we have to support all the housing that's being proposed. So my hope is that there'll be more coordination with local jurisdictions moving forward, and that, if the attempt of this is to provide more housing, especially affordable housing, that there are deed restrictions in place to ensure that the housing that's getting built is actually going to go to families and not just to folks who have enough money to buy up properties. And so with that being said, I do appreciate the code language that's been included regarding not allowing short-term rentals in these properties, because again, we need to keep the housing stock for people who are living here and not just provide commercial property for the purposes of vacation rentals. And I will just say that while I appreciate the changes to the language, I think that this has gone through a very long process, especially, and it's gotten a lot of input from the Planning Commission, who 4-1 supported the recommendations that are before us today. They haven't really been seen by the public. They haven't been seen by our Planning Commission. And so I think that in terms of transparency and public process, it'd be good for us to just adopt what the staff has recommended for us today, knowing that we can come back and change it, but really wanting to see how this kind of rolls out, because given that it's a new program that's before us. And so I'd be supportive of moving forward with the staff recommendations and then considering, other changes in the future. And I guess I'll just end my comments there and thank you all for your work on this. And so with that, I'll turn to the board to see if there's anyone who'd be willing to move the recommended items.
Sorry, Supervisor, before you speak, I want to make sure that Supervisor Cummings understands the intent and design behind what's been presented to you as the alternative, because part of that was to respond to concerns from the community about parcels that were potentially going to be bounced from this program in conflict with state law. And so if you need more information around that, around what was intended by it, I think staff can provide more information around it. But the language that we presented to you, I believe is more compliant with state law than the original language. And so for your board to just go ahead and adopt what was originally presented, we can do that. But I'm predicting that if we bounce parcels from this program based on this language, that we may see some problems on the back end from doing that.
I guess that's helpful because that wasn't clear. And so I guess the question is the language that's been provided today intended to make the county more compliant with state law?
In my mind, it is.
It's a little unclear when you look at, state law consistency, because I know other jurisdictions have done this and it's outright, ineligible if you have anything listed on your property, sensitive species or habitat. It really comes down, I would turn that back to the board and say, if it is the desire of this board and listen to your community, that it's important to consider if a project can be mitigated, that it should be eligible for SB 9. It could include a biological report on some of these properties. Now, that's not to say that kicks it out of a ministerial process. It does add timeline to Supervisor McPherson's point, but it doesn't kick it out of the process. It wouldn't have to go to a hearing or kick it into some kind of discretionary use permit or something like that. So that is really the distinction here. If this board wants to really consider that there could be species or habitat on a property that, if mitigated, an SB 9 project should still be able to be allowed on that property. So hope that clarifies it and gives you something to go with.
And just a practical way of explaining it too would be that, does your board want to knock out, a parcel that's 100 acres large because there's a quarter of an acre somewhere on the property that has a wetlands on it? That's really the choice that you're being given right now.
That's helpful to have that explanation because, I think ultimately we do want to continue to be good stewards of our land and to protect sensitive species within this unique environment where we live. However, if there's a way to mitigate those impacts, then I think that it's fair to say that should be considered as well. So to the greatest extent possible, we're not, having negative impacts on sensitive habitats and sensitive species. I think that it sounds good to move forward if that can be achieved through the language that's included in today's memo. It would be helpful to have that, I guess, earlier on before we're sitting here so we can actually, ask these questions and really understand the decision we're going to make because, once we build in these areas, there's no going back, right? And so the more that we increase, the more that we we build in sensitive areas and in habitats, the less of those habitats we have. And so I just don't want to put us in a situation where we're having state law have negative consequences on some of the unique environment that we have here locally. So it looked like Supervisor Friend and Supervisor Hernandez.
So was this language already considered by the PC as alternate? Was this discussion had? Okay, so then we can't actually adopt today a first read anyway, correct?
So you could adopt it on first read. I mean, the question, you could send it back to the PC if you wanted to, but I don't think it's such a significant change that we would consider it to be something that hadn't been considered in the overall ambit of what the PC looked at. Okay. But it's up to your board.
I mean, sounds like okay. And just procedurally speaking, if there was that concern, right, that this was more in compliance with state law, it should have come to us with that language. It shouldn't have been something that required a flag internally or a community member that then the language was then worked on behind the scenes and presented to us. That's not an appropriate process. I mean, if that's the understanding, then you could have, I mean, it just should have come to us with this today with the explanation that this is why this was amended post.
And we apologize for that. It's like everything with SB9 and 450, everything's coming to us in drones here. So this came too late after the packet was already prepared. So that's why it didn't make it early on in the packet. So we tried to make it as clear and clean as we could to still provide that information to you to allow you to do your job. But do apologize for the little bit late hit.
No, I understand. I'm just not 1,000% convinced that this makes us more compliant yet, because I see that there's enough of a disagreement that this now sounds like this is a policy decision, not a legal decision. That's what I'm just concerned about.
It's absolutely a policy decision. And to supplement, I think there's a healthy basis for debate regarding whether or not it makes us more or less compliant. I fall on the side that it makes us more compliant with SB9. There's other jurisdictions that you might find, have a different feeling on that.
I mean, then because of that, I feel more apt to support the chair's initial thought process to adopt as is. And if we are finding that it needs to be modified, then to make the initial modification now, and then, it's an impossible to undo decision. So, I mean, this is what I'll do. We'll have to, because this is where, since it's ultimately now a policy discussion, I'm just going to move the recommendations as is non-modified and see if there's support for that. And then we can, if not, we'll move to something else.
Are you referring to the alternate?
The original proposed language.
I'll second. Okay, so we had Supervisor Hernandez, I think Supervisor Koenig, for questions, comments.
Well, I think, that for me, I'd rather cite on the judgment of being in compliance with the state. So I think that I do appreciate, although late, the alternate staff recommendation for now.
Supervisor Koenig.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Basically, I agree with County Council's suggestion that if we have a 100-acre parcel with, a quarter of an acre that's in a sensitive habitat, that parcel should not be ineligible by default. They should have an opportunity to submit a biotic report and demonstrate that they can protect that habitat while still taking advantage of the state law. And I also think that this would in fact be considered a standard that doesn't apply to underlying zone districts that could be challenged. I mean, if we want extra time, why don't we just bring it back because of that, I would not support the motion on the floor. I would suggest we just bring this back for another first read. It takes so much time to get us to this point. I think that actually would be most time efficient for us to bring the revised language that's been presented here today back for a first read. That would certainly provide opportunity for informal feedback from any of our planning commissioners, additional clarification, or legal review if that was also so directed as well. But just that additional time, could help everyone understand the situation more.
I agree with that. I don't think we're going to be hurt. It seems like I'm a little uncomfortable with the process we go right now, and why not wait and just come back with this language on the docket.
Do you want to send it down, or you want it to come back to the board? I'm fine with it coming here. It's just a question of when. Then the question now, because we only have a couple of meetings left, do we do it now, or do we wait for the new? I mean, yeah, like the second meeting in January. That's the question. I just don't know. There needs to be. I would feel the most comfortable if you two agreed on this. I don't like that. That was a flag for me because it is a significant change because it's a significant policy change based on. So I feel like I would like it to be right, or I'd like it. How about this? There's no even in the legal world, there's no such thing really as right. I mean, I recognize that because that's why there's always lawyers on both sides. But I'd like it to be that the county has one understanding of what's moving forward and why before. And the board can still reject it, but I mean that the lack of cohesion made me really flag for me. And it's not a judgment. That's the healthy part of this. That's why I think it needs to come back as a first on that.
And through the chair, if I can maybe suggest here, it's not really a right or wrong question. It's really, what do you find, that you want to move forward with that best fits the community? So you got a very busy agenda and schedule coming up in the end of the year here. So what I would suggest to staff, maybe if it helps, we could take a quick recess, give you an opportunity to kind of read through, see how it fits in. If we can come back and get an action today, I think that's going to be best for everybody, including yourself. So that's what I would suggest.
Well, I don't know that makes a difference. I mean, to me, the discussion is whether or not I'm not convinced that this makes us more compliant. And so then there's a policy discussion. That's why I said that I'd rather just move forward as is. That gets us through something, which is the overwhelming majority of this. And then if there is a challenge, if there is an issue, then that's totally reasonable that the board modify moving forward. We still do have that motion on the floor. We can see whether or not there's a third vote to just move forward and get something adopted. And then very quickly, for that matter, whether we're still on the board or not, there can be a modification proposed, but then we're moving forward at least with something. And in that intervening time, I think that there can be that analysis provided about compliance.
All right, so with that, why don't we go ahead and move forward? We'll take a vote on the original recommendations as provided by staff in the staff report. A motion by Supervisor Friend. We had a second by Supervisor Cummings. Take a roll call vote on that item.
Supervisor Koenig.
No.
Friend.
Aye.
Hernandez.
No.
McPherson. Friend. I'm sorry. Cummings.
Aye. That motion fails with Supervisor Friend and Cummings voting in support and Supervisor McPherson, Hernandez, and Koenig voting in opposition. And so now we'll look to the board to see if there's another recommendation.
Chair, I'll move that we bring the language presented to us here today back for a first read at a future meeting.
Second, at the next meeting.
At the next meeting, sure.
Second.
Okay. So a motion by Supervisor Koenig, seconded by Supervisor Hernandez, to bring back the alternative recommendations as provided by staff at today's meeting at the next regular board meeting. And with that, I'll turn it to the clerk for a roll call vote on the item.
Supervisor Koenig.
Aye.
Friend.
Aye.
Hernandez.
Aye.
McPherson. And Cummings.
Aye. That passes unanimously. Okay. With that, we're going to take a break and we're going to go into closed session. Is there anything that will be reported out of closed session today?
No.
Thank you. And we'll return to a regular agenda at.
Sure. I'm here to present on items 13 and 14. I'll begin with a brief background on both of the items. Then focus on item 13, the proposed amendments to allow cannabis consumption at existing retailers, taking a break to allow for public comment and your consideration. Following the conclusion of item 13, I'll present on item 14, which includes the proposed amendments to allow retail sales and consumption at farms. So in November 2023, the board considered cannabis issues in the light of sustainable growth, economic development, and responsible regulations to seek alignment with the sustainability plan updates. This spurred a robust discussion at the board that led to directing staff to seek community input on the potential program changes. We came back on June 4th to provide the board a report on the public listening sessions they requested. This board had a thorough discussion of those results and directed staff to draft ordinances related to the November board memo. Today's presentation is related to the aspects of that direction, which include on-site consumption at existing retails and limited retail sales and consumption at farms. Now I'll focus on the proposed code amendments to allow cannabis consumption at existing retailers. The proposed changes will allow cannabis retailers the option of pursuing consumption via a license amendment. There are technical requirements to prevent consumption lounges from being detectable via scent and worker protections to ensure these businesses comply with California's smoke-free workplace requirements. Staff focused our research on cannabis lounges in Northern California, and I'd like to present some of those findings now. We completed phone interviews with 9 operators before publishing this report. Operators consistently mentioned their space's primary benefit was educating folks on cannabis. This graphic is from a company in rural Sacramento County who mentioned their monthly senior event is their most popular, and it's all about staff and community members learning from one another on how to use cannabis, what to expect from its usage and dosage and safety. Many of the cannabis lounge operators that we spoke with said their space was symbiotic with local farms because those farmers' products are highlighted through farmers market style events and farm takeovers, similar to tap takeovers at local breweries. These are attractive to tourists because they provide a safe, comfortable place to consume cannabis, and likely this is the only legal place any tourist can consume cannabis. Lounge economics were not as easy to assess as we would have liked because most of the cannabis retailers with lounges entered the market with both operations intact. The lounge operators were able to provide us valuable information on their businesses. We spoke with operators in Eureka, Weed, Ukiah, Tahoe, Isleton, Lemoore, Needles, and Palm Springs, and researched several others online. The operators in the tourist areas noted 25 to 35% of their sales are lounge derived, and those located outside of tourist areas noted 10 to 15% of their sales were lounge derived. Cannabis is a tourism driver with 50% of millennials noting that recreational cannabis availability is a deciding factor in their travel and leisure choices. And 43% of millennials say they've chosen a destination because cannabis was legal there. Around 20% of American leisure travelers are interested in cannabis-related experiences, but that number jumps to 62% when the survey data is narrowed to adults making over $50,000 a year. The cannabis tourism market was valued at $17.1 billion in 2021, $4.5 billion in direct sales, $12.6 billion in non-cannabis spending. Consumption is a missing piece of our legal market. Currently, the only place someone can legally consume cannabis is a private residence. Modesto has embraced cannabis tourism, and they created the Motown Cannapass. The CEO of Visit Modesto noted that this app delivered an immediate 11% boost in traffic to local retailers and overnight visits to Modesto. This app includes the do's and don'ts of cannabis, dosage. It focuses mainly on public and personal safety while providing discounts to various local retailers, theaters, and restaurants. We do anticipate a potential yet small boost to CBT during the tourist season and potentially to our transit occupancy tax. Cannabis tourism will likely lead to an influx of non-cannabis spending as tourists spend an average of $2.80 on ancillary spending for every dollar they spend on cannabis spending. Ultimately, this change will result in additional staff work if the board pursues it, and we may need to adjust the license fee structure if the board chooses to pursue this option. And then I'm happy to answer any questions the board or the public has on the proposed amendments to Chapter 7.130.
Great, thank you so much. At this time, I'd like to open it on item number 13 for members of the public to be able to give comment. So if you would like to comment on this item, please step forward to the podium at this point in time, and you will have 2 minutes.
It's like we're getting the band back together again. It's been a while. Hi, my name is Colin Disharoon. I'm the owner and founder of Santa Cruz Naturals based in Aptos. I've been operating Santa Cruz Naturals for the better part of the last 15 years. Have seen lots of policy changes, seen, a lot of change. One thing that I think is really beneficial about the idea of having consumption lounges is that it does provide an opportunity for the community to be able to have a place to consume cannabis together, to learn together, to have that experience together. And I also think that the concept that we can have recreational cannabis be legal and for sale all throughout the county, but yet no places are legal for a non-resident to be able to consume cannabis is nuts. I see a real problem with that. So the idea of having consumption lounges is a great idea. I think that the policies need to probably be reevaluated around allowing people to consume cannabis outside of consumption lounges legally. I think that would be smart. An issue that I see with this is that small dispensaries such as mine that may not have the space to be able to do it, it puts us at a disadvantage. I may not be able to put a consumption lounge in my dispensary when one of my competitors that recently moved into the market has a larger building. They may be able to do it. So it puts me at a direct disadvantage and may impact my bottom line. So one of the requests that I might have is, if you're going to consider this, give the opportunity for maybe smaller dispensary operators to find an ancillary place to lease a smaller space where we can have our own consumption lounge that may not be directly on site. Find a way to do it. Yeah. Thank you.
Hi, Pat Malo. I'm really excited about not this change, but the other changes that are up for discussion and action today. I think this.
If I can stop you. We're going to have that item come before us right after this one, and you'll have an opportunity to comment on that item. But right now, it's specifically this item that we're taking public comment on.
Absolutely. I was just giving an overall compliment, but I'll save that for the next ones. But yeah, this item particularly, I think that it's been a long time coming, but it's very, very appropriate right now as the state has their own consumption lounge regulations that are taking shape, which is great. And I'd like to just echo, a little bit of what Colin was just talking about is the more we can make this an accessible program for all the existing retailers right now. I know it's been hard throughout cannabis, but the retailers are definitely feeling a major pinch and squeeze too. So the more different options we can have for them to bring in additional revenues, even to the point of being able to potentially shift the sites, would be wonderful. But yeah, thanks for all the work on this. Excited.
Hello, my name is Jim Coffis. I'm from Ben Lomond. I'm about a 60-year consumer of cannabis. It's been a couple of years since I've been in front of this board. I want to take the opportunity to thank you all for your service, particularly Supervisors McPherson and Supervisor Friend. I might not see you guys again behind that microphone, so thank you. As a consumer of cannabis, I'm happy to see the county take some steps to make consumption spaces available. I'm reluctant to make a guess on the marketability of this, but I think that's up to the operators. I think that we should consider expanding the number of potential license holders who could provide consumption spaces. So as you guys consider all of these changes to the cannabis ordinance, you might think about that as well. I have more to say about your other ordinance, and I'll save that for the next time, but thank you.
Very much.
Hello, Jeff Nordahl. Good to see you all, and thank you for considering all these items today. But I just want to express my support. I'm a farmer, but I very much support the dispensaries having consumption lounges. And just, I guess, want to just make a statement that cannabis really is an experience, and people consume cannabis to have an experience. And it's not just a product that people buy. And also Santa Cruz is an experienced town. People come here to have something a little different and have a unique experience here in Santa Cruz. So they perfectly complement each other, having that experience, the consumption lounge and Santa Cruz. And any way that we can, and I think also the farms, and the dispensaries. If we have this option, it will just help boost our Santa Cruz brand. Whether you're pro cannabis or not, we are. A lot of folks consider Santa Cruz a cannabis culture town. So a lot of people are happy to come here. They want to experience that responsibly, safely, and then go and visit all the other wonderful things that are here in Santa Cruz. So we see it as a very positive draw, and we'd like to be a part of that, where this is a responsible, professional, positive experience with cannabis. So thank you.
Afternoon, supervisors. My name is Victor Pino. I'm the CEO of Emerald Farm Tours. I am a cannabis tourism operator based out of the East Bay, Alameda County. And it would be my pleasure and honor to come down to Santa Cruz and support your farms and your farmers and your retail establishments with our guests. We do about I would say about in the summertime, 4 to 6 weekly tours. Most of those tours are to folks from out of state or out of the country. More often than not, we're seeing large groups. We're seeing people coming in to experience the culture, the heritage of cannabis here in California. And it's my job as the ambassador to sort of these folks to provide an awesome experience. And I think that Santa Cruz is an awesome place to provide an excellent experience for these guests. In addition to supporting tourism and supporting the local economy and creating opportunities for tourism, because there's far too few of me in this space right now, and there needs to be more to broaden out the market. But this is in addition to those economic benefits. We see this as a lifeline for farmers and retailers who are really under a lot of pressure right now to perform and succeed and stay afloat. What my farm tours do is they bring revenue to local communities, they bring revenue to the farmers, and they bring notoriety and marketing and everything that these guys typically can't do on their own. So supporting and encouraging the growth of cannabis tourism operators in your county is important to all of us. Thank you so much for your time, and we appreciate it.
Well done. Hi, my name is Brett Yater, and I recently purchased a dispensary on 41st Avenue behind Cafe Cruz called Surf City Original, which I operate under my company called Flower Supply. I lived in Santa Cruz County for 17 years as my home. I met my wife here. I have my 2 children here. So first, I want to say thank you for exploring an opportunity where I can expand the positive impact that I have on the community here in Santa Cruz. Those of us in our industry have spent a lot of time in the shadows, as we call it. So having an opportunity to share what we know and what we do and how we've helped medicinally and recreationally with our community is a blessing. I'll briefly reiterate what we've heard. The cannabis industry is struggling. Tax receipts are down 30%. SF Gate magazine recently had an article that said California's pot economy is crashing, so what comes next? This is what comes next. While you've certainly heard about factors, oversaturation, overtaxation, overregulation, what Jeff just recently spoke to was the customer experience. And that's what we hear the most day to day in our company. We hear that people are leaving the legal market because the experience it offers is actually worse than the black market, the houses that deal cannabis illegally in our community. And the patient caregiver model that we previously had was a preferable model in which they had an intimate experience with the local suppliers. Now we have a corporate and sterile environment in which people come into and are turned off. And the Cannabis Consumption Lounge is an opportunity for something different. And it's an opportunity to expand the experience and bring those customers back into our tax base. And as you may not even be aware, not only for non-residents, but even renters in our county cannot consume cannabis legally anywhere in Santa Cruz, not in their car, not in their house, because their landlord has made them sign an agreement saying they won't do so, not in a park, not in a beach, not in a forest, nowhere. This offers an opportunity for those people to finally safely and legally consume. And we, as the entrepreneurs in Santa Cruz, will provide a place for this relaxation, education, socialization that we so desperately need. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Bryce Berriesa. I operate Treehouse Dispensary, which was the very first licensed cannabis business in the county. Wanted to thank Sam for providing me the opportunity to harass Bruce and Zach one last time before they move on to better things. But in all seriousness, I came out today to just support staff and this initiative. I got to attend one of the community meetings that was requested that was conducted in person and also one online. And, you know, there was a great turnout. And I feel like what hasn't always been the case in the past as we've addressed cannabis things is there's been a lot of community involvement and the opportunity for various factions and concerned parties to come and provide their input. And I think that the staff report is a good reflection of the community and where we are at, not just from my side of the industry, but from also concerned neighbors and other interested parties. As you can see from the staff report, cannabis tax revenue is down. That's directly correlated to how many people I am seeing through the doors at my dispensary. So, you know, we're at a time where this wasn't the boom that we thought it was going to be, and having an alternative source of revenue could be a lifeline for a lot of dispensaries in the county. It also could continue to be something that is positive outside of just the cannabis tax revenue that you guys are going to see from the county, but it will produce more jobs, and it potentially will be a reason for people to come. Another great reason for people to come and visit our county. It just gives them another opportunity for us to set ourselves aside and kind of be a forefront of something to do for recreation and tourism. What better businesses to invest in your community than those of us that have been around for 10 years and proven to be stellar operators, good community leaders and sound businesses. So we hope that you vote to allow this to come through and give us the opportunity to continue to shine and be productive members of the community like we've been for the last 10 years. So thank you.
All right. Is there anybody else here in chambers who'd like to speak to us on this item? Seeing none, are there any members of the public online who would like to speak to us on this item?
Yes, sure. John, your microphone's now available.
Thank you. Appreciate the opportunity to speak. We feel that direct-to-consumer sales would be the best thing that could ever happen to small producers, not having to go through the multiple middlemen who oftentimes mismanage.
Excuse me, sir. That's the next item. That's going to be item number 14. We're on item number 13, which is cannabis consumption lounges.
Apologize.
And he'll speak later. Okay. No further speakers, Chair.
Okay. With that, just want to thank members of the public for being here today and for providing their feedback on this item. And I'll bring it back to the board for questions, comments, and recommended actions. So start with Supervisor Cunningham.
Thank you, Chair. I think I had originally brought forward this package of suggestions with Supervisor Hernandez. And it was really in response to asking the cannabis industry, we see that there's issues here, that sales are on the decline. We've had a number of, our quarterly now, I think semi-annual reports on cannabis revenues, it's consistent decline. And so these suggestions, including the one we are considering at the present moment, who have consumption lounges, came from the industry as one thing that we could do to improve conditions. One thing that struck me just listening to people is, this idea that if you're a visitor or if you're a tourist in Santa Cruz County, there's no legal place to consume cannabis. It's kind of striking, really. And it got me thinking, can you imagine if the only way that you could consume alcohol was going to BevMo? Like, if we have bars because each one provides a unique experience. Some are better than others, but there's the socialization aspect, the social aspect of meeting other people at bars. There's, of course, just the unique, way that the mixologists at those bars. There's the atmosphere that's created. There's just an opportunity for a much richer experience. And, particularly as we look at some of the issues in the cannabis industry today, concerns about quality, right? It was recently came to light that the state's testing standards are not being enforced to the same to the level that they should be, and so there's concerns about pesticide use or mold in products, and so people are more interested than ever to know where their cannabis is coming from. And then we've just seen with very little education, just a consistent drive towards well, okay, well, what else can we do other than higher THC content, right? That is in the focus. And I think creating these kinds of opportunities for social consumption are going to really help Santa Cruz shine, because what we have consistently led in is educating people about new modalities. And so creating a social cannabis culture is really what's going to put us, what's going to set us apart. We're never going to outgrow the rest of the country, and we wouldn't want to. I think Santa Barbara has already got us covered on that front. But what we can do is provide a better way to experience this plant, a richer way to do that, and pass on and create shared knowledge. And I see consumption lounges, of course, as one way to do that.
Supervisor Hernandez.
Well, I think that, I'll keep it short. First of all, I think that with all the recent experiences with the cannabis industry, we need to find a way to protect these businesses and make sure that they thrive, because what behooves them also behooves us in terms of sales tax. And it's important that we protect the jobs that we have and grow the jobs that we have, no pun intended, but grow the jobs that we have in the county. And so I think that this is a way to alleviate. It won't be, the lifesaver, but I think it'll alleviate some of the impact that some of the cannabis licensees are currently facing. And, to the point of, these businesses with this new added space that they have would be something that's very similar to wineries. Folks can, I see really no difference in the way the county should treat wineries or a consumption lounge. So, that's why initially I was supportive of this. I'm still supportive of this. But I think that it's important that we do protect the jobs that we have in the county and our economic base.
Supervisor McPherson.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for bringing this to us so that the Cannabis Licensing Office and the CEO and others who've done this. This policy realm is really difficult to get our arms around because we're always trying to balance interests from different sectors, economic empowerment, public safety, neighborhood integrity, environmental impacts. But this really is about on-site consumption, and it's no different in taking in those aspects. And I understand the desire among some retailers to offer consumption to the customers. And while it doesn't appear to me at first that it would be a significant boost to the county in cannabis license tax revenues, I just don't see this addressed, and I'm not sure it'd have a very huge impact on our tourism sector at all. But what really isn't addressed in this report, and what bothers me the most, is the potential impact on public safety. Specifically, I'm concerned about people getting behind the wheel after consuming cannabis at a facility and have received a permit from the county. Should we enact this ordinance? I'm really uncomfortable with that. And for that reason, I'm not going to be supporting any amendments to our ordinance related to on-site consumption. I don't think we have the information here about how cannabis retailers would address the issue of intoxication. With alcohol consumption, law enforcement has a tool for gauging that. It's called blood alcohol content. And I'm concerned about the lack of a similar well-developed method gauging the impacts of cannabis. In fact, my office contacted the new CHP captain, Jason Grimm, and he couldn't be here today, but he gave his approval for me to represent the following to you. And he said, I have concerns about the potential for this ordinance to result in more impaired drivers on the road, which is a safety risk for the community and will increase the need for CHP to conduct traffic stops. We don't have enough information about what happens to people when they use cannabis on its various forms and in increasing amounts. It's different for each person. So how do we know, and how would retailers know when someone is really impaired enough to drive safely? Sometimes the high from cannabis doesn't kick in until sometime after they have taken it. I We've worked through this cannabis discussion for years, I remember, and we came to some good conclusions. But I don't know how other communities that allow on-site consumption have dealt with this safety issue. I mean, have they at all directly? And do we have a sense of how the businesses adjacent to the cannabis retailers will be impacted by on-site consumption? I don't think I have those figures, but my main concern is really about public safety, and I'm going to reject this recommendation. I don't know if this is right for me to make this before everybody has spoken, but I don't know if you could answer any of those questions.
So staff has done lots of research on public safety impacts from cannabis consumption. Specifically, we did research with some of the localities where we spoke to the operators. I've got a series of studies back here that I can cite for you. The most powerful one, which I respected the most because it came from JAMA, they analyzed data from 2010 to 2022 in Canada. They analyzed 947,604 traffic incidents involving ER visits, and they noted that cannabis involvement increased after legalization from 0.018% to 0.101% following legalization in Canada. So that is a very small amount. It increased, essentially 0.8% after looking at 950,000 incidents, which included ER visits. We also looked at a lot of studies associated with vehicle miles traveled and cannabis use, and they were a bit questionable. Some of the things that they studied, some of the data found there were increases between 1 to 2 fatal crashes per billion miles traveled in Washington and in Colorado. There was another study in Alaska, Oregon, that had that rate at 2.1 traffic fatalities per vehicle miles traveled. I tried to extrapolate those numbers to see how that would apply to California, and that's where I became worried about those study values. So last year in California, in 2020 in California, we had 3,723 motor vehicle deaths. If we extrapolate the numbers based on vehicle miles traveled, so California vehicle miles traveled, last time it was recorded by the state, 326 trillion miles per year. So if we use those values of 1.8, for instance, fatal crashes per billion miles traveled, that would be the equivalent of 586,800 vehicle deaths per year in California. Yet we have less than 4,000. So I think the data on traffic fatalities and injuries associated with cannabis consumption is very challenging based on the research. And the research is there's a lot of variation in the research analysis, but essentially it goes from 2.1 deaths per billion miles traveled additional with cannabis consumption to 0. And, if we project out the numbers using the 1.8 fatalities per billion miles traveled, we're not seeing 600,000 deaths per year in California, no matter what, in terms of people driving and intoxicated driving. We saw 3,700 last year. So I think the research is odd. And that's why I pointed to the JAMA research first, which showed that there was an increase. It was defined, it was noticeable, but it was less than 0.08 percentage wise, like less than 1% increase based on cannabis legalization in Canada. And that was a very comprehensive study that lasted 12 years.
Are those all your questions, Supervisor McPherson? Okay. Supervisor Friend.
Thank you. It is great to see you again, Bryce, and everybody else. I mean, it's been a while, which is a good thing that it's been a while, by the way, because that means that we don't have to deal with this all the time. I do have a question, though, in regards to, we had 2 different retailers reach out to us, similar to actually the point that was raised by Mr. DeSharoon, which is that how we spent a lot of time on where to site the dispensaries originally, limiting functionally where they could be sited, making it very difficult for dispensaries to move. A lot of capital investments been made. So the idea that they're just going to be able to pick up and move to another location is not realistic. I mean, even actually renting another building might not necessarily be realistic. So what are the thoughts process on how this would be sort of disadvantaging some to no fault of their own, but based on like where we had originally said that they could be cited in the grand scheme of things? So I'm not interested, and this is maybe going to apply even more to the next item in a way, but I'm not trying to advantage one set over another. If the point of this is to advantage the industry that's struggling, I don't want to create something that is a new problem for the industry. So what were your thoughts around that?
So we actually included in the language within the board letter and within 7.130, the amendments shown to allow this in immediately adjacent buildings. And that wasn't a staff recommendation. That came directly from the public listening sessions where the public said, we need to expand this so the smaller retailers have the opportunity, just like Mr. DeSharoon said. So that language is actually included in the amendment package that you see, and it would allow other cannabis dispensaries, Mr. DeSharoon's, Mr. Yaters, who has a fairly small footprint, the ability to utilize immediately adjacent space, tenant space or a building, so they wouldn't be at that competitive disadvantage. Now, I think all the things you're saying about the financial involvement, the investment, they're very true. Some people are going to make it, some people aren't, but we have added that language based on the public listening sessions to try to accommodate and to avoid the situation.
Okay. I mean, I saw that language in there, but as somebody, I'm pretty familiar, for example, with Mr. DeSharoon's location. I mean, he doesn't control whether or not the adjacent property is going to rent to him or lease to him or would allow this. Well, I mean, like, or the restaurant or something within that distance. I mean, so I'm just saying that may not be broad enough is maybe the concern is that in order for true competitive, because you said that would eliminate the competitive disadvantage, but if it's all contained within your own building, you don't have an issue. If it's a building that's adjacent to another building, then maybe it is. Or I think even up the street for one of his competitors, the former Vets one that's up the street. I mean, what location would they? I mean, I don't think they're going to go into the laundromat and create a lounge there. So I just don't know. I mean, I don't know if the answer then would be, I mean, maybe they would, maybe that'd be like an absolutely brilliant tourism move where you could like wash your clothes and consume at the same time. And all in quarters.
Yes.
So then the question then is just, I mean, how we do it so that we don't, the dispensaries on a whole, the cultivation side has been the biggest issue that we've had the debate on. The dispensaries really, in my opinion, is a settled issue. I mean, they've been good operators. It hasn't been an issue. And so I just don't want to create challenges where one dispensary is pitted against another because of the action that we take today.
All I can say is Ms. Serino and I work very diligently to try to put something forward that is workable and useful. And if we could write a perfect cannabis ordinance, you might think differently of us, but we just can't address every single potential thing in our regulatory text. That's and we have done our best to do that. And
that's fair. And then I think that it's reasonable for the board to understand that casting a yes vote may advantage some dispensaries at the cost of others. That's what I think would, at the fundamental, I think at the end of the day, that's what would happen in this situation, is that some dispensaries would be at a competitive disadvantage if we took this action today. It would actually benefit some. That's a very challenging decision then to make. I mean, you're sort of choosing between, it's one industry, but you're actually choosing between certain players in it. And that does make me uncomfortable of changing the rules of the game at this point in order to competitively disadvantage one subset. I appreciate your work.
All right. First, just want to thank staff for all their work on this and thank my colleagues for bringing this item forward for our consideration. And I just want to really appreciate the amount of outreach that's been done on this to get community input, feedback. I mean, I'll just say that based on, items that have come before the board previously, we haven't had, I've been going through my email and found very little opposition to us moving forward with on-site consumption. And at the same time, I have a few questions related to some concerns that I've heard from some of the folks in the industry. And I'm just wanting to first ask about kind of ancillary sales. And are those, so when people are buying, like t-shirts or hats or all the different types of products that aren't cannabis at cannabis retailers, are they still subject to the cannabis business tax, or are those types of products do we only charge sales tax for those products?
Any product sold by a cannabis retailer is subject to the cannabis business tax per our current code. So any type of item.
Got it. Okay. I think as we move, and maybe this will be an additional direction, but I think as we move forward, I think the intent was of the cannabis taxes on the cannabis product itself and not so much on everything else that's sold in the store, which would seem to be fair, for, anyone who wants to sell, like if I'm selling a hat at a cannabis retailer or if I'm buying a hat from a hat shop, it doesn't make sense that one person will be taxed more than the other. So I hope that we can bring back something that will help us adjust that. Additionally, the issue that was brought up around and I think that's what Supervisor Friend is speaking to. I think that for current retailers or current dispensary owners who don't have the space to have one of these types of lounges on site, I think it does make sense that we take into consideration off-site operations for those individuals. So not necessarily adjoining and adjacent properties, but potentially that we have an opportunity for them to operate at another location. And I imagine there'll be some discussion around what those types of locations are and what the different restrictions and requirements, similar to where the siting has been for dispensaries. But it does seem like that would be a fair way of allowing folks who, don't necessarily have the space on site, but are capable of running these kinds of lounges elsewhere. And then I had a question related to taxation, because, when we think about, going to, whether it's a bar or, in this case, it's going to be a tasting room, you're not necessarily buying a lot of quantity. So I'm just wondering, is there any opportunity for us to, within lounges themselves, not have the business tax apply and just sales tax, because it's not like they're consuming mass quantities, and it will actually, be a little bit less for expensive for the people who are trying to go and have this experience.
I hesitate to start getting into tax issues, given that it hasn't been agendized, and what's in front of you right now is a certain set of recommendations. If you wanted to get into that discussion in more detail, you could ask as additional direction that staff put on an item to get into all of those issues with you regarding taxation, or whichever ones you wanted specifically to talk about.
Okay, that sounds good. Okay, so I guess with that, I will say I do appreciate also this opportunity for people who are coming from out of town to be able to visit these sites. I think there's a good point that was raised around tourists not being able to legally consume anywhere within the county. I do want to recognize also the concerns around public safety, but also remind us that this is a pilot project, and these types of lounges have existed in other cities throughout the world, and they haven't seen huge increases in issues related to public safety. Having been to Amsterdam twice, I can say that they've kind of figured out how to make it work there, and I think we have an opportunity to figure out how to make it work here in Santa Cruz. So I'm supportive of the recommended action, but would like to see, and add as a friendly amendment, should a motion be made to support this, that we bring back an opportunity to discuss ancillary sales and CBT tax applying to ancillary sales at dispensary locations and in lounges, and also the opportunity to discuss taxation and what that means for taxation of products that are consumed in these lounges. And I think that's it in terms of my comments.
I have one more question. For the model that we're looking at has been, here listed in our packet about different tour agencies or tour guides or whatever, bringing people in and out. Are they taxed in any different way, or they're just the normal taxation for like a Uber or like a, how are they taxed different?
So they're non-cannabis touching entities. So as a non-cannabis touching business, they would be subject to just state business taxes. No specific local taxes.
Okay.
So I think then I guess building off with Supervisor Hernandez's question, I think there may be some interest in determining whether or not the county should be charging, whether it's an operating license fee or something, because of outside businesses are coming in and conducting business. It makes sense that there's some type of license that maybe they would pay into that would allow them to bring folks in, so that we're seeing some additional benefits from that.
So we have a very robust cannabis tax that was approved by the voters. And, if we're going to make any changes to that, we would really need to dig deeply into the code, into 4.06, and determine whether or not it was possible to do that one way or another. Just wanted to flag that for you.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that's something we're taking action on today. I'm saying that it sounds like that's a concern, and whether there's an opportunity for us to visit that, I think is just something that I want to highlight as well. Supervisor Koenig.
Well, I was just going to move the recommended actions with the additional direction suggested by the chair, that at some point in the future we consider the taxation issues, particularly regarding ancillary products and within consumption lounges, as well as any other ways to extend the opportunity to have consumption lounge to more of our existing retailers.
I'll second that.
And I'll just point out, we're not voting out on an ordinance today. So, I mean, this discussion could potentially happen at the December 10th meeting as was just moved and in the recommended actions, or it could happen at a future date, whatever staff is prepared to do.
All right.
I want to see what comes back in regards to protecting it. I mean, right now I'm not going to support it, but I mean, I just want to see what comes back in supporting these smaller. I just want to make sure that they don't get disadvantaged moving forward. So I'll be voting no today, but we'll see what comes back. If it comes back before, we're still here. Either way.
Yep. And when, I guess with at least the offsite lounge proposal for existing dispensaries, would that be able to come back at, I guess, when is this supposed to come back, and could that, at least that piece, come back when we have this return to the board?
If the board asks us to proceed, we'd return on December 10th, and likely with the language that you see today, and we may be able to provide analysis on potential changes or additions to code at December 10th. But I don't know if we'll be able to come back with fully formed strikeout underlined versions of code to address those issues that quickly, because there are other factors to address.
Sounds good. All right. With that, I'll turn to the clerk. So we have a motion by Supervisor Koenig, second by Supervisor Hernandez, with additional direction as proposed by the chair. And with that, I'll turn to the clerk for a roll call vote.
Supervisor Koenig.
Aye.
Friend.
No.
Hernandez.
Aye.
McPherson. Cummings.
Aye. So that passes with Supervisors Koenig, Cummings, Hernandez voting in favor, and Supervisors Friend and McPherson voting opposed. Okay, which brings us to our next item, which is item number 14. And so I'll just turn it back to Ms. Laporte for the presentation on this item.
All right. Proposed code amendments to allow retail sales and consumption at farms. To enact the board direction from the June 4th meeting, staff have prepared a trio of code amendments for your consideration. Chapter 7.138 is a new business license chapter of code that will allow for retail sales and consumption at farms. It includes the operational restrictions associated with safety, security, prohibition on consumption for drivers, and only via produce stand allocation of our land use code, which is 1310-640. Amendments to 1310-640 are technical changes allowing for farm stands in the SU and TP zone, in addition to the CA and A zone, which are already included in code. These contain seasonal restrictions on only being able to sell what you grow or make, and it includes structural restrictions and parking standards. Lastly, Changes to 1310.372 would be an amendment to the use chart in the TP zone district to allow for farm stands. Staff is proposing allowing this via a 3-year pilot program, which would likely lead to up to 2 seasons of operations. It will allow us to gain data on impacts such as traffic and allow for more community input after the program begins. It will provide the board an opportunity to assess if these changes should be permanent also. During the listening sessions, we heard community concerns and enthusiasm over various proposed changes. Community members wanted to know how these sites would be approved. Would there be an assessment of the sites based on surrounding uses? And they wanted a public notification process. So we've embedded those concerns, and the proposed public notification process that we've included mirrors the planning division's process for commercial development permits. In addition, we will be assessing competing land uses and access to the site from public roadways. Now, we're proposing these operations to be prohibited on private roads without the consent of all landowners. We currently only have one farm on a private road, so this may be a moot point, but we felt it was necessary for the pilot program because the community input on this was very clear. Unlike other cannabis codes, we are not including administrative citations. Violations of code are grounds for revocation, and as a pilot program, we expect the highest level of compliance from all of our operators. If there are any illegal operations mimicking the style of business, our existing code can be utilized to address those sites. I'd like to provide some research findings we had with regard to cannabis tourism. So currently there's one retail farm in the state, and it's located in Nevada County. Staff toured the facility and interviewed the operator and their staff earlier this month. They noted their customers are not dispensary customers. They're tourists and people who want to learn about cannabis. Most of their customers are there for between 25 and 45 minutes and ask a lot of questions for the operator. They are not allowed to have consumption at this site, but they said that it's a critical missing piece of the experience. Their customers are a mix of seniors, working professional, and people interested in cannabis, but not frequent users. They're often asked how to smoke, how to roll a joint, how will this edible affect me, what dosage should I start with? And they said that without consumption, they feel hampered in their ability to meet their customers' needs. They do allow for sales of anything grown in Nevada County at that site, and they did feel that was important for me to note. Cannabis tours, they're happening throughout our state. A variety of tours are included in the board letter, but most of the farm tours follow a formula. A half-day tour starts with bringing people to the farm to take a tour. Then they take folks to a retailer who sells that farm's products. Then they generally go somewhere outdoors for people to enjoy the cannabis, followed by an activity. For full-day tours, they usually add a restaurant, coffee shop, and they end things with a winery or brewery. The plants are the star of the show at the cannabis tours. People want to take photos with themselves in the plants. They also want to learn about the farm process. The missing link with these tours is there's no safe place to consume. Tour guides often take people on nature hikes or to the beach to consume, mimicking public consumption issue we see in our county. We see it all over the state, quite frankly. Tours come in multiple forms and at multiple price points. Most farm tours are in excess of $200 a person for a half day. Some of the busiest tour companies we spoke with are over $1,000 a day for a single day tour per person. The tourists on these tours reportedly spend more than your average consumer at retail stores, and they buy more non-cannabis products such as branded merchandise. So the economics of retail sales at farms should not be limited to the direct sales made by these types of operations, as they will likely be a tourism driver with a cascading benefit for other local businesses. The tourists who come for a cannabis weekend will need a place to stay. They'll need food to eat. They'll likely want the typical tourist experiences. Research indicates that cannabis tourists spend an average of $2.80 for non-cannabis items for every dollar they spend. Retail farms provide the potential for a highly curated engagement experience, which mimics all other tourism models. The cannabis tourism market has and is continuing to grow. The market was valued at $17.1 billion in 2021. That valuation grew to $57.18 billion in 2023, with projections that the market valuation could be $444 billion by 2030. Our county has a rich cannabis history. Some of the early well-known cannabis strains were developed here. Some of the very first advanced scientific research in the U.S. on cannabis plants occurred here in the 70s, culminating in Robert Clark's book that was published in 1977. That was printed in Ben Lomond. Copies were mailed out all over the world from the Ben Lomond post office. There are several little cannabis history gems like this throughout our county. Retail sales and farm tours could boost the county's CBT and likely the transit occupancy tax revenue. These activities will likely boost ancillary spending within our community, leading to broader financial benefits. Staff costs of implementation will be offset by the license amendment processing fees, which are billed at cost, and we will need to determine new licensing fees for these types of activities. Lastly, if the board chooses to move forward in any format, this does not end the opportunity for the public to continue to provide input. There will be at least 2 more public hearings with the Planning Commission and your board, and I'm happy to answer any questions the board or public has on the proposed amendments.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Okay, at this point in time, I'll open it up to members of the public to provide comment on this item. So if you would like to speak to us on this item and you're here in the room, please line up behind the podium. You'll have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, Victor Pino, Emerald Farm Tours. We're a cannabis operator out of Alameda County. Generally speaking, I'm just going to give you some facts about my business because I think it's helpful. We've been in business for 8 years. We're one of the survivors of this industry. There are very few of my company around. We are one of the companies that we do charge over $1,000 a day for a tour, but we leave 60% of that in the locations that we go. We're paying our farmers $200 an hour for their time. We're buying coffee at the local establishments. We're buying lunch for these folks. We're utilizing TCP buses from your local, bus, tourist transportation provider. So these cost money, but we leave most of that behind with you guys. And so what this is doing is kind of introducing and being an ambassadorship to your county, being an ambassadorship to other businesses that these guests would never touch, never set foot on if they hadn't been on this cannabis tourism experience. On-site consumption in particular is the thing that everybody seeks out. I host probably 90% of the tours my business executes on are plant touching tours where the consumer is actually going to the farm and seeing the plant firsthand. You can offer a tourist, 50 tours into San Francisco to do lounges and stuff like that. But what they really want to do is get in the shadow of a plant and really experience that firsthand. So this is kind of the next reasonable step for a lot of these guys. And I support this wholeheartedly and would love to be bringing $1,000 a day tours into your county and supporting your farmers that way. Thank you.
Hi, Pat Malo. This one I'm really excited about. I feel like this is things that have been in the works for over a decade in some of these conversations. And thank you for everyone for, bearing with us and still keeping on this journey. Cause I think that, like we always said, these ordinances are dynamic. We're in a dynamic cannabis industry that has gone through a ton of changes since we've all been communicating about these issues. And so thank you for staying on this and, keeping the ball rolling forward. This one is, especially close to my heart. I've grown up in Santa Cruz forever. I feel like I've come from a culture of excellence around cannabis. And I feel like that culture of excellence has more or less been extinguished in the last decade here. For better or for worse, we had estimated $600 million industry with cannabis production, mostly centered out of the Santa Cruz Mountains, but throughout the county. Now that's been, turned into what it is today, that we can see out on those reports. And, that money didn't just go to greedy cannabis farmers. It got spread throughout the whole community in a very real way. I think this is an essential piece of, figuring out not how we get back to those times, but where we go from here. And I'm really passionate and committed to making sure that culture of excellence that I inherited doesn't end with me. And I know it sounds trivial, a culture of excellence like around cannabis, but, we have culture of excellences around all sorts of trivial things like surfing and skateboarding that people get behind. And so I think that we've been more than, patient with this stuff and done our part. And so I'm cheering you on right now for continuing your patience and doing your part for voting for this. And I think we have more discussions that I'm looking forward to in the future. So thank you.
Hello, Jeff Nordahl. Yes, very much support this concept. I run a farm out in Boulder Creek. It's actually on a former Boy Scout camp, 250 acres that we're developing to really be a tourism, retreat, and wellness center. We specialize in rare landrace cannabis genetics from around the world. Actually, and Sam actually referenced Robert Clark, who's a world famous ethnobotanist who specializes in cannabis, who went to UCSC. He's been out to our farm 3 years in a row, just because the varieties that we grow, you can't find them anywhere else, really. They're not commercial strains. I have actually a social media presence as well that documents, and we do videos about these farms. I get hundreds of emails from people all over the country and even the world who would like to come out, visit Santa Cruz, go to have this kind of experience, and also be able to purchase seeds, genetics, so they could grow them at their home garden and actually sample some of these very rare cannabis strains that you'll never find in the commercial market. So there's a lot of draw. We'd love to do this experience and be able to allow with the farm tours, definitely. So agree with everything Sam said, everything the tour operator said. I really think this will be a positive experience for Santa Cruz and bring a lot of financial opportunity as well. So appreciate that. Thank you.
Hey everyone, thanks for your time. Aziz, cannabis operator. I'll keep it short and sweet. I think this is an extremely beneficial thing for draw of tourism to Santa Cruz County. Santa Cruz County has been a cannabis center for way longer than I've been alive. I've been to South America and people have been like, "Oh, you're from Santa Cruz? That's cool. You guys have good weed." And I think, Sam's done a lot of good work to think through the potential risks and hazards from this. And I think as an industry, we can come together to help mitigate those. So thanks for your time on this. Appreciate it.
Hi again, Colin Disharoon, Santa Cruz Naturals. I just want to say over the past couple of years, like most operators in the industry, my businesses have seen significant revenue declines due to inflation, market oversupply, reduced stimulus funds, natural disasters, the failure of the Pajaro River levee, and also the introduction of multiple new operators in the South County area. As a retailer, my only revenue source is my customer base. That's it. I can do delivery, but it's limited to a very small geographic area. Unlike cultivators who have the opportunity to do a lot of different things in the industry, they can cultivate, they can manufacture at many locations, they can package, they can distribute throughout the entire state. They have pretty much an unrestricted market in that regard. So I support the idea of having farm tours. I have a background in tourism. I think agriculture tourism is a great concept. allowing the farms to have an on-site tasting area, to do, events, dinners, all that kind of stuff is awesome. What I don't support is taking my business, my consumer base, and shuffling it over to a market direct operation and adding just more retailers to that. That's going to undermine my ability to support my family, to support my employees, to keep my businesses open. So I would encourage you to reconsider the retail component, allow them to do all the other cool things, because that's a prominent part of what they can do. But please don't rob Peter to pay Paul, which is what I see happening with this. Thank you.
Jim Coffis, Ben Lomond. So I support this. I think that there's two things that are critical here. Santa Cruz Mountain Wine Growers Association has 80 wineries, a couple hundred growers, but 80 wineries where there are tasting rooms in the county. So that's give you some perspective. I don't think we're anywhere close to 80 farms. Once upon a time there were, but no longer. Number two, the ability for the cultivator to sell direct to the consumer, I think, is critical. And I mean, all due respect to the existing retailers in the county, if I were in their shoes, I might not want to see more competition. But the fact of the matter is, the ability to purchase direct from the producer is something that should be a no-brainer. And then finally, I just wanted to say that I am encouraged by the chair's recommendation that staff take a deeper dive look into the whole issue of taxation. I think that's long overdue. The ordinance was passed in 2017, I believe, 14. Okay, well, long overdue that we revisit that. And at the same time, I'd revisit the entire concept of cannabis in Santa Cruz County. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Bryce Berryessa again with Treehouse. I think much like the Cannabis Lounge ordinance, want to compliment staff. I think they did a very thorough job in trying to take the time to research this and gain community input. Our organization, largely in whole, is in support of this measure. We think that it would be a boon to Santa Cruz, and that there's been an extensive public process to show that overwhelmingly most aspects of the community that would be impacted by this are in support. We, as retailers, as a retailer, the board's aware of this, but we have one of the most competitive markets in the state as far as dispensary numbers per capita. And you do have the data to see that, our market is declining. So while we are in support of this measure, we do have some concerns with the provision that would allow for adult state set recreational limits to be sold at these farm stands. While we are in support of all of the measures, an ounce at a farm stand seems to be excessive for daily consumption, even though that's what the state allows for. 60% of our sales roughly are flower at the dispensary, and that pairs with what the sales numbers are across the state. So, this could potentially have a large impact, given that this is a provisional proposal. What we would ask the board is to consider to cap that at a smaller number of maybe a quarter ounce per day. That would give the farm still the opportunity to get their products into people's hands, to sample it, to try it. And then if the customers wanted a larger number, hopefully we could team up with the farms and they could send them to local dispensaries to purchase things in excess of a quarter ounce, or something to that nature. So thank you.
Hi, Brett Yater, representing my dispensary Flower Supply. I live in Aptos. I want to speak to the driving issue because I think a lot of us are avoiding talking about that because it is many pros, I think, to allowing consumption in our county. And I think it is clear, and I want to thank Supervisor McPherson for bringing up what is a public safety concern. However, I would make 2 points. First, this is already adjudicated. The people of California voted in Prop 64 to put forth consumption lounges. That was under the understanding that there would need to be a counterbalancing public safety initiative to try to minimize the impact. Secondly, with the governor and with the legislature 5 weeks ago passing AB 1775, it is clear the direction that they want the California cannabis industry to move. So I think as much as all of us are concerned and share the concern, I think on one hand, this has already been discussed and the cost benefit analysis has been performed. Additionally, we share the concern. And we believe, as I stated earlier, that allowing consumption in private, safe, and legal places is what reduces or potentially reduces the impact of cannabis on the roads. Right now, without even hesitation, I think one person in your parking lot is consuming cannabis right now. I truly believe that. We have only one opportunity to minimize that, and that is to provide an enjoyable place, a relaxed place, and a safe place for them to consume. So this is a consideration that could actually have a positive effect on public consumption. Secondly, I'll shortly echo what Colin and the other retailers, Bryce, had said, which is we do believe there should be some limit, potentially even limiting it to anything purchased on these farm tours must be consumed at the farm. That would be a rational way to limit the impact that this could negatively have. The retailers are suffering, our revenue is down. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. All right, is there anyone else here in public who would like to speak to us on this item? Seeing no one in chambers, I'll go to the clerk to see if there's anyone online who'd like to speak to us on this item.
Yes, Chair, we have speakers online. I'm sorry, and several people are putting their hands up. Nevada County Cannabis Alliance, your microphone is now available.
Hi, everyone. My name is Diana Gamzon. I'm the Executive Director of the Nevada County Cannabis Alliance. We represent over 200 cannabis businesses here in Nevada County, and I'm calling in just to voice our strong support for the proposal before you today. We have very similar regulations here in Nevada County, and similar to Santa Cruz here in Nevada County, we have a strong legacy and history of cannabis cultivation. 2 years ago is when our Board of Supervisors approved very similar policy to allow on-farm sales. And we've seen nothing but success here in the county. The policy has supported economic development for our local farms. It's been accepted by the community. It's been a hub for tourism, tourists to come and visit. And many visitors stay at the farm. They bring their lunch. They learn about cannabis cultivation. And it's really important that other jurisdictions allow for this type of business, because what we're doing is we're building cannabis tourism destinations throughout the state. People from out of state or even in state want to come. They want to learn about the history of cannabis cultivation, learn about cannabis agriculture. So what is before you is a really well thought out proposal. Now that other jurisdictions have come online with this policy, this is very, very well thought out. So just wanted to voice our opinion and strong support from another jurisdiction.
Jonathan, your microphone is now available.
Thank you so much. John Kolodinsky, cannabis activist, freedom fighter, grower, manufacturer, also retailer here in Santa Cruz County and Watsonville, Pajaro area. Very excited for this to come to light. You know, we've been a part of this cannabis conversation for well over a decade, and to be here today is so exciting. And I want to thank Sam and the Cannabis Licensing Office and staff for doing the work to put this forward. They've clearly put together a very well thought out and thorough presentation. And I want to thank the board for having the courage to take this up. You know, anytime you're looking at potential changes to policy, you know, it's going to affect the public, it's going to affect the business sector, you know, and it's not unlike the major changes that had happened in those early days when the cannabis industry became a thing here officially. and the shift of commerce changed from, the open medical market where everybody was able to participate to just a handful of retailers who got to control all the consumer dollar and what the consumers were able to buy. And so in that way, I think it's a good time to move forward on the evolution of cannabis legalization and normalization. The tourism gives us the opportunity to provide a unique experience to consumers again. The dispensary thing is kind of old hat, and this gives us a chance to really bring education and consumption and tax revenue all into one amazing experience. So I think that we should look at this in as much as we can in alignment with the state's policies, not create any excess restrictions that are only going to bring benefit to retailers, and give the farms who are the furthest away from the consumer dollar the opportunity to stay competitive in this crucial market. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak.
Nicholas, your microphone is now available.
Hi, thank you, supervisors. You're here for me twice today. I want to lend support to these amendments. I think this is a great idea. I am not a cultivator. I run a small real estate investment and development company, and we lease a few agricultural properties to an ever-shrinking number of licensed cultivators. While I'm not a cultivator, my business does depend partly on their success, hence my support for the industry. So I've also been an organic farmer and run an organic food distribution company during COVID, and I'm a wine grower, so I'm kind of knee-deep in a lot of these issues. And I would say that direct-to-consumer sales are really essential for the survival of small farms. This is seen every weekend at the Cabrillo Farmers Market with fruit and veggie farms servicing the farmers markets and their CSAs. The direct sales make these small farms possible. Similarly, tasting rooms and subscription services are how small wine producers survive. It's hard to imagine some of the biggest names in our local wine industry being in existence without active tasting rooms. That's Alfaro and Corralitos and Bargetto and SoCal and Beauregard and Bonnie Doon, these sort of pillars of our winemaking community that realistically probably wouldn't survive without direct to sales to consumers and active tasting rooms. With wholesale alone, it's just not realistic for the survival of small farms or wineries. And I think this pilot program mirrors some very successful winery models. It supports direct sales while aligning with the county's sustainability plan. It encourages economic growth and diversification and innovation and focuses on community compatibility. And I think it's a great idea. I urge you to support it.
Santa Cruz County resident, your microphone is now available.
Thank you. So I am a resident of the county, and I haven't heard a whole lot of input thus far from people who are not actively involved in cannabis cultivation. Right off the bat, I want to say that I 100% recognize how important cannabis is to our economy, to tourism, to our culture. But also only insofar as it respects the needs of our community at large and the residents who exist next to these cannabis farms. So in my opinion, this is a great initiative. I'm very supportive of the pilot. However, that's really only with the proposed changes about view sheds and public access or direct access via public road. I think that it's really important to keep in mind the safety of our community and potential liability issues. And I think that making sure that these proposed changes stay within the amendment are really critical to making sure that this pilot can be as successful as possible. And I'll give you the rest of the time back. Thank you.
We have no further. Oh, yes, we have no further speakers, Chair.
All right, that'll bring it back to the board. Just want to thank everybody for your comments and input on this item, and thanks staff again for all their hard work on bringing this item before us today. I'll start to my left with Supervisor Hernandez.
I actually did have some questions on the last public comment, if that's been pretty much addressed. I know that there's probably some public, I mean, not public right of ways, but right of ways near a farm that their renter allows them to do what they need to do. But I just wanted to hear from you about that.
So
public access to the road.
Yeah, so public access to the road is one of the discretionary aspects that we've included in 7.138 for your consideration. The public in our listening sessions was very concerned with the use of private roads for these types of businesses. So we included a prohibition from these types of businesses on private roads without all landowners consenting. So the concern the caller had about keeping the changes in there, this is a brand new code. It's a proposal for you to consider, and we tried to reflect the results of the public listening session as much as possible, both the concerns and the enthusiasm in the recommendations that we've included in 7.138. So I think they're speaking to those factors, those mitigation factors, those concerns, those evaluation and discretionary pieces are what they found particularly valuable.
And also some of the folks brought up some concerns, some of the dispensaries. I know we can't change the ordinance right now, but can we for now at least make sure that the farms display where their product is sold, which dispensaries in the county where they're sold at, or possibly put a rack of their business cards? I mean, I go to Alfaro's, the winery in Corralitos, South County, and they all their people there know where they sell their wine at. Corralitos, Safeway, Nobel, Shoppers Corner here in Santa Cruz. But if the same could be done with this ordinance as well, making sure that, because some people don't want to drive out to a farm, and they'll go out there for an occasion, but they might not want to drive back to go get product or do a tour, guided tour or whatever. So they'll want to go to a dispensary, but it's important that they know where they're at. And the other thing is, I'm trying to address some of the public safety issues that was brought up. People have been talking, kind of correlating the wineries and dispensaries. That's the same kind of business model. But a lot of those wineries that I've been to in South County don't have Wi-Fi access or any kind of internet access. And I assume that not everyone is going to be doing the tours. Some people will Uber or drive, but it's important that they could be able to connect to Lyft or Uber once they're there, if that's a possibility, to make sure that they have access to Uber and Lyft at the farm or they're at the site.
So the proposed ordinance that you see today is not a first read. It's not official. It would still have to go to the planning. There's the potential for multiple trips back here. The prescriptive measures that you've called out are options and well within the board's discretion to tell staff to include within a motion. I will say there are, we have proposed a prohibition on anyone consuming at a farm from being able to drive. And we would put that on the farmer, the retailer, to tell us how they will implement that. That would be part of the requirements of their security plan. And I think that was a reference to our public listening sessions. People were very concerned with folks driving out to our more rural areas where many of these farms are located, consuming cannabis and then driving back. We think the tours would mitigate that risk and that concern, but we felt that it was critical to reflect the public input and have just a blanket prohibition on consumption for those people. So it is in there, and it is included, that prohibition. I want to make sure the board members understand that.
And the concept of designated driver is still there too, or is that?
Well, that is the concept of designated driver, right? That anyone driving would be prohibited from consuming on the grounds. Now, it's not going to mitigate the risk of anyone consuming off-site and then driving their vehicle, but that's something embedded within our culture and within everywhere around here.
Supervisor McPherson.
Yeah, closer, but I don't know if I can get there. I like the security plan. The farmer versus retailer concern is still a concern to me. And I'd like the idea that, if you're going to do this, limit the purchase of what they could buy on site. But I still have some problems, and I say that early supported the medicinal use of marijuana, and I pushed 10 years ago for the lowest tax rate available, but didn't pass, and then the state just hammered us with a huge tax. But anyway, I still have hesitation on this.
Supervisor Brennan.
Thank you. I do have a set of questions, and it's interesting because I think the only three people, Sam and Supervisor McPherson and myself, there's people out there, but we're old enough to remember when the cultivators were actively against the retailers, the dispensaries having their own cultivation sites and being able to, that was a large discussion at that time. It seems like we've just magically forgotten that as we're kind of coming full circle trying to do this. But this is a discussion that we had, and there were decisions made at that time about business models being able to, from a viability standpoint, to make sure that both sets of the industry succeeded. And then now what's coming forward here, I think, ironically, full circle would impact retailers unquestionably. But I got some specific questions about this, because I think that the one thing that I don't know if the board is fully aware is that what's being proposed here is actually pretty significant land use changes. Actually, we had a long discussions about the sustainability update, and this isn't just about cannabis. It's impacting larger and broader elements of the sustainability update. So I wanted to ask some specific questions about the ordinance from you. First, I think the answer to this is yes, but I want to be 100% clear. The restriction, this can only occur on a parcel that has an existing cultivation license, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I think that it may be when you move forward, it should be even clearer. That's found in the definition section, but it was not as clear as you move through some of the discussion. We should just be explicit about that. So just a couple questions on this. This expands it to TPZ parcels. You had mentioned in the memo that there's none currently on A. The original CEQA analysis was done on CA and A. So would there have to be a new analysis done with an expansion to SU and TPZ?
Yes. Any ordinance changes will require a full CEQA analysis, and we are not going to sugarcoat that. That is going to be significant.
Okay. It is significant. We went through, it seemed like it never ended on the sustainability update on this one subsection. So the ordinance amendments changes to 1310-640 impact produce stands more generally. Was that the actual intent? So if you look at 640E3, it expands what's eligible to be sold at all produce stands beyond edible food items, which is beyond what we discussed. Well, two of the board members here during the sustainability update specifically. So we're sort of delving outside of the cannabis space and now into a broader discussion about produce stands more broadly. Was that an intent?
Yes, we spoke with Ms. Hansen and our planning department about this, and the intent of these changes were to meet the board's directive, but also address some of the businesses, non-cannabis businesses, which are currently operating all throughout the Santa Cruz Mountains, who likely are in violation of code, who simply just did not get it included in the sustainability update. We see this with lavender farms. We see this with honey facilities throughout the San Lorenzo Valley, up on the summit. This was intentional, and it was thought through with the planning department.
Okay. Those produce stands are generally located at the front of these parcels. There's nothing specifically that states where these shall be located here. Is that the intention here, or is this going to be interior or somewhere else?
It was intentional to leave it vague here, but we would not allow these to be on a road frontage. They would need to be immediately adjacent to the cannabis cultivation area, which, as you well know, there are significant setbacks from the cultivation spaces to that. And that was a concern for the folks in our planning department surrounding, what these should be next to the street. And we said, no, we need them to be away from the street next to the actual plants for the agritourism aspect of this to be fulfilled. And then as we spoke and we discussed this more, they understood that, they have to have a roadway developed. They have to have any agricultural take of soil that may be associated with the driveway. It's already there. So the impacts are very limited in terms of what you can do under 1310.640. There are parking restrictions. And as that discussion evolved, they understood, yes, these cannot be immediately adjacent to the road. They need to be set back with the cannabis plants. They're going to need to be pushed away. And, that discussion was part of why we included so many discretionary aspects in potentially granting these types of business licenses.
Okay. A final question, then a comment on, because it's a little bit confusing under the temporary sales areas versus produce stands. So temporary sale areas, I think, limited to 90 days and only during harvest seasons, my understanding. The memo refers to that twice as a temporary sales area. I don't see anything in the ordinance that specifically limits it that way. So I wanted to I just want to see, what is it? So you have comments that there's normally only one growing season, so it maybe be during the summer, but are these allowed year round, or are they limited to a 90-day window? What's the expectation?
So produce stands per 1310
are allowed year round, and temporary sales are, I think, limited to a harvest season or 90 days. You have reference to it in the memo of calling them temporary sales areas. So if that's the intention, then that would mean that we're limiting, which would be fine with me, significantly about when during the year this would be allowed. I'm not sure what the intention was.
The intention was that these only be allowed seasonally during times where plants are in the ground. And I'm trying to find the reference. I think it's actually above that.
I think it's D3.
Yes, produce. Sorry, Jason, I'm missing that.
Well, I think then the point here is that it needs to be explicit. I mean, if I've read through it a few times and saw the memo saying one thing, and we're trying to struggle to find where it is in the ordinance. If it's limited to that, then that's useful information about the parameters, about the timing.
Section D says that temporary produce sales areas are subject to the following standards and requirements. And then subsection 3 says a temporary produce sales area may only be open for up to 90 consecutive days per year to coincide with the harvest of the commodity.
And these would only be allowed then during that time frame?
Well, I would just turn that back to Sam.
Yes, that is what we intended, that these only be allowed during the time when the commodity is being harvested and when it's around.
And I promise I'm not trying to put you on the spot, right? This sounds like
sorry.
As you come back, I mean, on this item, that needs to obviously be crystal clear. So my main concern on this, though, and I appreciate, is that it's a kind of a larger land use discussion, that it's just sort of getting swept under the rug in some degree. I mean, I'm glad that there will be a pretty significant CEQA analysis, which, by the way, may impact whether these can occur at all in some of these locations, if not all of them. But the larger, more broad issue is this history that we've had that we are advancing. I'm not 100% sure what problem we're trying to solve here, I guess, which is that we've got an entire industry that's struggling, but this would advantage one section of the industry and disadvantage another section of the industry, which doesn't seem like it makes sense. The tours make sense to me. I'm talking specifically about the on-site consumption component that goes directly on the retail side. I mean, I think we can all agree. I don't know if we can all agree, but I think I don't think there's any disagreement over the value of a tourism component to it. It's specific to pitting one element of the industry against another element of the industry, and either driving down prices or just driving out one section of the industry. And I think it would do that. And I can't imagine the board would want that. I can't imagine we would take a proactive decision that would actually impact one section of the industry, the advantage of another. But I think at the end of the day, my colleague said he brought these items forward in discussions with local with local industry folks asking, what do you need? And I've got local industry folks telling me, if you do this, it's going to impact us in a negative way. So, I mean, either we listen to them or we don't. And in this case, I think that there is enough of a disagreement over this that it doesn't make sense to move forward with that element of this component. I think that there is a value to the tourism component. I think there's the tourism element, so specific, even if we did the limitation, there was discussion about the size, whether it had to be consumed on site, those purchases. I think that those may be landing spots, but I think that maybe just more broadly speaking, if there's going to be a direct sales component of it, we're going to probably impact retailers to a point where they may not be able to come back. And that's a bell you're not going to be able to unring in our community. I imagine you found the section.
Yes, I'm sorry. It's actually section E6 for produce stands, and that is a produce stand may be open to the public up to 7 days a week as long as the farm is producing agricultural products. So that was the reference that we had in the board letter where we spoke to that most of our agricultural or our producers are outdoors. If they have 2 harvests per year, their first harvest wouldn't even be ready until July. So you'd get sales from July through October, potentially November, which would limit the potential impact on our existing retailers. So I wanted to clarify that it is there. It's E6. I'm sorry for fumbling and not getting you that reference quickly.
No, you didn't fumble. I still think even having you read it to me, that's actually not abundantly clear. So I think that it should just be in plain language, should just state, if this is what we want to move forward through, it shall only be available during X and no more than X number of days a year. I mean, it just seems like that. I'm still thinking that it's going to impact. I know it's going to impact the retailers, but I think that language should just be cleared up. So that's why I can't support that second element of what's being proposed today, which I think is something that's just going to impact one section of the industry too much for no real reason. I think that we should move forward with the stuff, like what Jeff's doing. I think that what makes sense is having the tours. I don't think what makes sense is the second part, the retail side of it. Thank you.
Supervisor Dunning. Thank you, Chair. I do think there's a sweet spot here where we can land, as suggested by my colleague, where we limit the amount of actual cannabis products sold on site, while still not making that so much that people are simply not going to go to our existing retailers. I was encouraged to hear that the tour company typically includes a trip to dispensaries as part of their itinerary. And I think certainly the more we allow dispensaries to create a unique offering with the on-site consumption, as we just discussed earlier, the more that will even become will continue to be a compelling part of any tour. So I think when we had first discussed this, we were talking about a limitation of like one joint. That might be too little, but I do think that on the other hand, the maximum recreational limit of which I believe is an ounce, is that correct? Might be too much. So, I would be supportive of something along the lines of a quarter, so that ultimately these two activities are synergistic, right? That both the farm tours and increased interest in visiting our existing retailers, both to purchase more of the products from the farms visited, as well as potentially to learn about some of the other farms in the area that for next time.
I would like to provide a bit of context for your comment on restricting the sales, and if the board chooses to do that, we would also likely need a limit on the sales of manufactured goods. We have one cannabis company farm that also has a manufacturing license within the county of Santa Cruz. And the requirement stated here would allow them to sell those manufactured products as well as their cannabis flower up to the state recreational limit, which is I believe 8 grams. They make, I'm going to classify them as medicinal tinctures. The operators here, feel free to correct me. I don't believe from the retailers I've spoken with, some of which are in the room, are concerned with those types of sales of that medicinal tincture product impacting their business. that's from direct conversations I've had. It doesn't represent all the views of the retailers here, but I just want to provide a little context that we would likely need the board to provide a motion with that level of detail for us to be able to properly implement this, a flower limit and a manufactured limit.
Do you know if any of the other places that provide tours and the farms, is there a limit or do they have limits as well? And what's their limits that they have on sales?
So none, there is only one retail farm facility within the state of California. So the places that that Victor spoke to, sorry, I don't want to butcher your last name. They bring people to the farm and then they take them to a dispensary that sells that farm's products. So those people go through the dispensary point of sale terminal and are subject to state limits at that point.
All right. Well, again, just want to appreciate all the feedback provided here today, and appreciate all the work that has been done to bring this item before us. I do share some of the concerns with that the retailers have brought up. And so, but it does sound like we do have the ability to reduce that amount that can be sold on site. And so if that's the case, I mean, I think that what's important for us to remember, this is a pilot and we're actually, making a big step with allowing for on-site consumption on farms, allowing these farm tours, allowing potential, retail sale. But I do share some concern that was brought up by Supervisor Friend, that's been brought up by the retailers, and around the sale of the product on site. It sounds like the tincture issue might not be that big of an issue and something maybe we don't have to necessarily deal with at this point in time, but it does sound like the sale of the flower component is the biggest concern. And so I'd be supportive of reducing it even to 1/8 of an ounce to start, because it really, the idea is that you can consume this on site. You can take a little bit with you, especially if you're here on a tour. But ultimately, what we really want to push for is for those growers to be working with our retailers. And so if somebody wants a higher volume, it's like, well, you can go to the store and get that. But this, what you're able to purchase here on site is just something that's like a sample. And so I think that reducing it to that amount would allow us to be able to continue to monitor this over time. Again, it's a 2-year pilot, and I think it's going to come back to the board after those 2 years for us to see how it's been impacting the industry, and starting with that smaller amount would make the most sense.
If the board chooses to move forward, we would actually need to complete the CEQA analysis, go to the Planning Commission, and then return to this board before anything would actually occur.
Right. But then after,
yes,
if the pilot is in place, it's going to come back to us again for us to evaluate the impacts. Right. So, I mean, I'd be much more comfortable with that as in terms of trying to address some of the concerns that were raised today, but I'm supportive of the recommended actions. And so,
I guess my question is, as far as the manufactured product component, you said we would need to include the limit for that as well, and that the current legal limit is 8 grams per day. I just don't have enough familiarity to know what a comparable limit would be. I mean, would it be 2 grams, as an eighth for flour?
I just can't speak to that. I don't know how the tinctures are an interesting thing because they vary in strength significantly from 10 milligrams of THC to hundreds per bottle, and some of them have lots of CBD, some of them have THCV, CBG. So it's difficult to pinpoint that down. That's the best information I can provide you now. The person who makes those is here. You'd like to ask them directly.
I would actually.
Come on up.
Comment, Mr. Nordhall.
And please come to the podium and speak into the microphone.
All right. And I'd like to answer that directly on tinctures, but also just the timing. I wish I had a chance to address retailers too, because I work with your guys' shops. And what we're trying to do is bring in tourists, new markets, and we'd love to have people come to our farm and then the next day actually encourage them. We'll put out advertising to go to your consumption lounges as well.
So you need to speak into the
But
mic.
as far as tinctures, and this gets a little interesting because didn't get really deep into this, but what we want to do is do tours on the weekends that will pay to subsidize. We have a really strong passion for medical patient and compassion work. And we're having a challenge in dispensaries where medical patients can't find a lot of these wellness products now because they're not big money makers. Part of our plan is to do a lot of medical work and have medical guests with maybe even a doctor on site doing recommendations. And it would be a shame to see limits for medical patients who might travel, who want to actually get some of those tinctures. So that's one component as far as, and as far as, what's the actual question? Like how much?
What would be the equivalent to 1/8 of an ounce of flour in terms of a tincture? Would it be, I would like you to put it in context of a vial of a tincture. Is 1/8 related to a vial? Is it related to 2 vials? Because I know we have THC and we have CBD stuff, but we have like 1 ounce of tincture can have 1,000 milligrams of THC, and to actually make that much THC in the vial would probably be 1/4 ounce, 1/4 to a 1/2 ounce.
So let me bring it back to the board for a sec. Thank you for your comments, because I do
have all these.
I think one of the things that's been acknowledged, and I could see from some head nodding in the back, was that it sounds like the retailers are less concerned with the tincture piece and more concerned with the flower piece. And so I just don't see that we have to do, but we don't have to address both. If we really want to move forward with, they can continue to sell at the state limit for tinctures, then that's fine. If we reduce the flower down to 1/8, then that's something that could work, as a way to start the pilot off. And then if we need to revisit the tincture issue, there's opportunities to do that similarly with the flower issue as well. So,
all right. And if I may, Chair, I'll move the recommended actions with the additional direction that the limit for per day sales be 1/8 of an ounce for flour.
I'll second. All right, so a motion by Supervisor Koenig, seconded by Supervisor Cummings to move the staff recommendation with the additional direction as it relates to the amount of flour that can be sold on a daily limit. With that, I'll turn to the clerk for a roll call vote.
Supervisor Koenig.
Aye.
Friend.
No.
Hernandez.
Yes.
McPherson. And Cummings.
Aye. That passes with Supervisor Hernandez, Cummings, and Koenig voting in favor, and Supervisors Brennan and McPherson voting opposed. So I want to thank you all for the input. We look forward to continuing to see how this moves forward. And with that, we will move on to the last item on. Sorry. No. Airport. That's right. All right. Looks like we did skip one item on our agenda.
It's item 10.
11. No, we do. Thank you. Sorry. All right. We got to go back to items numbers 10. And so with that, we'll invite up Ajita Patel from Personnel to lead us on that item.
Good afternoon, Chair Cummings and members of the board. The Director of Child Support Services will become vacant at the end of the year due to a retirement. It is the only department head position that is included in the civil service system. Moving forward, staff recommendation is to align it with all other similarly situated department head positions, which are at will. The Civil Service Commission met on October 17th and concurred with staff recommendation. And now it's before you today for your approval. And with your concurrence, we would make that change in the ordinance. And that will end my comments. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
All right. With that, I'll open it for public comment to see if there's any member of the public who'd like to speak to us on item number 10 on today's agenda. Seeing none here in person, are there any members online who would like to speak to us on this item?
No speakers online, Chair.
All right, I'll bring it back to the board for any questions, comments, or action on this item.
Just a brief question. This position is paid for through this. I mean, it's not a county funded position, correct? Or it's a state.
I believe they have a lot of state funding.
And so that's why historically it's been outside of this purview. I'm just making sure. I'm just trying to understand the rationale as to why the switch is necessary.
Sure, happy to speak to that. So over the last few years, we have, as director positions become vacant, we have converted them all into at-will positions. And the main reason for this is that they are appointed by the CAO. And as leadership changes, as you want alignment with philosophies. And so the norm in the industry at many other counties is that they are non-civil service. And Carlos, I don't know if you want to add anything else.
No, that works. Is it normal to have these positions enumerated in code versus just like is there a reason they have to be under an ordinance that defines whether they're...
Because they were originally as a civil service, that's why this has to come to you. Because the civil service rules have to have exceptions for that which is not included in the merit system.
And we've been slowly removing everything out of these ordinances.
Correct.
So now this is the last one, and there will be an ordinance that says...
It's exempt from civil service.
Okay. All right. It's fine. I was just understanding the mechanics of it.
Does that make sense?
Move the recommended actions.
Second.
We have a motion by Supervisor Friend, seconded by Supervisor Koenig. If there's no further questions or comments on this item, I'll turn to the clerk for a roll call vote.
Supervisor Koenig.
Aye.
Friend.
Aye.
McPherson. Cummings.
Aye. And that motion passes with Supervisor McPherson, Cummings, Friend, and Koenig voting in favor, and Supervisor Hernandez absent. Okay, so that takes us on to our next item, which is item number 11. This is a consider report on community assistance, recovery, and empowerment CARE Act implementation in Santa Cruz County. And I'll turn it over to staff for a presentation on this item.
So good afternoon, Chair Cummings and members of the board. I'm Nicole Coburn, Assistant County Administrative Officer. Today, you're going to be receiving a brief presentation on the county's implementation of the Community Assistance, Recovery, and Empowerment Act, which is also known as CARE Act or CARE Court. The CARE Act was signed into law by Governor Newsom in September 2022 and is one of the many new state behavioral health initiatives and reforms. As you're going to hear during the presentation, CARE Act is a voluntary upstream intervention serving a narrow population of people with schizophrenia spectrum or other psychotic disorders that meet specific criteria. Last year, 8 counties piloted CARE Act services, and the remaining counties, including ours, are required to begin offering services this December 1st. We are poised to do that in large part to the women and others who you see sitting here. We've been working with numerous county departments and the Superior Court of Santa Cruz County to envision and work on CARE Court planning. A steering committee and working group have been meeting regularly over the past year for implementation. And I want to acknowledge the work of Sven Stafford from my office for convening many staff members from County Council, Behavioral Health, the Public Defender's Office, the Superior Court, and other county departments and local agencies. So for today's presentation, I'm joined by Katie Walker from County Council, Brenda Campbell from Behavioral Health, Athena Reese from the Public Defender's Office, and Florence Patton from the Superior Court. and they're going to be walking through our plan. So I'm going to turn it over to Katie Walker from County Council.
Good afternoon. As Nicole just said, the CARE Act is also known as the Community Assistance Recovery and Empowerment Act, and it creates a new pathway through the civil court system throughout the state to deliver mental health and substance abuse treatment and other support services through behavioral health and our community providers to certain eligible individuals who have untreated schizophrenia, spectrum, or other psychotic disorders. The CARE Act is meant to connect behavioral health with a respondent through the court to connect the two to provide those services. The individual who is known as the respondent enters the CARE program or the CARE Act when somebody petitions the court for that person to receive certain treatment and services. And also, as Nicole mentioned, Santa Cruz will be accepting petitions for the CARE program on December 1st of this year. We have, in broad strokes, gone through what CARE is, but CARE is also not several things. CARE is first and foremost not a conservatorship. It is 100% voluntary on the part of the respondent of the program. There is no forced medication, no forced placement, no forced treatment. The goal is for the respondent to be willing to engage in the treatment and services that are offered through the Act. CARE is also not a cure for homelessness. It was initially packaged as that in some ways, and through legislative updates, the homelessness part has been walked back a little bit, although housing is going to be one of the options available through the CARE Act. CARE is also not for everybody with a mental illness. As we will find out shortly, it is only for a very specific subset of individuals with very specific diagnoses.
Afternoon. Interviews from the Public Defender's Office. And I will be talking with you about who are the participants in the CARE Act process. And first and foremost, we have the respondent, which is the legal phrase for the community member who is suffering from symptoms of mental illness such that they need access to stabilizing and supportive services. A respondent is referred to the CARE Act court by a petitioner. And ultimately, that petitioner will become the county behavioral health agency. But initially, the statute allows for a broad category of petitioners to file the judicial counsel forms, which will initiate the CARE Act process. County Mental Health is the agency designated by statute for coordinating services for the respondent to make sure that they have access to services that address their needs that's identified in the CARE agreement. And they'll be working closely likely with social worker from the Public Defender's Office, as well as the community-based organizations and the treatment providers that will work with the CARE Act respondent. And finally, there is the CARE Court partners. Of course, there'll be the judge who will oversee and facilitate the CARE Act meetings. They will, of course, be the judicial actor that hears evidence and makes rulings during CARE Act hearings. County Council will represent County Behavioral Health as the petitioner in a CARE Act proceeding. And in our county, if you are a respondent in CARE Court, you'll be represented by the Public Defender's Office, which will give you access to a multidisciplinary team, including social workers and an attorney trained in representing people whose criminal or legal case arises or is connected to a diagnosed mental illness. To be a respondent in a CARE Act proceeding, you must be 18 or older, be suffering from symptoms stemming from a schizophrenia spectrum disorder or other specified psychotic disorder. These symptoms must be severe and persistent such that they substantially interfere with your ability to perform activities of daily living and threaten your ability to live independently and safely in our community. A CARE Act respondent is somebody who is not already stable and voluntarily engaged in services, and that without intervention, they're unlikely to live safely and independently in our community without intervention. Finally, CARE must be the least restrictive alternative. As I'm sure you're aware, participation in the CARE Act process is voluntary and an alternative to more restrictive conservatorships such as the LPS conservatorship. And the CARE Act respondent must be somebody who's likely to benefit from participation in engagement in services because the process will connect them with additional services and supports that they're not already receiving.
So this is a list of the eligible diagnoses. Again, somebody has to be diagnosed with a schizophrenia spectrum disorder or other psychotic disorders. So that includes schizophrenia, schizoaffective disorder, schizophreniform, brief psychotic disorder, substance-induced psychotic disorder. It does not, diagnoses that are not included as any mental health diagnosis related to a general medical condition, major depression with psychotic features, bipolar disorder with psychotic features, and any substance-related disorder that is not listed above. So the petitioner can be a family member, but it has to be an immediate family member or somebody who has played the role of a guardian or a parent. Mental health professionals can petition, but they have to have seen the person within the last 30 days. Same with the director of a hospital. The person either has to be in the hospital or been treated at the hospital within the last 30 days. County Behavioral Health Agency is the only agency listed that does not have a specific time limit. So if we know of somebody and we haven't seen them for 3 months, we could still petition to get them involved in care. First responders can petition. They have to have seen the person multiple times. Same with homeless outreach workers. A roommate or a housemate can petition, and then the client or respondent themselves, if they feel like they need that support that CARE offers, they can petition for themselves to participate. And so Santa Cruz County Behavioral Health will be ordered to do an investigation to ensure that the person meets the eligibility criteria. Again, this is a very small subset of our mental health population that qualifies with their diagnoses. But when we're doing outreach and engagement and doing the investigative reports, we understand that not everybody is going to meet the eligibility criteria because of diagnoses, but we also understand that they do need support and assistance. So we will attempt to connect them to the services that they need and want, regardless of whether they're eligible for care. If they are eligible for care, they will be connected to County Behavioral Health. We will provide them a case manager who will work on goals and help get their needs met in the community. Our community service providers, we will be linking people to whatever they need. It could be Social Security, it could be CalFresh, could be Medi-Cal. And we are in the process of building behavioral health bridge housing on the site next to Telecare on Soquel. And members or participants in the CARE Act will get priority for those units. And there will be mental health services on site and support on site there.
First responders and other professionals in the community, such as peace officers, firefighters, paramedics, they can be a petitioner for the CARE program for a potential respondent, or they can be a referral source. As we've heard, if a first responder does decide to file a petition for CARE, it has to be based on repeated interactions with the proposed respondent. Because of the information and the forms that need to be completed in order to petition for care, it is a good idea for our first responders and other professionals to consult with their agency's counsel to help them prepare those forms. The self-help center through the Superior Court is only available to individuals, so our firefighters and our paramedics should consult with counsel. As we've also heard, the Behavioral Health Department will substitute in as the petitioner at the first hearing on any care respondent. So if a police officer or another professional decides to file a petition, they only are required to complete the forms, fill them out, and then appear at the first hearing, and then they get substituted out. So the burden of being the petitioner through the whole process doesn't carry with them the whole time. The first responders can also, as I said, be a referral source. It is helpful for them to refer people that they think may qualify before filing a petition to behavioral health or a hospital or an emergency department. Or if they have a behavioral health liaison within their department, it would be very wise for them to consult with them as well. The requirements of filing a petition for care participation is quite a bit. It's a bit of a lengthy petition. So before any member of our community decides to file a petition, we wanted to pass along some information for them to consider first, such as if somebody is already engaged in behavioral health services, they do not qualify for care. So if somebody is being considered for the care program, a potential petitioner should reach out to behavioral health, talk to them, check in, see if the person is already receiving behavioral health services. And then behavioral health can then help assess and determine whether they might qualify for care or another program. Additionally, the petitions require some fairly substantial clinical data for the court to consider, including an affidavit from a licensed behavioral health professional or proof of 2 recent hospitalizations, such as 14-day 5250 holds, one of which must have been within the last 60 days. As I mentioned before, the care process itself is through the civil court. It is not a criminal process. And so the process begins by somebody filing a petition for a respondent to enter the program. Once the petition is received by the court will take a look at all the pleadings and the supporting documents and then determine whether they think that the respondent meets the eligibility criteria. If they do find that the respondent meets the criteria, then the court will engage with the respondent and behavioral health and counsel to try and come to an agreement between respondent and behavioral health on what services and other forms of treatment would most benefit that respondent and try and meet them where they are. And then if a care agreement or a care plan is entered into between respondent and behavioral health as overseen by the court, then the process can last up to a year with regular status hearings and progress hearings. And if after 12 months, the respondent is successful, they can either graduate from the program or they can voluntarily elect to extend it for 1 more year. I've mentioned the care agreement and the care plan a few times, and that document, that plan is more or less the crux of the program. And it can include certain treatments and services such as behavioral health services, medically necessary stabilizing medications, which again would be voluntary, housing resources and supports, which we've learned about, and other social services.
So the Superior Court is ready to assist any members of the public who are interested in learning more about care or filing. We have our self-help center at the Watsonville Courthouse and our law library here in the basement of the Santa Cruz Courthouse, ready and to talk with any members of our community who are interested or wanting to check on eligibility, help them get the forms they need and prepare them for filing. All filings will be done here at the Santa Cruz Courthouse.
It's through the civil division. We will take them by paper. We'll take them electronic filings as well. CARE is a completely voluntary and confidential process. It is a civil process. It's a collaborative court. This is going to be handled by Judge Coliati in Department 5, who currently does our LPS calendar. So it'll be every Tuesday afternoon. And we are ready to go and prepared for December 1st. So the partners will all be working together. We'll have the judge acting as the neutral arbitrator, helping facilitate, because again, this is a voluntary process. If the respondent isn't interested in participating, the case gets dismissed. But we're really hoping between behavioral health, public defender's office, and the court that we can get people engaged, keep them out of criminal court, keep them out of conservatorship cases, meet them where they're at, give them what they need to help get them engaged. Even if they come to this process not ready to engage, we're hoping that we can work collaboratively to get them engaged and get them to voluntarily participate in the program. And with that is our presentation. We have there's a lot of resources out there. We've got our email address set up and our website set up both through the court and through the county with additional information and resources.
Great. Thank you very much for all your hard work and for this presentation. I'll start by opening up to see if there's any members of the public who would like to speak to us on this item. If so, please approach the podium. You'll have 2 minutes. Okay, seeing none here in person, any members of the public online who would like to speak to us on this item?
I see no speakers, Chair.
Okay, with that, I'll bring it back to the board for questions, comments. Supervisor Friend.
Thank you, Chair. First, I want to thank Athena for literally sitting outside for 6 hours waiting for this item to start. That was pretty impressive. I did have a follow-up question in regards to the public safety. You presented it, but I don't know who would be the best person to answer it. One concern or possible concern when I was sitting in the initial process of this, the state and the creation of this, would be that there would be some communities where, in particular, local law enforcement would just use this as an opportunity to, to refer folks in order to show their city councils, et cetera, that they're doing something. So what specific outreach has been done to local law enforcement agencies, sheriff aside, with the local police departments to ensure that the rules that you'd set aside are being honored? And I don't know who the best person to answer this is. That's why I'm looking at literally all of you. I'm not doing that to make you nervous. I just didn't know who the best person to address the issue was.
I think any of us probably can, but we've been going out and doing outreach to a lot of agencies. We have done the sheriff's office, but we've also done the chiefs. So for all law enforcement and commanders as well.
And the feedback has been.
We've also had quarterly meetings where everybody's been invited. We've got one coming up this Monday, I believe, is our next quarterly meeting with a large group of community members from all the different agencies. So we have been having communication with the agencies. And I think in the beginning, there was certainly questions of this is going to help with homelessness. And I do believe with our communication, we have moving past that.
Given the narrowness of the criteria, but given the amount of work that this is going to create, do you have a sense of the range of total numbers of folks in year 1, year 2 that you think would be referred over?
Our best estimate that we've come up with from what we've seen in other counties and the kind of the research that behavioral health has done with people that they've come in contact with that might qualify, we're thinking 30 to 40 a year. We are prepared that in the beginning we might have a lot more, but how many will actually go through? We're expecting about 30 to 40 a year.
Of referrals or folks that would actually self-select post-referral?
I would say referrals.
Petitions
being filed.
Petitions that
filed and accepted.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, people who are actually eligible and participating in CARE. We're thinking around 30.
Okay. And do you have a sense of how many you might get that don't make the criteria, but are names that are still submitted anyway? It's been on the first cohort counties. Do they have a factor on that?
The first cohort counties did have a high percentage. We think that given the amount of communication that there's been throughout the state after seeing what the first cohorts have gone through, that dying down, we don't expect to have the same number that they did. But we would see probably, I think, even some counties up to 50% of the petitions filed, I believe, were being dismissed as not qualifying. But we're talking about first cohort was San Francisco, Riverside, Los Angeles, Orange County, San Diego, some of the bigger counties.
Okay. And the last thing is just a compliment and a recommendation. The compliment is I've sat through tens of hours of presentations on care court at the state level, and this was by far the most succinct and easiest to understand explanation of what's actually going on. So I wanted to compliment you on the presentation. And then the recommendation as a result of that would be to turn that into something like a written document that can easily be submitted to the Capitola SoCal Times or the press banner or something, because I think that folks don't really have an understanding of what it is. And if I could read it in 750 words as to can I refer and how does somebody qualify, I think that'd be really, it almost was really a how-to on this. And I think if you could turn that into something, that'd be really useful. But thank you for this.
Supervisor Koenig.
Thank you for the presentation. I'm curious, since we have the benefit of not being one of the pilot counties, what we have learned from those who went first.
Oh, I think the list is long. We even were able to go to San Francisco and spend a day there and observing and talking with our partners there who have been doing it. We spent an entire day there. We've observed and been in communication with San Diego to see their process and observe their calendar. So we've learned a lot. We've got a lot of forms. We've got a lot of scripts. We've got a lot of connection. I know from a court perspective, we have monthly meetings with cohort 1. So every month we're hearing from them about what's working, what's not working, what they saw, how they've changed their process, but what you guys have seen.
I think we've gotten good information and feedback about the importance of engaging community-based organizations that will work closely with the CARE Act respondents and developing relationships with them. I know that, Supervisor Friend, you mentioned that it would be a very labor-intensive process, and the idea is that we're really trying to help empower and stabilize people so that they can live safely and independently in the community and avoid a more restrictive conservatorship. And that really will be developing trust over time, both with the respondent themselves and our social worker and the attorney representing them, county behavioral health, and also the community-based organizations that will hopefully continue to support the respondent long after the petition has been hopefully successfully dismissed. I think also we've learned that there are very local needs that can be addressed with different workflows, and really it can be tailored to each individual community. So for instance, San Diego does it very differently than, say, San Francisco. And so as we have CARE Act up and running and we see what works for us in Santa Cruz, it will be a little bit different than each of the other counties, but that it really is a good opportunity to support a vulnerable population and hopefully help stabilize them in an upstream fashion.
Sorry, I would also add from all the many meetings we've had with cohort 1 counties and the hours of observation of other courts, the two takeaways that my colleague in county council and I have had is, one, that the numbers are low. They are lower than anticipated. And also that one of the biggest indicators of success for the program was collaboration and, as like Athena said, trust built between respondent council and respondent and behavioral health and county council and with the court itself, which is why we began this process so early and have really dedicated a lot of our time and efforts to making this process very, very collaborative as we set it up so that we can be as on the same page as we can about it in the hopes of making it really successful for our community because they really need the help.
Yeah, that's fair. It's basically a trust-based process, right? Because there is no mandatory piece of it. So, my colleague asked about what kind of percentage we saw as far as petitions filed versus ones that are actually valid. I'm curious, of the valid petitions, how many get through to the success part, or how many even show up to court, I should say, for starters, and then what percentage actually make it through the process?
Well, we're just finding that a lot of courts, because it's only been a year, so courts are just starting to have their graduation. And I'll say that anyone that's dismissed voluntarily along the way because the person is voluntarily engaged and doesn't necessarily need the CARE Act process anymore, I'd say is successful. So I'd say it's been pretty high from what we've heard from our colleagues throughout the state.
but are people actually showing up to their court date?
Yes, people are showing. Well, there's a big piece about people showing up to court is a hard piece. So we are ready to go out into the community to find them and meet them where they're at. Because a lot of these people, coming to the courtroom, it's not something they want to do. And we want to engage them where they're at. So I think we've got plans, and what we've seen other counties doing is going right out and finding them on the street, finding them where they're at, and having them appear in the courtroom by Zoom. Whatever we can do to get them engaged. And I know that behavioral health and public defender's office are on that.
Yes, it's really the idea is that it'll be like a non-traditional court process to engage people and stabilize them to hopefully avoid more restrictive conservatorships and also criminal legal system involvement. And so to the extent that we can facilitate participation through non-traditional means, such as going out to the field, working with them where they are, helping them appear over Zoom and getting them access to stabilizing services, it will be time and well spent, an effort well spent.
Thank you. My last question is about the cost. The report mentioned the total of 1.7 million expenses, about 1 million in revenues, and a net general fund contribution of 659,200, of which 392,000 is new contribution. Assistant CEO Coburn, I think you had mentioned that Santa Clara was looking at potentially doing a test claim on this issue.
Yeah, Santa Clara has, at least based on the working group that our budget manager is a part of, they were looking at filing a test claim. And I believe when I spoke with the county council representative who's on the working group, they were looking at filing potentially even as soon as this fall. So I haven't received another update since then, but having Santa Clara file would be good for us and other counties, and hopefully they would be successful.
Right. And so if they are successful, would it then be like a year before was it the state controller would have guidelines for applying for reimbursement? And then what's the rough timeline? And then would the amount that we could apply for be the 659,000, 392,000?
Yeah, it probably, it's hard to say about the timeline right now. I think they've resolved a lot of the backlog, and my understanding is they don't have as many test claims that they're having to work through. So hopefully within a year, if Santa Clara were successful, we would have some sort of understanding of what documentation we would need to produce and what it might look like in terms of what would get reimbursed. The test claim process sets up a standard for all counties based on the county that's filed the test claim itself. So they come up with something that can be applied to counties regardless of where they are in the state. So it's not to say we would get all of that reimbursed if Santa Clara would be successful. We would have to see what the calculation is and work with our SB 90 consultant to file that documentation.
Great, thank you.
Supervisor McPherson.
Yeah. First of all, I bet you're glad that Santa Cruz County was not one of the first 8, right? It's probably better. I want to thank all the departments that have taken interest in this and addressed it. My questions were about what trends and challenges have you learned, and you've answered that. But on the year-long review system, if you will, you said there's a regular status review. Is that done every month, or how often is that? What's a regular status review? Is it changed per client, or how does it work?
It depends a little bit on the trajectory that the respondent takes with the care agreement, but it's about every 60 days.
Okay, thank you. Congratulations to everybody that coordinated this. Get ready for it. It's really going to be a great program, I think. Thank you.
Supervisor Hernandez.
Thank you, all of you, for all your hard work and all the different departments you guys represent, all the work that you guys are going to have in December. I wanted to know, though, if with the rest of the counties that already have gone through this, was there any significant impacts on their law enforcement or their sheriffs, right? In county jails with the care court. Also, it seems like public defender's office and courts are going to be taking significant time to deal with this in December. Is there any grants that are happening or any kind of, I know it's unfunded mandate, but is there anything else that's kind of being talked about in terms of funding?
Supervisor Hernandez, I will say that because the public defender is representing the clients, the state did set aside some money in the state budget to fund the either the community group or the community defense counsel that was representing clients or public defenders offices. And so we have received some funding from that. It is helping to offset a portion of the public defender's costs, but there is still a general fund component. But that is the part that we're hoping to advocate for through our legislative efforts and through the unfunded mandate process.
Thank you. Great. Well, I don't have any further questions, but just want to thank everyone for their hard work on bringing this forward. And I do appreciate today's presentation because I think it does really help set the expectations in the community that this is not going to solve homelessness. It is intended to help, certain individuals experiencing schizophrenia and other behavioral health disorders. But really, it's going to, be one piece in terms of the different services we're able to provide, and will let us, really provide another type of service for those people who are needing care within our community. And it's, again, definitely glad that we weren't the first county to roll it out, and we'll, look forward to getting an update from you all on how it progresses, because we know that there's going to be some challenges, and obviously there's going to be some fiscal impacts, and it's going to be a lot of work in terms of rolling this out, but hopefully we can collectively work together to make sure it's as smooth as possible. And so with that,
I'll move the recommended actions.
Second.
So a motion by Supervisor Friend, seconded by Supervisor Hernandez to move the recommended actions. With that, we'll turn it to the clerk for a roll call vote on the item.
Supervisor Koenig.
Aye.
Friend.
Aye.
Hernandez.
Aye.
McPherson. And Cummings.
Aye. That passes unanimously. Which brings us to the last item on our agenda, which is item number 15, hold public hearing to consider the child care facility development impact fees, study analysis and recommendations, and take related actions. This is an item that's being brought forward by our Human Services Department, and so I'll turn it over to staff for the presentation on this item.
Good afternoon, Chair Cummings, members of the board. I'm Kimberly Peterson, the Deputy Director with the Human Services Department. And on the line with me is Harriet Rogozin from Kaiser Marston & Associates, which is the consulting firm that we use to conduct this study. The hearing today is for the Child Care Facility Development Impact Fee Study. In this presentation, I will briefly provide some background on what the impact fee is, why we did this study, what it demonstrated, and next steps. So for some background, in 1991, the Board of Supervisors adopted the Child Care Fees and Exactions Ordinance. The ordinance acknowledged the importance of the child care system to the community and to the residents or employees of new development. It also required that new developments help mitigate the impacts of the new development to the child care system by paying impact fees. The fees collected are then used by the county to improve and augment the supply of child care through a forgivable loan program for child care providers. The loan program is administered by the Human Services Department. The ordinance also requires that the county conduct a review of its child care fees to determine whether the fee and exaction amounts are reasonably related to the impacts of the new developments, whether augmentation of the child care system is still needed, and whether adjustments to the fee are needed. Today's hearing is on the comprehensive review and analysis provided in the Child Care Facility Impact Fee Study, that is in your materials today. And the study pulls on many local data sources to analyze the impact of new development on childcare, the cost of creating new childcare spaces, and the fee levels that may be levied to mitigate that impact. The study and hearing meets our local requirements as well as the requirements of the State Mitigation Fee Act to do a nexus analysis of the impact fees. As required by AB 602, signed by Governor Newsom in 2021, the capital improvement plan for the Child Care Forgivable Loan Program, which is funded by the impact fees, is also included as a part of the analysis. Per the State Mitigation Fee Act, the impact fee study examines the existing level of service in the child care system, which looks at the existing level of service and, probably not surprisingly, reflects significant shortages in the system. The study also looks at what is called the equilibrium level of service, which looks at the demand impact of new development on the child care system. The equilibrium level of service is the recommended method to assess the reasonableness of our local impact fees and consider future adjustments to the fees. It is in line with the intent of the child care developer fee and the county general plan to ensure new development contributes to the impact on the child care system. It is important to note the fees cannot mitigate existing shortages in the system, but they can help to not exacerbate existing shortages. This table shows the impact of new development on childcare. It shows the demand and cost analysis. The impact of new development on childcare is measured by the number of bedrooms for residential development and by the number of employees for non-residential development. Using the equilibrium level of service analysis, the report finds that demand for childcare from new residential development is about 22 childcare center spaces per 1,000 bedrooms and 14 family home spaces per 1,000 bedrooms. The impact from new non-residential development on childcare centers and family homes is 7.2 and 3.5 spaces per 1,000 employees. You can also see the development cost of establishing new childcare spaces based on whether the facility is modular, new construction, home-based, or after-school care. Together, the demand and cost analysis you saw on the prior slide is used to determine the maximum impact fee levels that could be charged by the county. Based on that analysis, the child care impact fees we could be charging on new developments are demonstrated here. The county could charge just over $2 a square foot for residential developments and a range of 68 cents to $2.27 for non-residential development, depending upon the type. When we consider the maximum impact fees to our current impact fees, you can see that we are well within the limits of what is allowable, particularly as it relates to residential development, as we are currently charging 88 cents per square foot for single family homes and 28 cents per square foot for multifamily developments. So next steps. Today's hearing is explicitly on the impact fee study that examined the impact of new development on childcare demands and the cost of mitigating that impact. The actions before you are to, 1, hear any objections or protests to the study, and 2, adopt a resolution confirming the impact fee and associated capital improvement plan as a part of the county's general plan. HSD will return to you in the spring with consideration for adjustments to the impact fee, drawing on the information and analysis in the study. And I will turn it back to you for questions.
All right, thank you very much. I'd like to see if there's any members of the public here who would like to speak to us on this item. If so, you can please approach the podium. You'll have 2 minutes. Okay, seeing none, I'll ask if there's any members online who would like to speak to us on this item.
I see no speakers online, Chair.
Okay, well, I'll bring it back to the board for questions, comments, and action. And so I'll start with Supervisor Hernandez.
No questions.
Supervisor McPherson.
The fee structure, do you have any indication of whether it's going to, or should be raised or lowered, or we're about right?
We definitely have flexibility to increase it, but that will be up to you and in the next in the spring.
Okay.
Supervisor Friend.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I read the Nexus study, and I just want to state probably the obvious, which is that we have both a need and also we don't want to add a lot of costs onto affordable with new housing development. So just making sure that that balance is found in the spring is going to be key, because the top number for a standard home could add $3,500 to $4,000 on it on top of all the other fees, and so just something for us to keep in mind about our two competing interests there. So thank you.
Yeah, for sure.
Supervisor Koenig.
Yeah, we certainly need more childcare in this community, and looking forward to finding a balance on how to do that in the spring. Thank you for the report. Seems pretty logical to me.
I move the recommended actions.
All right.
Second.
Okay, so a motion by Supervisor Friend, second by Supervisor Hernandez, and I guess I'll just express my appreciation for the report today and for what you brought forward. Again, definitely need to find that balance of supporting childcare and housing development, but with the understanding that, if we're encouraging families to be in this community, we're going to need to provide, childcare and have these kinds of childcare facilities. So looking forward to continuing to see how we can move this forward in the spring. And with that, I'll turn it to the clerk for a roll call vote on this item.
Supervisor Koenig,
Aye.
Friend,
Aye.
Hernandez,
Aye.
McPherson, and Cummings.
Aye, that passes unanimously. Thank you all so much for being here. Our next meeting will be in November, and so we'll see you all then. Happy Halloween.
Yeah.